Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Silent Prodigy by Emily Shiner, narrated by Karen Peaks. Prologue. Not every death is accompanied by screaming. Some people die without anyone even noticing that they're gone until much later. Maybe their body disappears for a while, only to be found when it's mostly just bones. Those are the lucky ones. Maybe their body sits out in the hot sun until it's so bloated that it's unrecognizable. Those are the unlucky ones. Or rather, the person who finds them is the unlucky one. The sound of the little girl screaming when she found the body down in the ravine rattled up to her parents, who were setting up a campsite. The mother was on her phone, trying to make an appointment for a haircut the next afternoon. She'd always hated camping, but was about to hate it even more. The father was trying and failing to start a fire. Ever since his time in the Boy Scouts when he was younger, he'd dreamed of taking his family camping. He never thought that that would involve his wife drinking enough to kill a fish just to suffer through setting up the tent, but he was adaptable. Even though she was half drunk, it was the wife who made it down into the ravine first. She'd swapped out her high heels for a pair of sneakers that never really saw much use, and tore down the rocky hillside, sliding once near the bottom in her hurry to get to her daughter. The one thing that would stick with her for the rest of her life wasn't the terror on her daughter's face. It wasn't how quickly her husband reached them at the bottom and scooped their daughter up to keep her from having to see anything else. It was the way the body lay, twisted on the ground, its face turned up to the side, its unseeing eyes open wide. One arm was tucked back behind it, pinned below the body as it fell. The other was flung out from the body, the elbow at an unnatural angle. There wasn't any way that this man just fell down the ravine, was there? The mother turned and looked up the ravine, her eyes searching the edge for any proof of if the man had simply fallen to his death, or if he had been pushed. His body was bloated, the skin stretched tightly across the bones, his mouth in a perma-grin that would haunt her for the rest of her life. "Call 911!" her husband was screaming at her, their daughter pulled tight into his arms to keep her from turning around and looking again. "Get the police!" Like she was in a fog, the mother turned her phone up to look at it. The screen still showed the seconds of her call to the beauty salon ticking up. Somewhere, even out here in the middle of nowhere, she still had amazing service. "Nicole! Today!" The mother hung up the call and slowly pressed the buttons. 911. Of course, the police would come, and they'd have questions. Who was the man? How did this happen? Was it possible that he just fell from the ravine, or was there any chance that someone had pushed him? "Nicole!" Her husband's voice tore her from her thoughts, and she was sure that he was going to yell at her for not hurrying up. What he said next, though, made her freeze, her finger just about to swipe the phone on. "There's another one." Vanessa. "She could do better." The 4 words my husband throws at me sting like barbs, even though I know that his anger isn't directed at me. It's directed at Cassie, who currently cowers behind me, her arms wrapped around me like I'm a shield that she can use to protect herself. It wasn't always like this. Him getting angry at something that one of us has done, me trying to protect us both from his anger. I knew that he had a problem when we got married, but I was young and in love. Looking back at wedding pictures now, I honestly can't believe that I'm the same person. We were so happy, so in love. Then Cassie was born, and it was like everything really clicked into place. But then it all fell apart. I want to go back in time and shake myself by the shoulders, screaming into my face that I can do better. Of course, I don't think that I'd believe it back then. I sure didn't believe it when my friends told me that I'd lost my mind. No, I was in love, and Nathan was as good as it got. That's what he told, and that's what I always believed. But there's this whole big world out there filled with people who don't scream at your daughter when she doesn't speak, and I'm just now beginning to figure out that maybe I made a mistake so many years ago. Of course, if I hadn't made that mistake and walked down the aisle to meet him, I wouldn't have Cassie. Marrying Nathan was a mistake, but having Cassie has been the best thing that I've ever done. She's 7 now, and the only thing that really gets me up in the morning. Not because we have so much fun playing and talking together, but because I'm afraid of what will happen to her if I leave her alone with Nathan for too long. He doesn't know how to talk to her. I don't know that he'd even get her breakfast before going to work. She trembles behind me, pressing her face into my back so that she doesn't have to risk looking around me and seeing her father. I haven't read her the story of Medusa, but that's how she treats her father. If she doesn't look at him, then he can't hurt her. If she does look at him, then she'll be turned to stone. She's doing the best that she can, I tell him, lifting my chin a little bit to meet his glare. I never found it easy to stand up for myself when we were first married and I was pregnant, but now that I have someone else to be strong for, it's easier than I ever thought possible. If I could just go back in time and tell myself that. Then what? I'd still marry him, if only so that I could have Cassie. And I believe that he'll come around. He wanted Cassie, wanted to be a dad, and there's no reason to think that we can't all work through this. Nathan scoffs and rolls his eyes, slamming his hand down hard on the counter between us. Cassie shakes and shivers closer to me, but I know better than to reach around to comfort her. No, it's best for me to keep my eyes on Nathan and make sure that my body is firmly between the two of us. He hasn't hurt her yet, but she's scared. Nathan leans over the counter like he needs to get a better look at me. He's in the kitchen, my daughter and I in the dining room, separated only by the eat-in bar that the realtor had called a dream. Just imagine, he'd said, running his hand along the counter, what it will be like to eat here as a family every morning. You'll love all the time you three get to spend together, and it will be your favorite place in your house. Yeah, right. Nathan's favorite place is the garage, where he set up a mini fridge so that he'll always have something to drink when Cassie and I are driving him nuts. Cassie loves to hide in her closet with the door shut, and I wander around from room to room like a ping-pong ball, never really settling. Now my husband's hand is clapped down hard on the counter like he's holding it in place. He stares at me, his eyes wide, like that's going to help him make his point. I need to defer to him to keep him happy. I'll get a new therapist, I tell Nathan, reaching back and lightly stroking Cassie's arm. She doesn't respond to me, but I'm sure that she feels my touch. It's almost impossible to get her to respond when Nathan's acting like this. I'll call someone in the morning and see if I can find her a professional with more experience, okay? Don't worry, Nathan, I'll take care of it. It's because you're going to take care of it that I do worry, he snaps. Then his face softens. I'm sorry, Vanessa. That was uncalled for. I'm just stressed. He steps back from the counter and runs his hand through his hair, pushing it back from his face. It was that thick, dark hair that caught my attention the first time that we met. But now I watch him run his fingers through it, and I don't feel anything for him. Do you have someone you'd rather me call? He knows everyone. As frustrated as he is with Cassie, I have to believe that he'll do anything to help her. To help us. That's why what he says next doesn't surprise me. I do, he says, pulling a card from his back pocket. I've known Dr. Harris forever. He's the best. Reaching out, I take it from him, doing my best to keep from crying. If Nathan says that this guy is the best, then I have to believe him. Relief floods through my body, but I don't want Cassie to know that. I'll call them in the morning, I tell him, slipping the card into my pocket without looking at it. Don't you worry about a thing. He nods, then runs his hand through his hair again. The movement is so familiar that I want to have him wrap his arms around me. "I want her to start right away," he says, pointing at me. "Make sure that she can start immediately so that we can get her the push that she needs." "Of course." This is how it always ends, with him slowly losing hot air like a balloon with a hole poked in it. Soon enough, he'll go out into the garage and drink away the rest of the day, leaving me time to pick up all of Cassie's broken pieces and try to put them together. I love my husband. I just want the man that I married back. We traveled and stayed out too late at restaurants, dancing and laughing. It all came to an abrupt halt when Cassie was born. "Dinner is soon," I tell him, and he nods once, glancing up at me before his eyes dart down to Cassie. She shifts behind me, but neither of them speak. "I'm going to the garage," he tells me, then turns on his heel and stalks out of the room. It feels like the entire house is holding its breath until he's gone, the garage door shut hard behind him. "Okay, Cassie," I say, once the garage door shuts behind him. He's gone. Turning around, I reach for her, wanting to pull her into a hug, but she pushes away from me, running across the house to her room. Just once, I wish that she would stay with me. Scratch that. If I had a wish, a real wish, and I knew for sure that it was going to come true, then I'd wish that I'd be able to hear my child's voice. Just once. Is that too much to ask? Cassie.
The only safe place is my closet. I know that my mom wants me to come out and talk to her, but it's so much better in here, where it's dark and small. I feel safe when I can reach out and touch all of the walls around me, and I do that now, sitting in the middle of the floor and reaching my arms out behind me and to my sides. Right behind me are my dresses. My dad keeps buying them for me, even though I hate the way the dresses feel on. They're too loose, like they don't really want to be on your body. I like stretchy pants that cling to my legs and shirts that are nice and tight better. He keeps buying the dresses, stuffing my closet full of them. I want to pull them down and sleep on them, but I'm afraid of what he might do if he sees me doing that. It's best to leave them hanging up behind me, even though I have to push my hand through them to reach the wall. My animals are on my sides. If you ask him, I have too many of them. They surround me, and I lean on them, exhaling hard. I know that my mom is trying her best. I know that she doesn't mind me using her as a shield when he gets really upset with me. I just don't know how she puts up with it. There are footsteps outside my closet, and I stiffen. My dad doesn't come in here very often, but when he does, he's angry. The crack of light under my door disappears for a second, and then the door swings open. My mom stands there, looking down at me. "Got room for one more?" She has 2 cookies in her hands and holds them up so I can see them. I thought that we could use a snack. I want to tell her that she knows that we're not supposed to eat anywhere but in the kitchen, just in case we spill and attract ants. But instead, I give her a single nod and scoot over enough for her to squeeze in next to me. She does, letting out a sigh as she sits down, then taps on the tap light she hung on the wall, before closing the door and shutting us in. "Chocolate chip?" she asks, and I nod, taking the cookie from her. It's not her fault that my dad is so terrible, and I don't want her to think that I'm mad at her. Leaning over, I rest my head on her shoulder for a moment before sitting back up and taking a bite. My mom doesn't move until I sit up. Then she loops one arm around me and crushes me to her side. It feels good. "You're one brave kiddo," she tells me, taking a bite from her cookie. Some crumbles fall down onto her lap, but I don't point them out. If they stay behind when she leaves, then I'll just have to clean them up myself to keep us from getting in trouble with my dad. "You still like the violin, right?" she asks, turning her head to look at me. The way that the light is shining on the side of her face makes her look scary. Shadows fill in her cheeks and under her eyes, and I close my eyes for a moment before nodding. If you don't, you can tell me. I know that your dad just wants the best for you, and that's why he's pushing the instrument so hard. She sighs and takes another bite, grabbing a big chocolate chip and popping it into her mouth. It's his way of showing you that he loves you. My cookie turns to dust in my mouth, and I hand her the second half of mine. You don't want it? Her eyes search my face, and I shake my head. No, I don't want to eat anything while we pretend that my dad loves me. More for me? She says, touching me lightly on the nose. I'm making spaghetti for dinner. Do you want to help? I consider her offer for a moment. I like stirring the pot and watching as the hard noodles slowly go soft in the boiling water. It's fun to see the bubbles break the surface as everything cooks. But the kitchen is really close to the garage, and that's where my dad is right now. I shake my head. Well, you know where to find me if you do. I love you, Cassie, she tells me, leaning over to give me a kiss on the forehead. Her lips linger for a moment, and I think about wrapping my arms around her. I want to beg her to stay with me. My closet is the only safe place in the house, but she doesn't seem to know that. As long as she's out there where my dad is, then she's in danger. If she would only stay with me in here, then we could hide from him. I'll let you know when it's ready, she tells me. And I'll make sure that you get extra parm on yours, okay? So much cheese that it looks like snow. She grins at me, but I can see the sadness behind her eyes. Quickly, I nod once at her, then pick up an animal and cuddle it to my chest when she stands up. The bright light from my room hurts my eyes, and as soon as she closes the door behind her, I reach out, turning off my tap light. The darkness is immediate, except for that stupid crack under the door. Without really thinking, I reach behind me and pull a dress down. It lands on my head, and I throw it to the floor like a spider, kicking it up against the crack to shut out the light. A lot of kids my age are scared of the dark. They haven't told me that, of course, because I've never asked, but I love to read, and I watch TV, and I know that it's normal for kids to hate the dark. But not me. At least, in the dark, you don't have to pretend, because nobody can see you.
Nathan, this is not how I thought that my life was going to go. When I met Vanessa in college, she was the hottest girl on campus. So, of course, I scooped her up so that nobody else would get a chance with her. The last thing that I wanted was for any other guy to come along and ruin what I had going on. That's why I put a ring on it as soon as I graduated. She still had 2 more years to go before she was done with college, but I let her finish them before moving her away from town so that she wouldn't know anyone else. That way, she only knows me. The last thing that I wanted was for Vanessa to keep up with her old friends. They'd want to go out on the town and get drinks. I was sure that they'd corrupt her against me, so I did the only thing that I could. Moved her to the middle of nowhere and got her pregnant. That was the best way that I could come up with to keep her to myself and make sure that she didn't ever try to leave me. And it's worked perfectly. Of course, I didn't think that the child we ended up having would refuse to talk. It doesn't matter how many specialists or therapists we take Cassie to, they all say the same thing. Selective mutism. That means that she can talk. She just doesn't want to. That means that there's something going on in her head that's so special that she doesn't think she needs to share it with anyone else. That means that my daughter thinks that she's better than everyone else. And Vanessa wonders why I drink. She'd drink too, if she'd just open her eyes long enough to see that there's something really wrong with our daughter. The only good thing to come out of her is that she's musical. No, scratch that. The word that they used was prodigy. Of course, I just laughed when they said that. My mute daughter, who stares at me across the table every night and drives me to drink, isn't smart. At least that was what I'd always thought. Apparently, I'm wrong, and she's a prodigy when it comes to the violin. That's why she has lessons 3 times a week. Is that too much for her? Probably. But it's not like she ever complains, so I see no reason to stop them. If she would just speak for once in her life, then I'd be more than willing to listen to what she has to say, but she won't. She just keeps her mouth shut and watches. I drain the last of my beer before crushing the can in my hand and throwing it across the garage to the bucket. It lands with a clatter, and I hold my hands up in silent celebration before forcing myself out of my chair to get another one. Most people keep their cars and lawn equipment in their garage, but not us. I don't want anything encroaching on my space, which is why both Cassie and Vanessa stay out of here. The sight of my speechless daughter, or her mother who can't make her talk, doesn't really put me in a good mood when I'm trying to get a buzz. Because she never comes in here, Vanessa probably doesn't know that I replaced the mini-fridge a while back. It just wasn't big enough for all the different types of beer that I wanted to have on hand, but this double-door stainless steel one fits everything I want. It's huge, and definitely the kind of fridge that's designed for large families, but I don't care. It's packed to the brim with beer, and I grab a bottle this time before shutting the door and leaning against it to look around my space. Last summer, I took a week off work and refinished the garage, putting up insulation and drywall. The insulation is so that I don't have to hear what's going on in the house, and I painted the drywall to make it look nicer in here. Vanessa doesn't think that I have any class, I'm sure of it, but if I ever invited her into my space here, then I'm sure that she'd change her mind. It's just my only time to be by myself and pretend that my life isn't a total waste. Sure, I have a good job, and that's what pays for all of the beer in the refrigerator, but I never thought that my life would turn out the way that it has. Nobody thinks that they're going to get married and have a kid, and then that kid will end up being a freak. Imagine my surprise the first time that Cassie picked up a toy violin and actually figured out how to play it. She can't speak, but at least she can make music, and she's really good at it, according to her teachers. So at least she's good at something. Opening my beer with a magnet opener, I drain half of it before walking back over to my chair and collapsing in it. My job is hard, much more demanding than Vanessa realizes. I'm sure that she'd love to spend time out of the house working, but that would mean that she had other people to talk to. And that means that she'd end up talking about Cassie. The last thing that I need is for anyone in town to know that my child has so many problems. I can only imagine that business would dry up as quickly as it started to flow when I moved to town and opened my practice. After all, who wants to visit a psychologist when he can't even get his kid to talk to him? Cassie's the root of all of my problems. I know that Vanessa would freak out if she heard me saying that about our daughter, or even knew that I thought it, but she has to know that it's true. If it weren't for Cassie being unwilling to speak, then we could go out as a family. We could take vacations and go out to eat. But no. Sometimes I think that she refuses to talk just because she wants to spite me. I'm sure of it, that she knows all of the words to say and could easily speak, but would much rather see me squirm. That's why she's homeschooled. Not because I think that Vanessa is doing a particularly wonderful job with her education, but because it's the best way to keep her hidden away. At least I can hope that she'll actually make a name for herself playing the violin. If that happens, then nobody will care that she's a mute, because they'll all just be impressed with her music. It's the only way that I can live without being embarrassed of my child. My beer grows warm in my hand, but I refuse to waste it, so I throw it back and choke it down before launching the bottle across the room. It flies straight and true, but the neck of the bottle hits the rim of the can at the last minute and goes off course, falling to the floor with a loud clatter. It doesn't matter. I could scream in here, and Vanessa wouldn't hear me. Rolling my eyes, I push out of my chair to head into the house. Surely by now she'll have something ready for me to eat. Then I can watch some TV and pass out in bed. Tomorrow will be the same thing, but at least then she'll have called the person on the card and hopefully made an appointment for Cassie. Someone has to crack my child and get her to talk. I thought long ago that I'd be able to do it, but I haven't. Time to bring out the big guns. Vanessa. The little card that Nathan gave me yesterday shouldn't be giving me this much anxiety. After all, it's just a business card, nothing more, nothing less. The edges are nice and crisp, and it's made from a heavier cardstock than most other business cards I've held before. But that's not the problem. The problem isn't in the font, either. It's a super professional sans serif font, which means that the person this business card belongs to is about as no-nonsense and straight-laced as they come. The words are printed in black ink in a size that's easy to read, but still small enough to look serious. And you know these professionals. They all want to come across as serious as possible. Glancing up, I look at Cassie to make sure that she's occupied while I make this call. I know that Nathan sometimes thinks that she's stupid just because she doesn't speak, but I know the truth. She's not. She hears and sees everything, and just because she doesn't say anything about what's going on around her doesn't mean that she's dumb. It just means that she's storing it all away to deal with later. I don't want her to hear my side of this conversation. She's got her head down over her math books, working hard on the problems that I assigned her. Once again, I'm grateful for YouTube, because those videos have helped walk me through how to teach Cassie her math. She flew through the workbooks I picked up for her in a matter of days, and we're now doing pre-algebra. You know what I remember about pre-algebra from high school? Nothing. In high school, I was much too preoccupied with spending time with my friends and trying to meet boys to really worry about math class. It was my worst subject by far, and the irony that I'm trying to teach it to my child while I really don't know what I'm doing isn't lost on me. So I have to look up videos at night when Cassie and Nathan were asleep just to make sure that I'd be able to teach her correctly. Every night I sit on the toilet in the downstairs bathroom and watch videos for the next day's lesson, so that I'm not going to have to worry about whether or not I'll be able to tell her what to do. Nathan thinks that she's stupid because she doesn't speak, but I know better. Cassie, I'm going out on the porch to make a call, I tell her, waving the phone in the air. Are you good on your math problems? She gives me a thumbs up without looking up at me from her book. That's the most that I'll get out of her when she's working hard on something, and it's still more than what Nathan can get from her. It makes him so angry when she just looks at him after he's asked her a question and stares at him. Last week was the last time that she'd done that, but it was also the last time that he'd asked her a direct question. I know that she would be giving him that blank look more and more often, but he doesn't ask her things to her face. He'll ask me, and I'll relay the question to her, or he'll ask me and I'll just answer for her. It's easier that way, and Cassie and I have learned that then there isn't any real reason for her dad to get mad at her. But last week he'd been in a really good mood. Coming home from work, talking about cracking a big problem and finally understanding what was going on in a patient's mind. He doesn't normally talk about work, so I'd poured him a drink in the kitchen, then another. Instead of retreating to the garage after dinner, he sat at the counter, downing whiskey after whiskey, until he finally turned to his daughter. That was when my stomach clenched. I knew that his good mood was going to fall apart in just a moment, and only because he was going to speak to Cassie. I shouldn't feel that way about my daughter, but I know the effect that she has on him. And yet I love her. "Cassie," he'd said, putting his hand down hard on the table for a little support, "why don't you tell me what you and your mom got into today?" When she was younger, Cassie would frantically look at me like she needed confirmation of what she was supposed to do. I'd seen that look of terror on her face time and time again, but she's grown out of it now. She did look up from the picture she was coloring, which was something. I held my breath, waiting to see what she was going to do. Anything would be better than nothing. Just a smile or a thumbs up, or even if she would hold up the picture to show her dad. But she didn't do any of that. She stared at him. Her eyes grow wide when she does that, like she's trying to really take in what she's looking at, but she didn't move other than that. No head tilt, barely breathing. Her pupils dilated as she opened her eyes wider, and she just stared at her father. "Cassie," I said, reaching out and lightly touching her shoulder, "do you want me to tell your dad what we did today?" My heart pounded in my chest as I stared at her. Not because she scared me, but because I knew what her dad would do if she didn't respond to him. "She's stupid." Nathan threw back his whiskey and slammed the glass on the counter so hard that I winced. "You know that? As smart as I am, the girl is dumb." Angrily, he pushed back from the counter, his chair legs scraping loudly on the kitchen tile. "No," I said, getting up and going to him. I put my hand on his arm, even though I didn't really want to get that close to him. Heat poured off of him, a mixture of alcohol and anger, and he tugged his arm away from my grasp. "She is! The only thing that she knows how to do is play that violin. If it weren't for the instrument, then I'm sure that she'd be moving into a home for people like her when she got older." His eyes were dark as they snapped from her face to mine, and he ran his hand over his jaw, dragging his skin against his stubble. "If you would just speak!" He slammed his hands down on the counter, right in front of Cassie. But she didn't move. My baby didn't jump. "Enough," I said, stepping between the two of them. I had to bump into Nathan with my hip to get him to move out of the way so that I could break his eye contact with Cassie. "You had a long day, and I think that Cassie's tired." "Why don't you take a bath, darling?" I said, turning to my daughter. "Get nice and clean, and then I'll come tuck you in." Cassie didn't look at me as she slipped from her seat. Her eyes were still locked on her father as she left the room. Then we heard her running up the stairs. "She should be locked up in a home," Nathan said, turning and grabbing my arm. He gave me a little shake, like he was really trying to get through to me. "We can't parent her here." "I have it under control," I told him, which was a lie. When he was gone, Cassie and I were both really happy together. It was just when he came home and started drinking that there was a problem. Or on the weekend when Cassie wouldn't speak to him. Or in the morning before he went to work. I shake my head, clearing the memory, then look down at the card in my hand before glancing back into the house. Cassie's still bent over her algebra, her hand moving fast across the page as she fills out the problems. Even though I don't know who this guy is, I have to trust that he's the right person to help out my daughter. Nathan gets frustrated with her, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't want what's best for her, right? Even as I tell myself that, my fingers tremble as I dial the number. Malachi. "I've been looking at my phone on my desk all morning and waiting for it to ring. From what Nathan told me, he's desperate and he'll do anything to get his wife to make this call. As long as I've known him, I've thought that he was completely in control of his life, so I'm surprised that it's taking this long for Vanessa to reach out to me. Stretching my arms over my head, I look around my office. It looks legit, even though I haven't been in it for very long. Behind me hang my very impressive diplomas. I wanted them front and center when I set up my office, so that everyone who came in to see me would know that I'm clearly the best at my job. My desk is huge and clean, only because I haven't gotten started on work yet this morning. This is the most important phone call that I'm going to get, and I've been waiting for it to come through. On my computer, I have a half-finished game of solitaire, but there are only so many games of that you can play before you're about ready to shoot yourself in the face. Across from my desk are 2 armchairs for my patients. At Nathan's encouragement, I picked up a small tufted love seat and put it in the corner of my office for any younger patients that might come in. It's mustard yellow, which I hate, but it should make my patients more likely to open up. At least, that's what Nathan told me, and right now I'm inclined to believe whatever he has to say. The 2 of us have known each other for a long time, although not from college, which is what he likes to tell people. It's a much nicer sounding story than the truth, which is that we met at closing time at a dive bar about a decade ago. Nathan was so much happier then, so full of life, without having to worry about what was wrong with his child, but that's where I come in. I take a sip of my coffee, wincing a little at how cold it is. If I had a dedicated receptionist, then I'd page her and ask her to get me some fresh coffee, but right now it's just me and the one that came with the building. She's nice enough, but handles everyone's business. She's probably not supposed to help me out, but I hope that she makes me look a bit more legit. Maybe someday I'll have an entire team of people working for me, but until then, I get out of my chair and slowly walk to the corner of my office where I have a coffee pot set up. After pouring my cup, I dump in a bunch of sugar and dry creamer and give the entire thing a stir before taking a sip. My nose wrinkles automatically because it tastes terrible, but I'll just have to make do for now. Because this isn't going to be forever. Once I make enough money, I'm moving from the city and leaving this office behind. It's served me well and will continue to do so, but I long for beach views, not views of the brick building next door. There's not much to see when I look out, not even when it's snowing, which happens way too much in the winter for my taste. Still, I walk to the window and look out anyway. If I really crane my neck to the side, then I can see a sliver of the main road. Cars zip by, back and forth, taking people who knows where. But I'm still stuck here, in my office, waiting on a phone call that seems like it won't ever come. That's been the story of my life. Wait until I got a good job. Wait until I could make my big break. I've been storing up every last penny that I can in my bank account so that someday I can stop waiting and finally get to leave this dreary little town. My computer background is a shot of a beach somewhere in the Caribbean. At this point, I'm not really picky. I just know that I want to get out of here as quickly as I can, and I'll take any place with hot beaches, women in bikinis, and drinks with little umbrellas in them. Sighing, I set my coffee down on my desk and am prepared to lose myself in yet another soul-sucking game of solitaire when my phone finally rings. My heart beats faster as I look down at the screen, even though I know who it's going to be. I'm a little nervous to answer it. This call is going to be the one that changes my life, and I want to make sure that I act accordingly. Even though I normally wouldn't worry about how I come across on the phone, I need this to be perfect. Clearing my throat, I run my hand through my hair. It doesn't matter what I look like, because it's not like Vanessa is going to be able to see me, but I still want to be as prepared as possible. Before the fourth ring, I grab the phone and tap the screen on the green button, pausing for just a moment before I answer. "Good morning, this is Dr. Harris." I say, doing my best to keep my smile out of my voice. Nathan had promised me that Vanessa would call today. Even though I had no reason not to believe what he told me, I was still getting a little bit nervous, wondering whether or not she was going to come through on the call.
Dr. Harris, hi. This is Vanessa White. I'm Nathan's wife.
She raises her voice at the end of her introduction like she's not entirely sure who she is. I know that she's just trying to see if I recognize her name, but I immediately peg her as being weaker than I thought before. This should be just as easy as Nathan promised. Vanessa, hi. Nathan speaks so highly of you. He does not. How are you doing? How's Cassie? A slight pause, and I close my eyes, trying to picture her. I stalked her online after Nathan asked me about this job, but I wasn't able to learn a lot about her. I did see a picture of her, though, and I'm impressed. Nathan could have done worse for himself.
Actually, Dr. Harris, that's why I'm calling. Has Nathan told you anything of what's going on at home?
Everything. He's told me everything. I shake my head, even though she can't see me. Not at all. Is something the matter? What can I do to help? Vanessa sighs. I drove by their house last night after I was sure that everyone, even Nathan, would be in bed. I wanted to see what their house looked like so I could get a better mental image of what I was dealing with here. In my mind, I see her in the kitchen, standing and looking out the window the way that I like to do. Or maybe she's on the front porch, trying to keep this conversation away from Cassie so that her daughter doesn't catch on to what's going on. No matter what it is, Vanessa is near the end of her rope. That much is obvious.
It's Cassie,
she says, and her voice drops. Nathan's really worried about her because she's not talking, and he thinks that we need professional help, so he wanted me to call you. He didn't want it, he demanded it. Of course, I'm happy to help, I say. Nathan and I have known each other for a long time, and I want to do whatever I can to help his wonderful family out. Has she gotten help before? Seen anyone? I know all of Cassie's background, but still listen to Vanessa while she tells me anyway. I know how old the daughter is and how frustrated Nathan gets when she won't speak to him. I know what she likes and dislikes, and I know that Nathan is at the end of his rope. By the time I've pumped Vanessa for all of the information that I already had about her daughter, I'm feeling excited. Cassie's an enigma, that's for sure, and I'm sure that I can help the family out. Well, I can help Nathan out, at least. Are you available tomorrow afternoon? I ask, pretending like I'm looking at my schedule. I can fit you in from 2 to 3 if that's good for you. Vanessa exhales hard.
Are you sure you're free then? That's the perfect time for us tomorrow.
I know. Then I'll put her down, I say, drumming my fingers on my desk before moving a red 7 to a black 8 on my computer. And I look forward to seeing you both tomorrow. Tell Nathan I said hi.
I will. Thank you, Dr. Harris, for agreeing to see her, she says, the relief obvious in her voice. I know that Nathan is about at the end of his rope, and we have to do something, so I can't thank you enough.
Not at all. Until tomorrow, Vanessa, I say, then hang up my phone, dropping it on my desk. Maybe my parents were right. Maybe I should have gone into theater.
Cassie. I can tell that Mom has something that she wants to tell me. She starts fluttering around the room when there's something on her mind, picking things up and dusting under them, even though she just did that a week ago. I try to ignore her, focusing instead on what Marie, my violin teacher, is trying to tell me. I know that it's difficult, Cassie, but you really have to stretch that finger high on the neck for a clean sound. I don't know any violinists your age who are able to do that regularly, so having that skill in your back pocket will make you a bit more advanced in the eyes of anyone who hears you play. She's right about most of it,
but not about one thing. It won't matter how far I can stretch my finger or how well I can play any piece put in front of me. There's nothing that I can do that will ever impress my father, no matter how hard I try. It doesn't matter to him that I play with the local symphony and am the youngest person to do so in its history. It doesn't matter that Marie spends longer than she should here during every lesson to make sure that I get the most out of our time together. Nothing matters to my dad but the fact that I won't speak to him, and I refuse to give in on that just to make him comfortable. Straining, I stretch my pinky as high as it will go, arching it a little bit so that when I press it down on the string it won't muddy the sound by touching any others. "Yes," Marie breathes, lightly touching my wrist and turning it a bit to give me more wiggle room. It hurts to hold this position, but I do it anyway, ignoring the way the pain shoots up through my arm. "That's it, Cassie." Giving her a little nod, I pull the bow across the strings and shiver, enjoying the sound that it makes. It sounds plaintive and sad, like someone wailing at the sea, and I do it again before tearing through the rest of the piece. Marie sits next to me, leaning forward to get a good look at my fingering as I play. From time to time she nods, but finally closes her eyes, just listening. My mom has finally stopped moving around the room and pretending to clean. She's standing still in the doorway, her eyes locked on me while I play, one hand pressed to her mouth, like she's trying to hold in a gasp. When I finish, I rest my bow on my knees for a moment before tapping Marie with the tip. She starts, and then looks at me, her eyes wet with tears. "Did you know that the composer wrote that piece for his wife when she was on her deathbed?" she asks, and I shake my head. I did know that, of course. I know everything about the violin. After I read all of the books on it and on the great composers in the library, my mom started buying me books for my own collection. When I can't sleep at night, I like to pull them out and go over them. They're like my friends, and just knowing that I can read about them at any time makes me feel safe. "He loved her so much," she continues, glancing from my instrument up to my face, "that after she died and he published the piece, he killed himself, drank poison." My mom clears her throat at that, and Marie looks up, surprise written on her face when she sees my mom standing there. "Of course," she says, obviously trying to cover up what she just said. "That's not something that most musicians do. He was tortured not only by his love for music, but also because he had some serious mental problems that weren't known about at the time." Even though I'm not looking at my mom, I can practically feel her eyes boring into Marie. My violin teacher must be able to feel the same thing because she clears her throat and lightly touches me on the knee. "Anyway, Cassie, the performance this Saturday night will be a lot of fun. Are you nervous?" I shake my head. I don't get nervous playing the violin. It's the one thing that I'm really, really good at, and doing it just feels like an extension of who I am. "Great. Do you have any questions or places that you want to review with me before I go?" Another shake of my head. Marie and I have worked together long enough for her to know that I'm never going to actually ask her a question, but she always words it that way. It's sweet, even though it's a little strange. "Wonderful. I'll be back on Thursday and then on Friday, so you just keep practicing, okay? Make sure that you get that little pinky stretched as far as you possibly can so that you can get that nice, clear sound." One more nod, and she stands up, putting her own instrument in its case. My mom waits until she snaps the latches shut and then calls her. "Marie, can I speak to you in the kitchen for a moment?" "Of course," my teacher answers. "Be good, Cassie," she tells me, throwing me a wink. "See you soon."
I watch my teacher join my mom at the door and then walk into the kitchen. There's no reason for me to spy, to try to figure out what's going to happen. My mom is upset that Marie told me about the insane composer just because she tries to keep my dad from using those words around me. Well, about me. Insane, crazy, lost the plot, the R word. I shiver, thinking about the time I heard him call me that. He'd been drinking, of course, and he thought that I was in bed already. But I wasn't. I was watching from the stairs and listening. What my dad doesn't realize is that I hear everything.
Vanessa. I know that you didn't mean anything by it, I say, wanting to choose my words carefully. But we really try to limit language around Cassie that refers to people being... My voice trails off because I'm not sure what verbiage to use with Marie. She's practically family by now since she's been working with Cassie for so long, but that doesn't mean that I know how to ask her not to talk about composers going insane. Chemically imbalanced? Marie offers, a slight smile on the corners of her mouth. Don't worry, Vanessa. You know that I love Cassie, and I don't see anything wrong with her. I sigh and rub my hand over my forehead. I know, but Nathan is convinced. Before finishing my sentence, I lean from the kitchen back into the living room to make sure that Cassie isn't listening. She's already packed up her instrument and has her nose in a book on the sofa. From here, I can tell that it's one about violins and composers. Of course. Nathan's worried that there's something really wrong with her, I burst out. I feel terrible confessing something like that about my child, but at the same time, it feels really good to open up to someone else. Even though I'd love to go to a therapist to get help with being Cassie's mom, Nathan doesn't want me to. I'm sure that if I really pushed the issue that he'd let me, but I also know that he's worried about word getting out about Cassie having problems. I don't care if everyone in the world knows that she won't speak, if that means that we can get her help, but he doesn't want people to know. He's afraid that it will impact his career if people see that he can't even figure out what's wrong with his own daughter. With Cassie? Marie's eyebrows fly up to her forehead. She's older than me, with white hair that she pulls back into a loose bun, and she wears clothes that are so bright I sometimes have to avert my eyes. But she always takes the things we talk about seriously and seems to really love my daughter. I nod, not wanting to say the words. I've said them to myself, of course, when I'm all alone and there isn't a chance of Cassie hearing them. But actually saying them to someone else is different. He thinks that she's broken, insane, a head case. Marie reaches out and pats my arm before I realize what she's doing. Cassie is brilliant, she says kindly, looking me right in the eyes. She's smart and focused, willing to work hard, and unafraid of failure. If only there were more adults like her in this world, the entire world would be a better place. I exhale hard, not even realizing that I'd been holding my breath. You really think so? I whisper, leaning in a little closer to her. Because Nathan does this for a living, and he believes that she needs special help, more help than we can give her. Marie shrugs. I'm not a shrink, but I have worked with a lot of people over the years. Love on Cassie. Get her someone to talk to if you think that that would help. But don't forget that she's a very smart little girl. You've said it yourself, Vanessa, that homeschooling her keeps you on your toes. I nod. That's not the half of it, but I don't want to tell this woman how many nights I've cried over trying to homeschool my daughter. I don't want to admit to her that I've wondered time and time again if I'm the reason that my daughter won't speak. Of course, we put her in preschool like any good parent would do, wanting to make sure that she got the best chance at a great education. Her pediatrician had been a little bit worried that she wasn't talking yet when she went to preschool, but he'd assured us that she would start right away when she was surrounded by all of her new friends. A little bit of healthy peer pressure. Only the peer pressure didn't pull her from her shell. It actually seemed to push her farther into it. It didn't matter that her teachers told me that she did everything that they asked of her. She could write her name, match small words with pictures, and color in the lines, but she wasn't reading out loud. She didn't interact with other kids, and she refused to answer any questions that her teachers had for her. So, when it came time for her to go to kindergarten, I knew that we couldn't send her and expect her to have a good experience. It wasn't fair for her to try to go and make new friends when they were all talking to each other and teasing her. It's one thing to sit at home and imagine what other kids are saying to your child when they're away from you at school, but it's another thing entirely to witness it yourself. And that was what happened right at the end of the school year. That's why I told Nathan that I'd homeschool our daughter. Yes, teaching algebra and trying to come up with ways to gauge how much information my daughter knows when she won't talk to me is different than being a stay-at-home mom, but it's what I felt like I had to do. There wasn't any way to get her the help that she really needed unless I was willing to be the one to give it to her. The final straw for me had been when I'd come to pick Cassie up and couldn't find her waiting for me. After parking my car and running inside, I found my daughter hiding in the bathroom. 4 other girls were outside her stall, banging on it and yelling at her. I remember pushing them to the side, scooping my daughter up, running with her to the front of the building and putting her in my car before driving home and breaking all of the speed limit laws on the way there. It's a miracle that I didn't get pulled over for speeding and that I didn't cause an accident. I could hardly see through my tears. But one thing that I did see will stick with me for the rest of my life. Cassie never cried. Even as I hiccuped and tried to catch my breath, she stared out the window as we drove, her face expressionless as she watched everything go by. It didn't seem to matter to her what had just happened. She didn't seem to care that I was so upset. She acted like our trip home was no different than any other trip that the two of us had taken. For me, though, it was one of the hardest times in the car that I've ever had. I promised myself then that I would do whatever I could to protect my daughter, and so far I've done just that. That's why I had to talk to Marie. That's why I'll take her to Dr. Harris tomorrow. Nathan says that he's the best with kids, and while I couldn't find a lot of information about him online, there's no reason for me to doubt what my husband says. We both want the best for Cassie, and we have the resources to give her the best shot at a normal life. I don't care what this man costs or how long we have to take her to see him. The only thing that matters is Cassie. She's been my top priority from the day that we brought her home from the hospital. I'll give up anything to be the best mom that I can, and I'd willingly do that again for her. And for the first time in a long time, I feel like Nathan is on the same page as me. Instead of getting frustrated again with Cassie and her inability to speak, he's gone out on his own and found her some help. I have no idea what I'd do without him. Hopefully, I never have to find out. Nathan. I keep checking my watch, even though I know that I won't hear from Vanessa or Malachi until much later this afternoon. Cassie's appointment is at 2, and it's only 1, but if I could just get time to move faster, then I'd know for sure how this is going to all work out. Malachi promised me that he'd call me as soon as possible after the appointment, but so did Vanessa. Right now, I want to hear from my friend, not my wife, just so we can figure out how to deal with Cassie. We have to do something about my daughter. After Vanessa and I got married, having a child seemed like the next smart thing to do. It was what families did to show that they were not only complete, but also that the husband and the wife could handle anything that came their way. Cassie was supposed to complete the two of us. But more than that, she was going to show the town where we live that I have it all together. Everyone Googles their psychologist before they go to an appointment. That's nothing new for me to know, but that's also the driving force behind how careful I am with what information gets out about me. Nobody needs to know that I have a refrigerator in the garage at home. They also don't need to know that the first thing I want to do when I get off work in the afternoon is head to that refrigerator and get something to drink. No, the best thing to do when you have a very public job is make sure that you curate your own life for people. That way, nobody can spend time guessing about what type of person that you are. You'll have told them exactly what you want them to know. With Cassie, though, it's a little bit more difficult. Having a child and a happy family makes me look legit. Anyone who looks me up before coming to see me will find out that I'm a family man. I'm settled, but I haven't settled. I'm steady and reliable, and I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. That's how you build a good reputation and how you command the big bucks. And that's why I need someone to figure out what the hell is wrong with my daughter. As much as I'd like to pretend that there isn't a real problem with her, all you have to do is try to interact with her one time to know that that's a lie. She doesn't speak, and that's a huge issue. It makes me look like I don't know how to handle problems at my own house. And in the eyes of my patients, if I can't handle my own problems, how in the world am I going to help them with theirs? I know that Vanessa sometimes thinks that I'm being too hard on our daughter. She thinks that I should relax a little bit and just love her for who she is, but she doesn't know the truth like I do. It's a hard truth to swallow, and no matter how many times I've tried to get her to see it my way, she still can't. Cassie has a negative impact on our lives. If we want to have the best possible life that I can give us, then we need to figure out what's going on with my daughter and make her finally start talking. If she'll start talking, then people won't realize that there's something wrong with her. Something that I can't fix. Groaning, I rub my hands over my eyes and glance at the clock. 1:05. I have an appointment at 1:15, so that should help to pass the time while I wait on information from Malachi. My father always told me that when you really don't know what to do, that you just need to take that first step. That's exactly what I did when I called in a personal favor. Well, calling it a favor might be a bit of a stretch. Everyone knows that you don't get something for nothing, so Malachi will help me, and then I'll help him out. No big deal. I'm about to get up and pace around my office just to burn off some of my nervous energy when my intercom lights up.
Sir, your 1:15 is here a bit early. They said that they're sorry because they know that you're a stickler for time, but that they're having a really difficult day and that you're the only one who can make them feel better.
I pause, my hands flat on my desk. Normally, if an appointment showed up early like this and asked to be let back before their time, I'd make them wait until the clock read their appointment time exactly. But today's a special case. Tell them to head on back, I say, pulling a notebook from my desk drawer and sitting back down. I'd love to see them. There's silence over the intercom while my secretary tries to wrap her mind around what just happened. It's the first time in my career that I've ever let a patient come back to see me early, but I have good reason.
Yes, sir. He's coming back.
The intercom clicks softly, and I arrange myself behind my desk, making sure that I don't just look approachable when Mr. Trent Carson walks in, but that I also look like I'm the only person in his life who can actually fix his problems for him. Because I am. That's what I do. I fix problems. When I don't know how to handle something on my own, which is incredibly rare, that's when I call in someone else to help me out. It's not something that I like to do, but you have to know when to get some help. That's why I stay in business, and why I make a hell of a lot more money than anyone else that I know. It's also why I finally called someone about Cassie. "Mr. Carson," I say, flashing the man a smile as he walks into my office. "How are you today?" "Terrible." He hovers by my door after closing it behind him, glancing around my office like he's trying to decide where to sit. It's the same song and dance that the two of us do every single appointment. He'll scan my space, looking to see if I've changed anything, then finally give up and come to sit in one of the soft armchairs right across from me. I wait patiently, knowing that he's getting billed for every second that he's standing there like he's lost. "I think it's Becky," he finally says, choosing the chair on the left and settling into it. "She's cheating on me." I eyeball Mr. Carson, who's currently staring at me like I'm the only person who can fix his problems. The funny thing is that he's right. There's more to him thinking that his wife is cheating on him, and I lean forward, steepling my fingers in front of my face. It feels ridiculous to do, but I know that Mr. Carson loves it. He eats that right up, like me looking like a psychiatrist that he's seen on TV or in the movies will make me more legit. It's insane. And I'd be furious if anyone ever found out that I do this to make him really listen to me. "Mr. Carson," I say, making my voice a little bit deeper than it actually is. It works, and my patient actually straightens his back to look me in the eyes. "Before we talk about Becky, I want to talk about you. How have you been since the last time that we met? Is the medication working, or are you still up at all hours of the night?" He sucks in a breath, then exhales it hard. It's hard enough that I can feel the wind from his breath, and I have to focus hard not to cringe away from it. There's nothing worse than getting that close to people, to actually feeling their breath on you. "I'm not great," he admits, like I can't tell that myself. His suit looks ridiculous, crumpled and too big on him. He has huge dark circles under his eyes, and I can see where he's been tugging at his hair again and has pulled a patch out from in front of his ear. "I think I need to talk about that." I take a sip of my water, keeping my eyes locked on him as I count down from 10. He looks calm, although I can see that he's getting a little bit ruffled. I stare at him, making him feel like I'm looking into his soul when I'm actually just checking out how bloodshot his eyes are. By the time I make it to 4, he's shifting in his seat a little bit. He squirms, trying to maintain eye contact with me, but obviously struggling to do that. At 1, I think that he's going to come out of his seat. Mr. Carson is easy to unnerve, and when he's unnerved, then he's a hell of a lot more interesting to listen to. If I'm going to make any headway with this man, then I need to make sure that he's completely honest with me at all times. And the only way to ensure that is to keep him on his toes. When I think that he's going to come out of his skin, I lean back and pick up my pen, clicking it once for emphasis. "Okay, Mr. Carson," I say, giving him a little nod. "Tell me how you've been." He exhales again, but this time I don't care that I can feel his breath. This time I know that he's finally primed to help me get through the next hour until Cassie's appointment, so that I'm not just going insane in my office. There's only room enough for one crazy person in this office, and it sure isn't going to be me. Cassie.
The car's window glass is cool under my hands as I press them up against it. Outside, the buildings zip by as Mom drives me across town to my next appointment. It's been a while since I had to talk to a new therapist, but I heard my parents the other night when they thought that I was asleep. He's the best, apparently, and can help to save me from myself. I'm not sure that Mom totally believes that, considering the fact that she keeps looking back at me in the rearview mirror and giving me small smiles.
"You think that you'll want to go out for ice cream after this appointment, Cassie?"
she asks, and I force myself to make eye contact with her. It's not that it's hard.
I don't mind looking my mom in the eyes. Hers are soft and light, a brown that reminds me of the forest floor after it's rained. They don't look mean, although they are sad a lot, especially when she's talking to me and I'm not responding to her enough. They also get sad when my dad's been spending a lot of time in the garage. He thinks that we don't know what he's doing in there, and maybe my mom doesn't. But I do. It was easy to sneak in one night after the two of them had passed out in bed. He's turned it into the perfect little hidey hole. I prefer my closet because I feel safer in there and can touch all of the walls without having to move. But the garage has all of my dad's favorite things. Mostly beer. With a start, I realize that my mom is still waiting on me to answer her about ice cream, and I give her a swift nod before looking back out the window. Dr. Harris is supposed to be the best, but what that means, I'm not quite sure. I know that I'm supposed to talk, and I know that he's supposed to help me want to. But what my parents don't understand is that I'm just so tired. I don't want to talk to either of them about anything. I just want to play the violin, and I move the fingers of my left hand against my leg, closing my eyes as I practice my fingering for the new piece that Marie gave me. If everyone would just leave me alone and let me play my instrument, then I'd be fine. It's too much to be expected to talk to people, especially about my feelings. I just want everyone to leave me alone and let me do what I want to do. If my parents could just see that that's so much easier for me, then maybe they'd let me do that. My mom would, at least. "We're here," my mom says brightly, pulling into a parking space in front of a large building. Without waiting for her to turn off the engine, I unbuckle and slip up between the two front seats so that I can get a good look at it. I don't like it. It's in the newer part of downtown and is made from shiny steel and bright white siding. Unlike my old therapist's office, which was brick and had weeds growing in the front path, this place looks too new and clean. I don't want to go in. Reaching over, I grab my mom's shoulder and squeeze it hard, making sure to really dig my nails into her skin. "Ouch, Cassie!" she cries, grabbing my hand and pulling it away from her. "What are you doing that for? Are you okay?" I lock eyes with her and give my head a tiny little shake. I don't know if it's enough to get through to her that I really don't want to go in there, but I have to try. "This is where Dr. Harris works," she says, taking my fingers in her hand and smoothing them out. Slowly, she compresses the joints, and I close my eyes, enjoying the sensation that washes over me. "He's a friend of your dad and apparently very good with kids. We're just going to go in there and meet him, okay?" I shake my head, but my mom isn't looking at my face. She's moved on to my other hand and is counting under her breath as she compresses my joints. 10 counts per joint. Each joint gets compressed in order. We should continue up my arms and then to my feet and my legs, but there's not enough space to do it in the car. That means that I'm going to be left feeling halfway put together, but I can't tell her that. She's trying to help, and I should appreciate that. It's just the building. I turn back to it and stare at it through the windshield of the car. I don't like how new and clean it is. I don't like how you can't see what kind of place it's going to be. Old buildings look inviting and worn in, but this one looks scary. I don't want to go in there. "Come on, darling," my mom says, leaning over to give me a kiss on the forehead. "Let's get in there and meet Dr. Harris, okay? He's excited to get to meet you for the first time, and if you like him, we can come back every week. Sound good?" My body's screaming at me not to follow her, but I get out of the car and walk up the path behind her. It's what she wants me to do, and I know that I don't have a choice.
I'm too big for her to carry in without a fight, and I don't want everyone looking at me if I refuse to go in there. At the huge double doors, I grab her shirt and pull it back, wanting a bit more time out in the sun. Inside the building, it will be cold and sterile. It's like a hospital, and I don't want to go in.
Listen, Cassie,
my mom says, turning and dropping down to her knees in front of me. She puts her hands on my arms and rubs them up and down like I've been playing in the snow and she's trying to warm me back up.
I know that meeting someone new is scary, but you have to remember that I won't ever do anything that's not going to help you, okay? Do you trust me, Cassie?
One small nod. I trust my mom. I just don't like this. I think that she's making a mistake. Reaching down, I dig my fingernails into my thigh through my jeans, but she doesn't notice.
Thank you,
she says, leaning forward and kissing me on the forehead.
I'll be in there with you, okay? You have to trust me that everyone here is on your team and wants the best for you. If there's any sort of problem, you just signal to me, all right? Then we'll go get ice cream, and if you want to tell me what's going through your mind then, you can. Maybe you can write it out?
Another nod. I don't have a choice in the matter here, and I know that. I don't want to go in that building, don't want to meet Dr. Harris, but I'll do anything for my mom.
I love you,
she says, staring me straight in the eyes. Right now, her eyes look wet, like she's about to cry, but she doesn't wipe at them, so I'm not sure.
You are everything, Cassie. Let's go meet this guy, okay? Then we'll get you some mint chocolate chip with marshmallow fluff on top.
Deal. Even without the promise of ice cream, I'd follow my mom into this office. I'd follow her anywhere. I just don't have any way to tell her that. Writing things down makes it possible for me to communicate sometimes, but I hate doing it. When you write down what you want to say, it's permanent. There's no changing it. People can stare at your words and either take them at face value or decide if they want to choose another way to interpret what you say. When I do write things down for my mom, then I make sure to destroy them later. It's just better that way. And I have a rule that I follow really, really closely. I never write down things for my dad. Never.
Vanessa. The rush of air conditioning hits me in the face when I lead Cassie into the new therapist's office. His office number is 201, so I point out the stairs, leading my daughter there, only to feel her tug on my hand. When I look back, she's giving her head a little shake and pointing instead at the elevator. Of course. She's so much happier in small spaces where she can see everything around her. I'm just so frazzled that as soon as I saw the stairs, I thought that we needed to head right up them. Instead, I let her pull me to the elevator, then wait as she presses the button to go up. Once inside, she positions herself in the corner, her arms on her chest, her eyes taking in everything while I press the button for the second floor. Growing up, my parents and siblings and I always played a game in the elevator called Switch. As soon as the doors shut and it started moving, we'd yell out the word, then run to another corner, all of us bumping into each other as we went. I remember laughing and running into my mom, who would pick me up and spin me around before putting me down and pointing me in another direction. Cassie doesn't play games like that. Even if she was comfortable enough to move around in an elevator like that, there isn't any way that she'd ever be able to yell the word. I tried when she was younger, believe me. There are so many things that I've tried just to get my daughter to come out of her shell. But nothing's worked. It hasn't mattered if it's something as simple as playing Switch in the elevator or taking her hiking and waiting for her to get thirsty enough to ask for water. She just doesn't speak. Guilt washes over me whenever I think about Nathan taking her hiking when she was 5. I thought that it would be a really fun way for the two of them to bond. In my mind, they'd go out into the woods together while I was making dinner, and they'd connect in a way that they never had before. I had this amazing visual image of the two of them coming back to town, talking and laughing. Something would change in Cassie, making her finally able and willing to speak to him. It didn't matter that we'd been to countless professionals to try to get her help and that all of them had failed. It didn't matter that she'd never once spoken a word to either of us before. In my mind, a hike was going to fix it all, going to bring them together, and going to make us all be able to finally talk. He told me later about the hike. He'd been drinking when he told me, of course, and the next day denied it. But I know the truth. It happened, and just thinking about it makes me sick. They walked for miles to an overlook that jutted out from between trees, leading to an incredible view of the mountains and the gorge. He'd waited until she'd slipped her fingers through his and given his hand a little squeeze, then said a prayer to the clouds and the birds circling on the wind. He knew that it was a long shot. We both knew that. "Isn't it beautiful?" he asked her, keeping his eyes purposefully away from our daughter. He knew that she was going to nod at him to agree with him. He also knew that she'd want him to look right at her so that he could see her nodding, and she'd know that he was confirming what they both thought. So he didn't look. It almost killed me to hear him tell me the story. He kept his eyes up, unfocused on the blue sky and fluffy white clouds, while she squeezed his hand harder and harder to get him to look down at her. He told me he could see her nodding at him out of the corner of his eye. He knew she was trying to communicate, but he wouldn't look at her. He needed her to give him something. He said that he needed her to speak to him just one word, one yes or no, or even a scoff to show him that her vocal cords were working. The doctors said that she could speak, that there wasn't anything wrong with her anatomy to keep her from speaking. It was just that she didn't want to. For whatever reason, our daughter was perfectly happy to live her life without ever really connecting with people. And he'd had enough. He told me that he needed that connection. He knew that I'd wanted to be a mom so badly, to laugh with my daughter when we watched a funny movie, to exclaim over a ladybug. Nathan told me he was trying to get that for me. And instead, he got nothing. Silence. She jerked his hand harder to get him to look at her, but he kept his eyes on the sky. "Don't you think it's gorgeous, Cassie?" he asked, ignoring the fact that she was close to pulling his arm from its socket. She pulled harder, squeezing his fingers so tightly that he told me he felt one start to cramp. "I think we'll come back here sometime, don't you?" he asked. Tears burned the corners of my eyes when he told me this. I could picture my sweet girl trying to get his attention, but he refused to look at our daughter. Guilt tears through me, just like it does whenever I think about how he treated her that day. But he said that he was at his limit. Finally, he said, he tore his eyes from the sky and looked down. The rock they stood on jutted far out from the mountain, and low below them he could see the tops of trees. They poked up at the two of them, green and dark, like a soft carpet that would catch you if you were to fall. He told me that he thought it would feel incredible to stand on those trees, to jump. Cassie never made a sound. She never whimpered, never moaned. Nathan told me he loved the intrusive thoughts, but he was afraid to give in to them. Instead, he yanked her hard from the overlook, back towards the trail. I'd been wrong in thinking that going out to nature together and taking in the incredible view from the overlook was going to be enough to fix what was wrong with Cassie and what was broken between her and her father. He confessed that instead of looking back at her, he drug her down the trail behind him. He told me how thirsty he got, how grateful he was when he remembered the water I'd packed, how he'd stopped halfway down the mountain and drained half of the bottle, before screwing the cap back on and putting it back in the bag. Cassie was thirsty. He knew that she was. How could she not be? It was hot out and they'd been in the woods for hours, but he didn't want to give her something to drink. Not unless she asked for it. God, what a terrible mother I am. I never should have made them go out there together. They just weren't ready. Cassie, I say, turning to her right as the elevator doors open up in front of us. I'm sorry. She stares at me like she's not sure what I'm apologizing for, and I wonder if she even remembers what her father did to her. If she remembers that the hike had been my idea, that I had encouraged it, made the two of them go out together to bond. Her arms go around me automatically, and I relax, bending down to whisper in her hair. For the hike, Cassie. I'm sorry. You have no idea how much I hate myself for that. After I speak, I hold my breath. Is it too much to ask that she'd suddenly start speaking right before we have this appointment? Am I crazy for hoping that my apology will be enough to fix whatever is wrong in my daughter and make her finally talk to me? I wait, my mouth dry. The doors start to close. Cassie tugs away from my hug and reaches out, putting her hand between the doors to stop them from shutting. The elevator beeps and the doors open back up before she turns to me and smiles, taking my hand and pulling me out behind her. I'm not sure if this means that I'm forgiven. I'm pretty sure that it doesn't. I just have to hope that she believes me. And I'm going to do better by her. I promise myself that, wishing that I could say the same thing to her, but the receptionist is staring at us, probably wondering about the little love fest we had going on in the elevator before getting out. Hi, I say, walking up to her. Cassie's right at my side, glued against me like a cat. We're here to see Dr. Harris. This is Cassie.
Oh, Cassie, she says, leaning forward to get a better look at my daughter. I know that he can't wait to meet you. Trust me, you'll love him. He's great with kids. Vanessa, you can stay out here, okay? I have water if you'd like a bottle while you wait.
Cassie doesn't move, but I do feel her give my hand a little squeeze. Over the years, I've come to get better at figuring out what she means when she squeezes my hand, and I give her one back. This squeeze wasn't hard enough for her to mean that she's happy with me or that she wants me to look at her. It wasn't firm enough for her to show that she's excited. It was limp. Soft. I've never felt a squeeze like that before. So sad and weak that it almost feels like she's giving up. Wait, I say, pulling her back to me. My heart pounds hard in my chest as I think about what Nathan would do if I were to cancel this appointment. I want to go in with her so that I can protect her, but she stares at me and then turns away, following the receptionist to the door behind her desk. This is just another appointment. I've lost track of how many professionals Cassie's seen in her short life, so this shouldn't be any different. But I can't help but feel like it is. Malachi. I already knew what Cassie looked like from the picture that Nathan showed me, but I'm surprised when the girl walks into my office. In the picture, she had her head down and turned to the side, looking for all the world like someone had just yelled at her. That's not the girl who walks into my office. Sure, she has the same dark hair pulled back into a ponytail, and she looks the same, even wearing the same t-shirt, but she looks me right in the eyes as she walks up and sits down across from me. Cassie, I say, giving her a huge smile. It's so nice to get to meet you. I'm Dr. Harris, a friend of your dad. I reach out across my desk for her hand, but she doesn't move to shake mine, instead keeping her arms wrapped tightly around her body. Great. This is going to be a long hour. I want for us to get to know each other a little bit before we really get started talking. There's no pressure, okay? Our first meeting today will just be us talking and learning more about each other. We have all the time in the world for us to talk about whatever's on your mind, but for right now, shall I tell you about myself? She doesn't move. I'd swear that she was a wax figure and not a real child if I couldn't see her breathing. Great, I say, keeping my smile on my face the best that I can. So I said that my name's Dr. Harris, but you can call me Malachi or Dr. M if you want, okay? We're not fancy in here. Nothing. Not even a smile. I have a dog named Jasper, and I love taking him hiking. Do you and your family ever go on hikes? She still doesn't respond, but I think that I see something change in her eyes. There's something there, and I want to find out what it is. When I mentioned hiking, it was like something switched in her. Her pupils dilated just a little bit, just enough to let me know that there's something going on that she doesn't want to talk about. There are some really good trails around here, I say casually, leaning back in my chair and looking at her like the two of us are just really good friends that get together sometimes to talk. I bet that if you asked your mom or your dad, that they'd be more than happy to take you with them. Nothing. Maybe I was wrong, thinking that I saw something in her eyes, but I don't believe that I am. I'm pretty good at reading tells on people, which is one of the reasons that I'm so good at poker. In fact, I don't think that I would have gotten here if I wasn't so good at being able to see what people are thinking. Her lips are parted just a little bit, and she's breathing slowly, but there's something in her eyes that tells me that she's not completely happy with the conversation. She doesn't have to be. I'm the one in charge here, and unless she's willing to speak up and ask me to stop questioning her, then she's not going to get her way. All her life, Cassie's been catered to, and that stops now. Anyway, I was saying how much Jasper loves going out into the woods. You're so alone there, just able to really enjoy what's going on around you. If you had a dog, I bet that he'd love to go hiking with you. Do you have a pet? She doesn't respond to me. It feels like she's looking at me, but I have a feeling that her eyes are locked right above my head on the wall behind me. Shifting position in my seat, I try to get her to look at me, but her gaze doesn't waver. Her eyes don't look as stressed as they did a moment ago. If she is still upset, then she's doing a really good job of hiding it. I'll have to come back to asking her about hiking later, but right now it's probably time to move on to something else. So, Cassie, your dad told me a lot about you, but I'd love to hear from you. Do you feel comfortable talking to me if I ask you some questions? Nothing. But I didn't expect her to respond. I just wanted to gauge what kind of a reaction I'd get from her. What if I ask you a question and you can respond in another way besides speaking? You can blink to answer me if you'd like, or you can tap on the table. Do either of those options sound good to you? Still nothing. I swear if I were Nathan, I would have killed her a long time ago. There's something seriously wrong with this child, and the fact that she's so happy just staring over my head so that she doesn't have to answer me is really pissing me off. I shift in my seat, getting more comfortable. When he'd told me that Cassie didn't speak, I honestly didn't know what to expect. I figured that she'd speak to me because she'd feel like she had to just to be polite. But I'm quickly seeing that I don't have much of a chance to get her to respond just because of that. No, if I'm going to make any progress with Cassie, I'm going to have to push her harder just to get a response from her. I know what Nathan wants, and I know that I could sign the papers sooner rather than later to encourage it to happen. But now I'm intrigued. How in the world does such a small child do such a good job keeping her face so placid? The only movement she's made after sitting down was when her pupils got bigger, but even they have gone back to normal. Opening my desk drawer, I pull out a pen and my doctor's pad, but then I hesitate. I could make Nathan's problem go away right now, but I don't know that I want to. When I look across the desk at Cassie, I can't help the fact that I'm intrigued. I know that it's a terrible idea, but I want to know more about her. "Well," I say, trying to keep my voice light when I speak to the child, "what do you say that you and I just enjoy each other's company? I have some crayons and paper if you'd like to draw." These supplies are in the bottom drawer of my desk. I bought the pack of crayons just for this appointment, and I slide them across my desk to the child, along with a pad of paper. "We don't have to try to talk," I tell her, grabbing a piece of paper for myself and pulling out a second pack of crayons. "I think that coloring instead will be more fun, don't you?" Feeling a little foolish, I start coloring. I've never really liked art, but I managed to draw a house and a bright blue sky. I'm just putting the yellow sun in the corner when movement across the desk makes me look up. Cassie slowly opens the box, barely glancing at it as she does, then pulls out a bright green crayon. I realize that I'm holding my breath as she slowly drags it across the paper. Nathan's paying me a ridiculous amount of money to meet with his daughter and make this happen for him. I think that I can stretch out our time together for a few more sessions, at least. Nathan. "What do you mean you want to have more sessions with her? That was not the reason that I sent her to you, Malachi. I sent her to you, and specifically you, because I thought that you'd be able to help me out." I'm sitting in my car outside my house, or I'd never feel comfortable having this discussion about Cassie. The last thing that I need is Vanessa hearing my side of the conversation. I already heard from her how wonderful Dr. Harris was and how calm Cassie seemed when she came out of his office. But I didn't hear the one thing that I wanted to. I didn't hear how my good drinking pal Malachi had told Vanessa that Cassie was a lost cause. "She's fascinating," Malachi responds, his voice a low rumble, and I can't help but wonder how much he's been drinking already. "There's so much to her that I want to uncover." "You can uncover it yourself over every single dinner when she doesn't speak," I snap, slamming my hand against the steering wheel. "There's nothing to her, Malachi, except for the fact that she's a freak who doesn't speak. Tell me again how fascinating that is." He's silent for a moment, and I rub my hand across my face, pulling down on my chin. When I'm frustrated like this, then I get a whole-body headache that starts at the top of my head and seems to radiate out through every cell of my being. It's ridiculous to allow myself to get so worked up over something this trivial, over Cassie. But I can't help it. When you've lived so many years of your life with someone who won't even acknowledge that you exist and who refuses to talk to you, then you reach a breaking point. Vanessa hasn't reached hers yet, I don't think. But I have. That's why I asked Malachi for help, and the fact that he's refusing to give it to me is about enough to make me lose it. "Let me have a few more sessions with her," he says. His voice is maddeningly calm, and I suddenly want nothing more than to be in my garage enjoying a beer by myself. "I think that I can make some real progress with her. You know the type of progress that I want." He sighs. "I do. But wouldn't you love to know that you could actually have your daughter back? You could be a real family with Vanessa, and wasn't that the point of having Cassie?" "Almost," I agree, and he continues. "And don't you think that it would be great for your career?" The words hang in the air between the two of us, and I stiffen, rubbing my hand around the back of my neck. My collar feels too tight, and I want to get inside to take it off. "I have to go," I tell him, eyeballing the door. Any moment, Vanessa is going to come outside and want to invite me in for dinner. Cassie won't be anywhere around, I'm sure of that, but my wife won't leave me alone. And I don't want to explain that I was talking to Malachi. "I see her again next week," he says, and I shake my head even though he can't see me. "That's not enough. You need to see her twice a week so that we can move this on, okay? If you're going to do this, then do it my way. Make sure that you tell Vanessa that you're seeing progress and that twice a week would help. I know that you want this to be your little pet project, Malachi, but you know the end result that I want. Make it happen." I don't give him a chance to answer before I hang up and slip my phone into my jacket pocket. Right on time, as if she was watching me, Vanessa opens the front door and steps outside, giving me a happy wave. She looks thrilled. Her face is all lit up with excitement, and I know that it's because she thinks that things went so well with Malachi. No, Dr. Harris. I may know him as an old drinking buddy who needed some cash, but the last thing that I need is for my wife to figure out that he's an old friend of mine, and not some world-renowned child psychologist. I mean, really, if you didn't know that from the beginning, the fact that the man wants to sit and color with my child should clue you in. "Nathan!" Vanessa cries, tugging on my door to open it. I hit the locks to let her open it, and she yanks it wide, grinning at me the whole time. "How are you? Isn't it great? Dr. Harris wants to see Cassie again next week because he thinks that he can help her." Even though I'm still in my Lexus, Vanessa leans in and throws her arms around me, snuggling deep into my shoulder. "I would love for her to be able to have a normal life," she says, her voice muffled by how she's pressing her face into my shirt. "Can you imagine? What kind of things do you think go on in her head?" That makes me stiffen. Cassie's had years of watching and listening to our family without any repercussions. I'm sure that she's heard and seen more than a few things that we probably don't want her sharing with other people, but there's no good way to tell my wife that that's a concern I have. The sooner that Malachi comes through for me, the better. It's not that I think that he'd actually be able to get Cassie to talk, far from it. The only problem is that every additional second that Cassie is allowed to stay in our house means that she has that much more time to tell everyone the secrets that she knows about us. "It's amazing," I tell my wife, putting my arms around her. Her shoulders are thinner than I remembered them being, and I can't help but be irritated at our daughter. I know that parenting Cassie is stressful for Vanessa, and that she's sucking the life from my wife. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing what I'm doing. Vanessa hasn't been the same since Cassie was born, and we found out that she had so many problems. But I think that I can get my wife back, with the help of a good friend. Once I get what I want, then there won't be anything stopping me. I bury my nose in the top of Vanessa's head and take a sniff. She smells delicious. Not only like her expensive shampoo that she loves so much, but also like whatever she's been making for dinner. I want my wife, and I hate the fact that the child that we were so convinced would make our family whole has actually torn us apart. "You hungry?" she asks, pulling back a bit before giving me a kiss. "Cassie and I made chicken parm and homemade sauce." Cassie helped? My eyebrows fly up to the top of my forehead. I didn't know that she liked to cook. Vanessa laughs and shakes her head. "Well, no, she didn't actually help like that, but she was practicing the violin while I cooked, so I felt like I was in Italy or something. It was very romantic." "You're not allowed to be romantic around anyone other than me," I tell her, pulling her close and pressing my lips to hers again. She lets me kiss her for a moment, but then pulls back, smoothing out the front of her apron with her hands. "Come on, Nathan," she says. "We don't want the neighbors to see. Let's just eat." "I do want them to see," I tell her, getting out of the car and following her to the house. "I want them to see just how in love we still are, even after everything." This makes Vanessa turn around. Her eyes are bright and clear as she looks up at me. I know that this has been really hard for you, she says, reaching up and cupping my cheek. But I honestly think that I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Dr. Harris can help us, okay? He can give us back our daughter. I force myself to smile at her until she walks back into the house, but then my face falls. It's great for Vanessa to have something to believe in and to be so excited about this hope with Cassie. But I'm not holding out any hope that Malachi can work miracles. And if he does, then he better work the one that I want, not the one that my wife so desperately is clinging to. Cassie.
I watch my dad through dinner, but he doesn't look at me. For the longest time, when I was younger, I would keep an eye on him to count how many times he would glance at me during the meal. It started out with him looking at me dozens of times, a smile on his face, trying to get me to answer him. Then, after the hiking trip, everything changed. He stopped looking at me, stopped trying to get me to answer questions. Mom is the only one who asks me things anymore, but I don't like to answer her at the table. No nods, no smiles, no shaking my head. Not when my dad can see me respond to her. It's just better this way, that she has to wait for a response. I'm sure that it drives her nuts, but I don't think that my dad deserves to know what's going on in my head. If my mom knew the truth about him, then I don't think that she'd want to talk to him either. My dad shoves in a bite of chicken parm, and I glance down at his plate, my heart beating fast. He only has a few more bites left, and the one thing that I'm waiting on to happen still hasn't occurred. It better happen soon, or all of my hard work won't pay off. I take a small bite, letting the sauce rest on my tongue for just a moment before swallowing quickly. My mom tells me that when I play violin for her, that her cooking is better than when she doesn't have any music to listen to. But I know what she's doing. She just wants me to practice more, but she doesn't need to worry about anything. I practice all the time. When I go to bed and I can't sleep, I like to get up and practice my fingering on my violin. I'm too afraid to actually draw the bow across the strings and make any noise because my dad would wake up. I can only imagine how upset he'd be if I woke him up playing the violin in the middle of the night. The thought makes me smile just a little, but I wipe the smile from my face as quickly as possible. Then I hear it. The crunch. Everyone around the table freezes, and my eyes snap up to look at my dad. He has a funny look on his face, his mouth twisted off to the side, his eyes wide as his tongue probes through the chicken parm in his mouth to try to figure out what in the world would make that sound. Nobody wants to hear that crunch when they're eating. Well, nobody but me. I keep my face as still and placid as possible as my dad's face slowly grows red. Without any warning, he grabs his napkin and spits into it, his delicious dinner turned into a pile of mushy red stuff. I stare at it and watch as he grabs his fork and stabs into the pile. "What's wrong?" my mom asks, reaching over and putting her hand on his arm. "Nathan, is there something wrong with your dinner?" He doesn't answer, just stabs harder into the pile of mashed-up food before he stops and looks up at her. There's a glint of anger in his eyes that I've seen before, but I don't think that my mom has ever had turned on her. "There's glass in my food," he says, reaching into the food and plucking out a piece of glass before wiping it on his napkin. It sparkles when he holds it up in front of his face and turns it around slowly for us to all get a good look at it. I stare at it, my stomach clenched. It's been weeks since I found that piece of glass, and I've had it hidden since then, just waiting for the moment when I thought that I could try to feed it to my dad. I knew that he wasn't going to eat it. Not really. He'd chew on it and then spit it out just like he did this evening. My dad believes in chewing all of your food as thoroughly as possible so that something like this doesn't happen. How in the world did that get in there? My mom reaches out like she's going to take it from him, but then pulls her hand back at the last second like she's more afraid of touching it.
Nothing broke in the kitchen when I was cooking. Well, it's in there, he says, his eyes darting from her face to mine. How did it make it into my food? I have to fight the glee in my stomach. There's something so delicious about knowing that I'm the reason that my dad's face is turning such a shade of red. On the inside, I'm excited, but on the outside, I make sure to keep my face as calm and blank as possible. There's no way that he can know that I'm barely breathing. He can't find out that it's taking all of my self-control not to wiggle in my chair with excitement. It must have been in the tomato sauce can, and I just never saw it when I poured it into the pot, my mom says, getting up and running to the counter to grab the can. She turns it over in her hand like she's going to be able to see some proof of there being glass inside of it earlier this afternoon. I'm so sorry, Nathan. I have no idea how that happened. He drops his napkin onto his plate and pushes back from the table, his face still dark when he looks at both of us. Well, it happened, he snaps. Somehow. So make sure that it doesn't happen again, okay? I don't have the energy to deal with this type of thing when I've been working all day long. My mom looks like he slapped her, and I glance back and forth between the two of them. One time, when I was younger, my mom took me to see some tennis match at the park. That's how I feel right now, with my head snapping back and forth as I wait to see who's going to make the next move. Of course, those were professional athletes. My parents just look like they're both barely hanging on to their sanity right now. Digging my fingers into my inner thigh, I squeeze. It worked, and my dad found the glass in his food. But I didn't want my mom to get in trouble. Why don't you take a shower and relax? I thought that we could watch a movie, she says, reaching out for him. He steps back, sidestepping away from the table, slowly shaking his head. I'm going to shower, but then I'm going into the garage, he tells her. Don't bother me, okay? I have stuff that I need to do. With that, he stalks away from the table. My mom sits still for a moment, just staring at where he'd been sitting, then turns to me. I have no idea how that glass got in his food, Cassie, she says. She sounds shocked and honest. And she is. My dad can be upset with her and think that she did something to his food, but he's looking in the wrong direction. I take another bite, giving her a small smile to let her know that I still like the chicken parm, and that seems to snap her out of her trance. No, darling, if there was one piece of glass in the food, then there might be more. We can't risk eating this, okay? How about a peanut butter and jelly sandwich instead? I stare at her as she takes my food from me and watch with horror as she dumps it all in the trash. I love chicken parm, and the last thing that I wanted was for my dad's punishment to extend to all of us. No matter. I'll just have to choose my next one better. He got off pretty easy this time, and my mom and I got punished too, but I won't make that mistake again. What do you think that your dad does in the garage all the time? She asks, more to herself than to me. My ears perk up. Sure, my dad keeps the door locked, but I honestly always thought my mom had a key too. I don't know when I thought that she was going in there since she's usually with me, but it's strange that he'd have this private space that she wasn't allowed in. Isn't it? I'll just have to find out for sure what he's up to in there and let her know. Vanessa. The relief of Cassie having a great appointment with Dr. Harris yesterday was quickly overshadowed by the fact that somehow glass ended up in Nathan's food. That meant that I had to throw it all away, which meant no leftovers for today, but that'll be fine. It's an exciting day anyway, with Cassie having her violin performance this afternoon, so I figure that maybe Nathan will let us all go out to dinner to celebrate. We don't eat out very often. Nathan says that it's because he doesn't want to spend the money, but I don't think that's it. As terrible as it sounds, I honestly think that the problem is that he doesn't want people to see him out with Cassie when she won't speak to anyone. It's difficult for him to handle the fact that she's so quiet. No, not quiet. That makes it sound like she makes some noise from time to time. She's silent. I'll be the first to admit that it can be a little bit unnerving when she refuses to speak, but she's still my daughter, and I'll do anything for her. That's what's running through my mind as I press the dress that she wanted to wear this afternoon. She didn't tell me that she wanted me to iron it, of course, but she did put it out on the kitchen counter for me sometime during the night. No note, nothing, but I knew right away that her doing that meant that she wanted to make sure that she could wear it tonight. I have about 1,000,000 other things on my mind right now, but there's absolutely no reason why I can't iron this for her and make sure that she's happy and comfortable when performing. Because really, isn't that what being a parent is all about? Making sure that you do everything for your child so that they can have the best possible life? Being a mom means more sacrifices than I ever thought that I'd face. But that might just be unique to being Cassie's mom. I had to stop volunteering to stay home with her and homeschool her, but I was more than happy to do that. Sure, leaving work had been a bit of an adjustment at first, especially since I went from having adults around me all the time to talk to being with my daughter, who refuses to speak. That was difficult, but I managed the change. And to be totally fair, some parts of being at home all the time with Cassie are a lot better than having to go into town every single morning. I love not wearing heels and work clothes, depending on what I was doing, and slowly moved them all out of my closet when I realized that I wasn't going back anytime soon. Now I live in jeans and sweaters, which are much more comfortable anyway. Nathan doesn't like it when he comes home and I look like I've just been sitting around all day long, so I like to throw on an apron before he makes it to the door. That's my little secret. It's not heels, it's apron and a spritz of perfume. Makes me smell a bit more fancy, like I did when we first started dating. Even though we're both really busy, I don't want the two of us to grow apart. Having Cassie was supposed to bring us closer together, and while it did at first, that certainly didn't last. No, the best thing that I can do is be present for Nathan and put on a front of being the best wife that I can when we're out in public. That means that I'll wear something a bit nicer this afternoon to the recital than just jeans. I'm almost done ironing when Cassie appears in the door, her eyes darting to the dress I'm working on before she looks back up at me. Almost done, I confirm. I think that this is a good choice for tonight. It's comfy, and you can easily move your arms so you can play, but you'll still look fancy. She throws me a thumbs up and walks over to finger the fabric. Watch out for the hot iron, I tell her, even though she knows to be careful. Cassie knows everything. Yes, she's smart, and I'm sure that that's part of it, but it's also like she just picks things up through osmosis sometimes. That sounds ridiculous, and I know it, but there's no other explanation for how she knows so many things. I'd think that she was up during the middle of the night to read or watch TV if she wasn't always sleeping so soundly when I checked in on her before going to bed myself. Have you seen your dad? I ask, clicking off the iron and setting it on the end of the ironing board to cool. I want to see if he needs me to do anything before I shower to get ready. Cassie shrugs and reaches for the dress, giving me a small smile. You're welcome, I tell her. I can understand and communicate with my daughter, even when she doesn't actually speak to me. That's probably because the two of us spend so much time together. When you're always around another person, then it's almost impossible to avoid knowing how they think and act, even if they don't talk. When the pediatrician told us that there was something wrong with Cassie because she wasn't speaking, then we threw ourselves into learning baby sign language. We thought for sure that that would be the best way to communicate with her and to give her as normal a life as she could have. But she never picked it up. In fact, she never showed any signs of wanting to learn it or to communicate with us, which drove Nathan slowly insane. He gave up the baby sign language a lot sooner than I did, but after a year of trying without any success, I gave up on it too. Cassie would watch us make the signs and refuse to make them back. We took her to countless professionals, all of them trying to diagnose what exactly was wrong with our daughter. I was sure that there was something terribly wrong with her and that she wouldn't ever be normal again. But she is normal, I think. She communicates with me just fine, but refuses to communicate with her dad. I've told Nathan over and over again that he needs to make more of an effort to talk to her and get her to open up. For a while, the two of them were going hiking, but then one morning I found Cassie's hiking boots in the kitchen trash, and that was the end of their trips. It wasn't until later that Nathan got drunk and told me what happened. Anyway, I say, giving my head a little shake so that I can clear it and come back to the present. I'm going to take a shower, Cassie. Let me know if you have problems with your dress, okay? A single small nod, and I leave the room, grateful to be heading towards the shower. I splurge on body washes and shampoos, even though I'm pretty sure that Nathan doesn't care what I use. As long as we look like the perfectly happy family, he'll be pleased. My heart squeezes hard when I think about what it was like back before we had Cassie. I wouldn't ever give up being a mom, and I certainly wouldn't want to change who Cassie is. I know that she's difficult, and that she can make Nathan stressed out when she doesn't respond right away to him, but that doesn't change that she's my daughter. It doesn't change the fact that I'd do anything for her. Sure, we used to travel a lot more and go out on the town when it was just the two of us and we hadn't had our daughter yet, but Cassie is still the most amazing thing that's ever happened to me. And yes, I wish sometimes that she would speak, because I know how much easier it would make all of our lives. She could technically go back to public school, although I'm not sure that I'd want to send her. I like being able to be home with her and to spend so much time with her. I do wish that I was able to work from home, but that's something that I can think about doing when she's a bit older and maybe when she's started speaking. If she's started speaking. Pushing that thought from my mind, I turn on the hot water and hop under it, digging my nails into my scalp to help relieve some of the pressure I feel. I love my daughter. I just wish that she and her dad could connect in the same way that she and I have. It wouldn't make our lives perfect, not by a long shot, but I can't help but feel like it would take off some of the pressure that I feel. Tonight's going to be perfect, no matter what happens. It's going to be a great time to see Cassie perform, and she always feels her best when she's played the violin. Who knows? Maybe tonight she'll connect with her dad. The thought makes me smile, and I allow myself to daydream about my daughter chatting up a storm on the way home from her concert. Happiness washes through me at the thought, and I completely lose track of the time. That's when I hear the scream. Nathan. My hand hurts so bad that I feel like I'm going to throw up. Searing pain rips through it, and I stare with horror at how red and blistered my skin is already. I know the facts about burns, not because I'm a doctor, but because when Vanessa was pregnant, I read all of the parenting books so that I could be sure that I was going to be the best dad possible. That thought is laughable now, but I still know how bad this is. My skin feels like it's melting off of my hand, and I scream again, unable to help myself. The iron sits where I dropped it back down on the ironing board, the hot part of it looking surprisingly cool. There wasn't any way that I ever could have known that it was on, but Vanessa always turns it off when she's done using it. My wife tears into the room, her eyes wide. I barely note that she has a towel wrapped tightly around her and that her wet hair clings to her neck. Any other time, and I would have been a lot more interested in checking her out, but right now my teeth grit with pain. The edges of my vision go dark, and I reach out with my good hand, grabbing onto the ironing board for support. I don't feel like I'm going to be able to stand upright for much longer, not with the pain tearing through my body. "Nathan, what happened?" Vanessa runs to me and grabs my arm, turning it so that she can look at my hand. Her face tightens immediately, and I see the way her lips pull back into a grimace. "You left the iron on," I tell her, and she shakes her head. "No, I know that I turned it off," she whispers, reaching out like she's going to touch my hand. I jerk it back from her and hiss at the pain that shoots up my arm with the movement. "We need to get you to the hospital," she tells me, her eyes wide. Her cheeks are flushed with fear, and she's taking small gasps to try to get enough air. "You have to be seen, Nathan. That looks terrible." A wave of nausea washes over me, and I nod. "I'll drive," I tell her, stumbling away from the ironing board. "Are you drunk?" Her accusation is thrown at my back, and I pause before slowly turning around to look at her. "You're drunk, aren't you? Is that why you grabbed the iron?" I'd gone to the garage and had a few beers, but not nearly enough to make me drunk enough to grab an iron and burn my hand like this, and I shake my head at her. "No," I tell her, but her eyes narrow at me like she doesn't quite believe me. "I'm not drunk," I protest, but she pushes past me. "Where are you going?" My voice echoes after her as she storms into the kitchen, but she doesn't slow down. Clinging to the doorway with my good hand, I watch as she grabs her phone from the counter. "I'm calling 911, she says. "You can't drive, and I can't take you to the hospital right now, so you're going to have to go in an ambulance." She's insane. "An ambulance?" I ask her, letting go of the doorframe to get closer to her. "Have you lost your mind? You can just take me, Vanessa." Shaking her head, she holds her finger to her lips, then speaks. "Yes, hi. I need an ambulance for my husband. It's 617 North Justice. He burned his hand really badly on an iron and needs to go to the emergency room." "Hang up," I hiss at her, swiping my good hand through the air to try to knock the phone from her hand. She glares at me and takes a step back. "Yes, he was drinking and grabbed the iron. It's a really bad burn, and I don't know how to treat it here." Tearing my eyes away from my wife, I look down at my hand. It's worse than I thought at first, with the flesh seared away. I didn't just grab the iron. I must have gripped it and then held on like I was afraid of it getting away from me. My skin is gone, and I'm pretty sure that there's bone right there under my muscle. My stomach twists, and I turn to the side, throwing up on the floor. "Now he's throwing up," I hear Vanessa say. It sounds like she's through some thick fog that I just can't see. I want to reach for her and ask her to put down the phone and take me to the hospital herself, but I can't seem to form the words. The only thing that I feel right now is pain, and I bend over, trying to take deep breaths through my nose. "How long?" Vanessa listens for a moment before she speaks again. "No, I don't need to stay on the phone. I'll be looking out the window. Thank you." Thick silence fills the air after she hangs up. I keep expecting her to come to me and put her arms around me, but she doesn't move for a moment. Finally, I look up. Her arms are crossed on her chest, and she's staring at me like she's never seen me before. "Did you do this to ruin Cassie's night?" she finally asks, her voice a whisper. At least, I think that that's what she said. I could be wrong. I must be wrong. Vanessa wouldn't say something like that to me, wouldn't mean something like that. The pain from my hand is making it ridiculously hard for me to think, and I suck in a breath, trying to get some oxygen and clear my head. I swear, I heard her wrong. There's no way that that's what she said. "What?" It hurts me to speak even just one word, and I tilt my head to look at her. "What did you say?" "I said that I wish that I could do more. she tells me, walking over and rubbing my shoulders. "You look like you hurt so bad, Nathan. What can I do?" "Take me to the hospital." Every word is painful for me to speak, and I grab Vanessa's arm with my good hand, imploring her to look at me and have pity on me. She glances at me once, and then over my shoulder, her face softening into a smile. "Vanessa," I say, trying to get her to look back at me. "Please." "Nathan," she says, finally locking her eyes on mine again. "I already called 911. Besides, we can't take this night from Cassie. Imagine what Dr. Harris would say if we canceled her performance." She gives her head a small shake, looking honestly upset with what she's about to tell me. "I'm sorry, but I have to take her tonight." Slowly, I turn. There, in the corner, right where I'd been standing just a few minutes before, is our daughter. She's wearing her favorite dress and clutching her violin at her side like it's the only thing that she loves in the world. I stare at her for a moment, trying hard not to be angry. But the only thing that I feel right now is frustration. Cassie is the problem. I'll go to the hospital on my own tonight, but then I have to talk to Malachi as soon as possible. I know that he doesn't have an appointment with my daughter until next week, but I'll do anything for him to help me get my life back. No matter what that means. Cassie.
When I draw the bow across my strings for the last time, I freeze, holding the position so that the note rings out as clear as possible through the air. Everyone watching me and listening to me is holding their breath. My eyes scan the crowd, and I don't relax until I see Mom and my violin teacher. Mom's grabbing her arm, her eyes locked on me, tears streaming down her face. See? I don't need to be able to speak to let people know how I feel. Daddy is wrong about all of that. He thinks that because I don't speak, that I must be stupid. He honestly believes that I don't know what he's trying to do to me, just because I haven't called him out on it. But I'm smarter than he gives me credit for. When my lingering note finally dies away, I drop my bow to my side and give a small bow. The spotlight that's been trained on me this entire time hurts my eyes, but I don't lift my hand to shield my face. I want my mom to be able to see my face so that I can make sure that she knows what I'm saying to her. It's hard sometimes without words, but it can also be easier. You know right away who is worth talking to and who isn't. I don't want to waste my time with anyone who can't see exactly what I'm trying to say when I play. My mom gets it. Daddy doesn't. Everyone listening explodes with applause, and I give a small bow, bending at my waist, just the way that Mrs. Marie taught me to do. It feels stiff and unnatural, like I'm some doll that people are going to play with, and not a real person. But I hold the pose, counting to 3, then stand up and turn to walk off stage. As I do, I feel the applause wash through me, and I close my eyes for just a moment. Sounds are so amazing, and sometimes can be too much for me. But not the applause. That I love. Off to the side of the stage, I carefully tuck my violin back in its case and loosen my bow, saying a silent prayer of thanks to it for getting me through my performance. I've had this bow for a long time, and it hasn't failed me yet. Each time I play, I make sure to carefully rosin the strings to ensure that I'll sound my best. And each time that I'm done, I loosen it and thank it, tucking it away for later. My daddy wouldn't ever understand how I treat it, but I think that my mom would, if I explained it to her. "Cassie," My mom's voice tears through my thoughts, and I turn, giving her a wide smile when I see her rushing towards me. She deserves the smile, and I see her eyes flick to my mouth before her face lights up in return. She looks funny, grinning like she's so happy, while there are tears dripping off of her chin. But when she pulls me close to her, her arms wrapped around me, I let her snuggle me to her chest. I made a decision about how I'm going to protect the two of us. She deserves better, and I'm going to give it to her. You were amazing. She drops down to her knees in front of me and grabs my shoulders, giving them both a squeeze. She knows that I don't like soft touches and always makes sure that she squeezes me hard enough to make it feel good. My dad likes to graze his hand across my back or down my arm as a sign of affection, and I hate it. There's nothing worse than barely being touched, and I'm glad that Mom gets it. She's firm when she touches me, like a rock that I can rely on, and I love it. Cassie, you made me proud. Mrs. Marie stands over me, a soft smile on her face. Unlike my mom, she isn't crying, but that's okay. It takes a lot to make some adults cry, and I don't need Mrs. Marie to cry for me to know that we have a connection. We have music, and that's more powerful than any words. You did amazing, darling, Mom says, slowly standing back up. She keeps one hand on my shoulder, grinning down at me. I've heard you practice, and you were great then, but this was something else. She felt the music, Mrs. Marie says, then turns to me. Am I right, Cassie? You looked and sounded like the music was just flowing through you. You were there just to let it all out. Is that how it felt? Yes, she's right. If I wanted to speak about what it was like to perform right now, then those are the words that I would use to describe the feeling. I give my teacher a small nod. She deserves that much from me for understanding how I feel and making sure that my mom does, too. I don't want my mom to feel left out, but sometimes she is. It's just not possible for me to explain how playing music really feels, no matter how much I'd sometimes like to. Your dad will be so sorry that he missed this, Mrs. Marie says to me, and I feel my face darken. No, he won't. If everyone was honest with themselves, then they'd all admit that he'd much rather be at home in the garage drinking than listening to me play the violin. He'll be there as soon as possible once we pick him up from the hospital, I'm sure of that. It was an easy thing to turn the iron back on after my mom went to take her shower. I hate that he blamed her for leaving it on in the first place, but something had to be done. I really didn't want him here tonight. This was just for the three of us, and he would have been unwelcome. If you can't understand what I'm trying to say with my music, then I honestly don't see a reason for you to come. Crossing my arms on my chest, I look up at my mom. She's talking to Mrs. Marie, explaining what happened to my dad, but she doesn't know the entire truth. I'd love to let her in on my little secret, that I'm the one who put the glass in his food and then turned the iron back on in the hopes that he'd burn himself, but I'm afraid to. She loves me, and I know that, but I don't know yet if she loves me more. She has to love me the best and be willing to get him out of her life if she and I are ever going to be really happy. I can't explain that to her. I just have to show her. Vanessa. Even though I'm sorry that Nathan burned himself so badly on Friday and couldn't make it to Cassie's performance, I'm still riding high on the way she grinned at me when she was done. She's never been afraid to smile at me when she's happy about something, but that was more than a smile. That was a full-on grin.
and not something that I think I've seen before. I'm riding high on the feeling of seeing her so happy all weekend until Sunday night. Nathan's been grumping around the house all weekend, spending most of his time in the garage where he's doing God knows what. I'd love to get in there and see exactly what he gets up to when he's hiding himself away from the two of us. But he keeps the space locked, and I haven't found his key yet. Most wives would be going crazy with worry over what their husbands were doing in a secret room that they didn't have access to. But not me. I honestly believe that Nathan is just blowing off steam in there. He doesn't have the time to have an affair, and he doesn't strike me as the type of person to want to do that anyway. He always tells me that he's madly in love with me, and while I believe him, I can't help but wish that he felt the same way about Cassie. Things changed when she was born, and I don't know how to change them back. It would probably all be easier if she would just speak, but there's no way for me to tell her that. Besides, part of me honestly feels like she was speaking to me Friday at her performance. That thought keeps running through my mind all weekend, which is why I finally knock on her door and push through it before dinner on Sunday. My daughter is curled up on her bed, a book in her hand, and gives me a small smile when I walk in. Without asking, I shut the door behind me and walk over to her, sitting down on the edge of her bed next to her. After a moment, when she sees that I'm not going anywhere, she closes her book and puts it down, then tucks her knees up to her chest and looks at me. "Good book?" I ask, glancing down at it. I recognized the bright yellow cover immediately. A few years ago, I gave Cassie a bunch of my old Nancy Drew books, and she loves reading them over and over again. I can't help but wonder if she'd be a detective when she grew up if she wasn't so focused on her music. And if she would speak. She nods, and I squeeze her knee, holding my grip there for a few seconds. As sweet as she is, Cassie is not a cuddly little kid. She wants me to touch her and love her, but on her terms. And one of those terms is that all of the touches are hard and give her deep pressure. One of her therapists a few years ago told me that Cassie craves that deep touch and pressure because she has sensory problems. I don't know if that's true or not, but I do it anyway, and she responds to me, so maybe they were right. I know that I've told you this before, but I was so proud of you on Friday, I say. Seeing you up there performing, it was like watching you come to life. You blossomed, Cassie. It was amazing. She smiles bigger, but it's still not the same grin that she gave me on the night of her performance. I'll take anything, though, and I lean over to kiss her forehead. I wish that your dad had been there, I continue. It was like you were speaking to me through your music, and I think that he really would have loved to hear that. This makes her eyes light up, and she gives me a small nod. My heart flips. Her lips are parted slightly, and I can't help the fact that I hope that she'll decide to speak to me. It's a long shot, but her therapists always said that there would come a time when Cassie decided that speaking to me would be better than living her life in silence. Every morning I pray that that will finally happen, and each night I'm disappointed. Looking at her now, though, I find myself willing her to speak. Every professional has told us that she's physically able to speak. She just doesn't want to. I don't know how to explain it, but looking at Cassie right now makes me think that she might finally be ready to talk to me. I feel like I'm dealing with a wild animal, and I'm afraid to make any sudden movements that will scare it and make it back off. Every cell in my body is screaming for me to loop my arms around her and pull her close, but I'm too nervous to do that. If I move too quickly or do something that she doesn't like, then there's no guarantee that she won't pull back completely from me, and I will be left feeling hollow, like I really messed up. Cassie keeps looking at me, her little face tilted up to mine like she's trying to read me. I take a breath, knowing that what I'm about to do is probably going to ruin the moment, but also knowing that I can't stop myself. "Is there something that you want to say, Cassie?" I ask. The words so quiet between the two of us that I'm not sure at first if she heard me. She sits still, her whole body frozen in place. Then she inches away from me. The movement is so small that I almost don't see it at first, but she manages to put some space between the two of us. "I'm sorry," I tell her, reaching out for her and scooping her to me before she can pull away. I'm not supposed to do this. I know that I'm supposed to let her come to me if she wants to and not force her to be near me, but I can't help it. I messed up just now, and I want to fix it. "You don't have to talk to me if you don't want to," I tell her, planting a kiss on the top of her head. She doesn't try to squirm away, but her little body is still as stiff as a brick. "I don't want you to feel like you need to do anything for me to love you, okay? You are perfect to me, Cassie. Friday was a gift, and I thank you for sharing it with me." This makes her relax just a little bit, and I squeeze her tightly one more time, counting to 5 before I let her go and get off the bed. "It's almost time for dinner, okay? I want you to join us, even though your dad is in a bit of a mood." Pausing to think, I chew on the inside of my cheek. Nathan's been in a terrible mood since Friday when he burned his hand. He hasn't worked outside all weekend and has spent most of his time locked in the garage. It's not fair to Cassie and me that he punish both of us for his mistake. Yes, I know that his hand hurts and that he feels stupid for grabbing the iron, but it was an accident. I know that I turned it off, but maybe the entire thing is faulty. That's why I threw it away and ordered another one on Amazon. If nothing else, replacing the old iron will give me some peace of mind that I'm not going crazy and that I'm doing everything I can to keep my family safe. I hate that Nathan got hurt, but the thought of it being Cassie who accidentally grabbed the iron is enough to make me sick. Even though I'd never wish pain on my husband, I'd much rather it be him or me who gets hurt, not our gorgeous daughter. "I'll call you to dinner in a few, okay?" I say to Cassie. After upsetting her just now, I fully expect her to ignore me, so I'm pleasantly surprised when she looks me right in the face and gives me a nod. "Thank you," I tell her, smiling at her. "I'll see you in just a few minutes, baby." When I let myself out of her room, I shut the door behind me and lean against the wall, sighing with relief. Cassie is not what I expected when Nathan and I decided to get pregnant, but I wouldn't change who she is for the world. Sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy trying to connect with her, and other times I feel like we're making progress. She's precious to me. I know that she's difficult, that she will always struggle in the real world, and that there will be some people who just don't like her, but she's my daughter. When I became her mother, I promised her that I would do whatever it took to protect her. I just hope that if the time ever comes for me to have to do something to keep my baby safe, I'm strong enough to do what needs to be done. Malachi. I watched the YouTube video of Cassie's performance 10 times over the weekend. I'm not one for classical music, preferring instead to listen to some rock from the 80s when I'm in the car or getting ready for a night out. But there was something about the way the little girl played her violin that had me sitting rapt with attention. Sure, I've only met with her once so far, but from what I've heard from Nathan, she's unresponsive, has no emotions, doesn't understand how to connect with people. That pretty much sums up what I saw in my office last week, but it doesn't explain what I saw in her performance video. I swear, it was like she was trying to communicate with her music. But that doesn't make any sense. If she really is as unable to connect with people as Nathan claims, then she shouldn't have even tried to make that connection with anybody. But that's exactly what she did.
Dr. Harris, Cassie is here to see you.
The secretary's voice on the intercom makes me shake my head and remember where I am. Moving quickly, I close out of the web page so that Cassie doesn't figure out that I was listening to her performance. It's silly, especially since the video is public and has already been viewed almost 1,000 times, but I feel like it blurs the line between the patient and the doctor. Listen to me, thinking that I'm a real doctor who can actually help her. But honestly, that's something else that has been bugging me. I know why Nathan hired me to work with his daughter, and I know the end result that he wants so badly. But this video has me thinking. Full disclosure, it may have been the half bottle of wine I drank last night listening to my patient play. But whatever it was, there's something about watching her perform that made my mind wander. What if I could become legit? What if Cassie could actually be my way of proving to myself and to others that I'm more than they thought? If I could crack the code of what makes Cassie tick and how she seemed to communicate through her music, even though she won't communicate with words, then I could really have a career. I wouldn't have to hope to run into a rich friend who wants me to make his daughter out to be worse in the head than she is, just so that he can have her committed to an institution and get his life back. The knowledge of what I've really been hired to do eats at me when I see Cassie walk in my door. It's strange to see her here when I was just watching her performance online. Of course, she's dressed differently, wearing jeans and a t-shirt that has a huge moon and stars on it, but that's not the only way that everything is different. She's also carrying herself differently. She had something to say on Friday and stood there tall and proud, unwilling to let anyone look away from her. I found myself completely absorbed in what she was doing. It was like watching an adult master, but it was just a little girl. Now, though, she looks her age, and it isn't just her outfit. Her shoulders slump forward just a bit, like she's fully expecting me to chastise her for something that she did wrong. Her eyes dart around the room before landing on a spot just above my head and behind me like before. When she slips into her chair, she refuses to acknowledge that I'm even across the desk from her, and I give her a moment before speaking. "Cassie, how are you today?" I don't expect her to respond, so I'm not disappointed when she doesn't. While it drove me a little crazy last week, this week I feel like I know more about her. I saw into a secret part of who she really is, and I'm determined to use that to my advantage. "I heard really good things about your performance on Friday," I say, keeping my voice casual while I watch her for some type of a response. At first, she doesn't move, but then her eyes flick to the side just a bit before she snaps them back to the original spot where she was staring. "You took the auditorium by storm," I say, forging ahead. She's not going to respond to me, and I don't think that I'm going to be able to keep myself from admitting that I saw her performance. It's probably not very professional of me, but I'm not worried about that right now. After all, it's not like she's going to run and tell her parents that I was watching the video, is it? And by the time that she's finally willing to talk to them about what's been going on, when I've finally made enough progress with her that she's speaking, then we'll have connected and it won't be a problem. Cassie was supposed to be my way to a quick payday with her father, and that can still happen, but there's no reason why she can't be more than that. She could be my path towards recognition for my work. She could be my path towards not just a single big paycheck, but monthly ones because I have patients lined up around the block to see me. Cassie's eyes don't shift position, but I get the feeling that the energy in the room has changed. She stares at me like she's waiting to hear what else I have to say. I watched you play, I admit, leaning forward a little bit so that I can get a better look at the girl. It was incredible, Cassie. No wonder you want to spend so much time practicing and playing the violin. You're amazing. Nothing. No response. Instead of pushing it even more, which is what I want to do, I lean back in my chair and wait for her to say something. The logical part of me knows that I could be waiting for years for Cassie to finally decide that she wants to say something to me. But the hopeful part of me wants to give this a chance. If I crack the Cassie code, I'll make a name for myself. I won't need her father. Sure, she might still need to go to an institution or a home just because there's been so much damage done after years of not speaking. But there might not be any reason why I can't get the full benefit of working with her too. Maybe I could get paid by her father for sending her away, but still reach her enough to have her start speaking. I'll be famous. Excitement tears through my body, and I have to stop myself from leaning forward to push her to talk. She'll speak to me when she's ready, but now she knows that I'm watching her. You have a lot to say, don't you, Cassie? I remark, as calmly as if the two of us were talking about the weather and not about the fact that she's mute. I know you do. Nothing. No response. That's okay. Originally, I had wanted to get her in and out of my office as quickly as possible so that I could get that paycheck from her father. But now, I see a much better way to handle this. Cassie and I are going to have plenty of time to get to know each other before she's committed. Just you wait. Nathan. The weekend was terrible, and Monday wasn't any better. All morning, my hand ached, no matter how many pain pills I took. Of course, I have to be careful how many I actually take, not just because I want to be able to help my patients when I'm in the office, but because I want to be able to drink when I get home. Pain pills dull the edge off of my terrible life in a different way than whiskey does. It's not unenjoyable, it's just different, and I'm not used to it. As pleasant as some people may find it, I'm not sure that it's a feeling that I want to experience all of the time. My body feels like it's floating, like I can't quite come back down to earth and be whole again. It honestly feels like I'll just float away on the wind, and that's not something that I like. It's much better for me to be in control of everything, and that's why I only took a half a pill before breakfast. The pain is searing, throbbing through my hand and up my arm. It feels like someone put a knife in my hand and keeps twisting it, and I have to grit my teeth to keep from groaning sometimes. The fact that this all could have been avoided if Vanessa had simply turned off the iron hasn't escaped me. She was lazy, in a hurry. She knows that I always put the iron away because it's a trip hazard when I'm walking by it, and she still left it turned on so that I'd get burned when I grabbed it. And sure, she told me time and time again that she turned it off, but she's obviously wrong. Irons don't just turn themselves back on magically when you're not looking at them. She left it on because she wasn't thinking, and then I was the one who had to pay the price. I really don't like suffering for other people's mistakes. And that's not the worst of it. I'm in between patients, and I grab my phone, tapping on the screen to wake it up. Malachi was supposed to call me this morning with an update after he saw Cassie, but I haven't heard from him. It's not like he has any other patients. I know for a fact that the man is all washed up. Why else would he have agreed to do what I asked him? No psychologist worth a damn would agree to lie and falsify documents to get someone's child locked up in an institute unless they didn't have any other choice for their life. It's a terrible proposition. but I made it when I was thinking more clearly than I had in my life. Malachi would meet with Cassie a few times, make notes to show that there's no way that she can ever be integrated back into society without being a danger to herself or to others. And then she'd be gone. And I could have my life back. Vanessa could start volunteering again, which is something that I know she's really been missing since staying home to homeschool Cassie. Maybe I'd even let her get a job. Instead of our dinner conversations being dominated by what the two of them got into during the day and her musings on whether or not Cassie will ever speak, we can talk about actual adult topics. And we can travel. Vanessa's been afraid to take Cassie on any big trips just in case she's unable to handle the stress and pressure of travel. That means that the only vacations that I've had in years have been to work conferences, which aren't exactly the most fun. I want to see my wife in a bikini on the beach. I want to drink something fruity from a glass with a paper umbrella and have a waiter keep the drinks coming. The last thing that I want is to talk about whether or not we can afford one more different type of special therapy for Cassie. Of course we can. But I don't want to anymore. I want to travel, to buy myself another car, even to get Vanessa some plastic surgery if she wants it. She doesn't need it necessarily, but what woman wouldn't be thrilled if her husband offered her the chance to update the way that she looked? She may not appreciate the offer at first, but when I tell her to go shopping for new beachwear after the surgery because I'm taking her to Cancun for 3 weeks, I'm sure that any thoughts or concerns about Cassie will be pushed far from her mind. But all of this hinges on Malachi holding up his part of the bargain, and the fact that he hasn't called me yet is making me a little bit nervous. I hate relying on other people to get the job done. Maybe working with a functioning alcoholic, washed-up psychologist wasn't the best move, but I couldn't think of anyone else who really needed the money and would be willing to sacrifice their career for what I was asking. It works because Malachi doesn't have a career to sacrifice. My phone buzzes in my hand and the screen lights up. Immediately, my eyes snap to it, and I feel excitement rush through me when I see his name on the screen. He's not in my phone as Malachi, of course, because that would be stupid. We're professionals here, so he's Dr. Harris. "What took you so long?" I snap, answering the phone. "I know that her appointment ended a few hours ago." "How's your hand?" His voice is soothing and soft, and I roll my eyes. "Don't pull that therapist crap with me," I say, glancing up at my door to make sure that it's completely shut. My secretary is great, but I have no reason to think that she won't listen in on my conversation if she gets the chance. All women are nosy, especially when they're single. "Well, I hope it's okay. Vanessa said that you missed Cassie's performance on Friday because you had to go to the emergency room. Did you at least watch the YouTube video?" I roll my eyes, glad that the two of us aren't in the same room. "I didn't hire you to be my psychologist," I remind him. "And no, I haven't watched it yet, haven't had the time. How did the appointment go?" He's silent for so long that I pull my phone from my ear to glance at the screen to make sure that we didn't get disconnected. We didn't. He's just taking an impossibly long time to answer. "You really should watch the performance, Nathan. Your daughter is really gifted. But you know that. Our appointment went really well, but there's something that I want to talk to you about. If I squeeze my phone any tighter, then I might actually crack it. My teeth are gritted, and the pain in my bad hand feels magnified by the stress of talking to Malachi. It better be the fact that you are ready to make a recommendation to send her to someone else so that she's their problem. I'm tired of living in the same house with someone who won't even acknowledge that I exist." He sighs, and I feel my back stiffen.
Nathan, there's more to your daughter than you understand. I can't help the laugh that bursts out of me. Stop right there. You've got to be kidding me, Malachi. First off, you've met with Cassie twice. Twice! I've known her entire life, and I could tell you, without any doubt, that there isn't anything more to her. She doesn't speak, but not just that, she refuses to speak. There's nothing physically wrong with her, and I don't want to hear you pretend like you suddenly have some great insight into my daughter. There. That should get the response that I want from him, which is him to apologize and tell me that I'm right. That he'll work harder to figure out how to get her out of my life. That he didn't mean to talk back to me when there's so much money riding on it for him. But he doesn't. He sucks in a breath, and I feel my back stiffen. It's hard for me to think with the pain throbbing from my hand through my body, but I focus hard on him, wanting to make sure that I don't miss a single word that he has to say. I'm sure that it's going to be good. I want to work with her longer, he says, but I cut him off. We agreed on weeks. 3 weeks, to be exact, and then I'll pay you once you give me the paperwork recommending that she go live somewhere else where they can better take care of her. I've been counting down the days already. The day that I should have the papers giving me my freedom back in my hand, circled on a calendar at home in the garage. I know, but it's not the right thing to do, he says. The indecision in his voice is enough to make me crazy. Since when have you cared about the right thing to do? I yell, not even worrying about keeping my voice down. I'm sure that my secretary is loving this, but I can't worry about that right now. I want you to do the thing we agreed to. The thing that will help me get my life back. As soon as I finish yelling, it feels like the temperature in my office has dropped 10 degrees. I sit back in my chair and wipe sweat off of my forehead onto the bandages wrapped around my hand. We can talk about this later, when you've cooled down some. Malachi responds, his voice stiff. But I honestly think that you're making a huge mistake right now, Nathan. You're the one making a mistake if you don't get me what I want. I snap back, but he doesn't respond. When I glance at my phone's screen again, I see that he's hung up on me. Swearing, I drop the phone onto my desk. It bounces once and then falls on the floor, but I don't bother to pick it up. My head spins as I replay the conversation that I just had with Malachi. He honestly thinks that there's something salvageable in Cassie, but I know that he's wrong. She's not evil. That's not why I want to get rid of her, but she's ruining my life. Whether or not that's something she's trying to do doesn't matter. The fact is that having her in my house ruins everything. And if Malachi refuses to help me take care of the problem, then I'm going to have to deal with it on my own. Cassie.
There's something about Dr. Harris that makes me a little bit nervous. He's nice enough, just like all of the other doctors that I've seen in the past. But I don't like the fact that he watched my performance video. And it's not just that he watched it. He wanted me to know that he'd seen it. He really wanted me to know that he'd sat there and listened to me play, and something about that sits wrong with me. I don't know why. I should trust him. He's just another doctor in a long string of them, but my mom isn't the one who found him. It was my dad. It's always been my mom who's spent hours poring over the different doctors in the area trying to pick the right one for me to meet with. I've lost count of how many times I've stood at her shoulder while she did that, watching faces flick by on the computer screen as she read their credentials. But she's not the one who found Dr. Harris. And she's not the one who kept water from me on our hike. It was my dad. And he needs to be punished. Turning on the iron so that he would burn himself went better than I ever could have imagined. I feel bad that he keeps blaming my mom for leaving the iron on when I watched her turn it off, but when he's gone, then she and I aren't going to have to worry about him any longer. It'll just be the two of us, which is what I've wanted all along. The glass in his dinner was also good, but it didn't work out the way that I thought it would. In my mind, I'd seen the broken pieces going down his throat and slicing him up from the inside. Each bite he'd taken, I'd stared at him, waiting to see if it was going to be the one that would fix all of my problems. But he'd found the glass. Had the piece been too big? That's what I consider while I play outside. I don't usually like to come outside where dirt gets under my nails, but Mom bought me a new scrubby brush for getting it out of there so that my hands are clean when I play the violin. I'd much rather be practicing right now, but I need to come up with a better plan and hide the evidence. It was easy enough to steal a small juice glass from the back of the cupboard while my mom was in the bathroom last week. Breaking it into small enough pieces to stir into my dad's food had been exciting. I felt like a witch working on a concoction that would free an innocent girl from the clutches of her evil father. But it hadn't worked, and now I have to get rid of the extra pieces of glass. Not that my dad is likely to find them. He always hires someone to do the yard work for him so that he doesn't have to work on the weekends, but there's still a chance that it will turn up. Sighing, I brush hair back from my face and wiggle out the loose brick at the house's foundation. This was a thrill for me to find a while ago and is the perfect place for hiding small things until I need them. As carefully as possible, I was able to hollow out a small hole behind the brick, giving me the perfect place to stash items I don't want my parents to find. Reaching in, I push aside my other treasures. They'll probably come in handy later, but I'm not quite ready to use them yet. Next to them, I put the other pieces of glass, being careful when touching them so that I don't cut myself. My mom has always warned me not to touch broken glass because it's so dangerous. Unfortunately, it's not dangerous enough. I really had hoped that the glass in his food would be enough to make him stop. I just want him to go away, but he didn't get the hint. That's why I had to turn on the iron for him to burn himself. It wasn't something that I'd had planned, and I hate that I hadn't thought that far ahead, but I didn't know that I'd need to. The glass failed me, but I learned something. I learned that I need to be craftier to make sure that he doesn't catch on to what I'm doing. Even though my mom has no idea of what I've done, my dad will suspect me. He's never liked me. Pushing the brick carefully back into the foundation, I stand up and wipe my hands on my jeans. There. I'm not too dirty, but that brush from my mom will help me make sure that I don't have any dirt under my fingernails. I hate the way they look when I'm playing the violin and all I can see is the brown dirt lodged there. "Cassie!" My mom's voice floats across the yard to me and I stiffen, worried that she saw me pulling out the brick. But no, there's no way that she did. I got lucky when I found this loose brick because there aren't any windows nearby that she can look out of and see me working. I'm still nervous as I run around the side of the house to where she's standing on the back porch. She's holding a glass in her hand, and I take it from her and drink the lemonade greedily while I look at her. "We need to get you a bell, like a cat," she jokes, cupping my cheek lightly. "I didn't know where you were at first. Listen, your dad will be home soon, and I have to take a cookbook next door to Sharon. Do you want to walk with me or stay here? I'll lock you in, of course, so that you don't have to worry about the doors." I hand her my glass and then point down at the ground. "Here, huh? I figured. You don't want to get sucked into looking at all of Sharon's dolls again, do you?" That was a nightmare, but I don't respond. My mom knows me well enough to know that the absolute last thing I want is to have to go into that woman's house and suffer through her showing me every single one of her dolls again. I think that she believed that if she talked to me enough, like a little kid, that I'd suddenly decide to speak back.
Okay, I don't blame you. If she didn't call me every single day asking to borrow this one cookbook, then I wouldn't want to go over there either, to be honest.
She ruffles my hair and guides me into the house.
But I'll do this and then hopefully be home before your dad, okay?
I nod, but she's already turned and grabbed the cookbook from the kitchen counter, tucking it under her arm. When she's turned away from me like this, I can see how pretty my mom is. She has long brown hair that curls a little bit at the ends. I got that from her, as well as her upturned nose and her freckles. She says that I'm tall like my dad, but I don't listen to her. The last thing that I want is to be anything like him.
I'll be back, she says, giving me a tight hug. Remember, you're locked in, and I'm going 2 houses down. If you need anything, you can page me.
She touches the pager that she has clipped onto the waistband of her pants. I've never used it before, but I know how to reach my mom if something does happen, and I give her a small nod.
Love you, Cassie, she says, leaning in and giving me a kiss on the forehead before I can pull back. Be good and don't eat too much candy while I'm gone.
With that, she throws me a wink, wiggling her keys at me over her head as if to prove the point that I'm going to be locked in. When the door shuts behind her, I stand still and count to 10 without moving. I'm so quiet that I can hear her going down the front porch steps. But that's not the only thing that I want to hear. I'm also making sure that I don't hear a car in the driveway. It's much too early for my dad to be home, I know that. But if I'm going to do the one thing that I know he'd probably kill me for doing, it's not worth the risk.
Cassie.
When I'm sure that nobody is anywhere near our house, I run upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. My arms pump at my sides as I turn into their bedroom and rush straight to his bedside table. It feels weird being in my parents' bedroom alone. It's like I'm at a museum that I know is closed, but I hung behind the crowds so that I could poke around without anyone knowing that I was here. That's how I feel as I drop to my knees in front of my dad's bedside table. He has no idea that I know that his table has a small hidden drawer near the bottom. I'd been hiding in my mom's closet one afternoon, just waiting for him to come home so that I could see if I could find the spot where he hid the key. The key to the garage. It's the one place that I'm not allowed to go, the one place that even my mom doesn't go. And if I'm right, and the key is in this small secret drawer, then there's not going to be anything stopping me from finding out his secret once and for all. I made it into the garage once before, back when he had just a mini fridge and chair set up in there. But things are different now, I just know it. I don't know what he's changed in there, but I want to find out. I don't even realize that I'm holding my breath until the drawer pushes in with a small click and then slides out into my hand. As carefully as possible, I pull it all of the way out, peeking inside to see what he thought was so important that he had to keep tucked away in here. My heart falls when I see that the drawer is empty, and I sit back on my heels, my head spinning. If the key isn't here, then where is it? Mentally, I start to beat myself up. This is the best time that I've had to poke around without either of my parents around, and I don't know when I'm going to get another chance. Just as I'm about to push the drawer shut, something at the very back catches my eye. I'd thought that I'd pulled the drawer all the way out, but there's still more space that I didn't explore. Touching my hand to my chest to feel how hard my heart is beating, I slowly tug the drawer the rest of the way open. There's a single key in the back, probably thrown there when my dad was in a hurry, and I reach in, plucking it out and hefting it in my hand. It looks like any other house key, but I know that this one is special. It's the one key in the world that will let me see what my dad is really up to. Glancing up at the clock, I'm surprised that my mom has been gone for 10 minutes already. I probably don't have much more time, but there's no way that I'm turning back now. Gripping the key so tightly in my hand that it cuts into my flesh, I race out of their bedroom and down the stairs, skidding to a stop at the garage door. The key slips into the lock perfectly, and I turn it, almost expecting it not to work. It would be just my luck to make it this far and then find out that this is a key to something else entirely. Even so, I exhale hard when the key turns, and relief floods through my body. Carefully, like I fully expect my dad to be standing on the other side of the door waiting on me, I push the door open, snaking my arm around to hit the light. Immediately, the entire garage goes from so dark that I can't make out any shapes to so brightly lit that I blink in surprise and throw my hand up in front of my face. At first glance, it looks like a normal room in any home. It certainly doesn't look like a garage, and I'm surprised to step onto tile floor instead of cold concrete that I would normally expect. The entire space has been redone, and it looks like a professional did the work. The only thing that gives it away as being part of the garage and not another normal room in the house are the 4 windows across the front wall. They're normal garage windows, but they don't let in any light. Dad must have paid someone to paint them so that they block out the light and keep people from seeing in. Swallowing hard, I eyeball the rest of the space. I'm not surprised to see a huge refrigerator in the corner humming along merrily. I'm sure that if I were to open it, I'd find it packed full of beer, and I ignore it, looking for anything else interesting. There's a TV and an easy chair, which makes sense since my dad always says that he's going to come in here and relax. In addition, there's a desk with an oversized leather chair and a lamp set up to shine brightly on the workspace, and that's where I head. Even though I'd love to see what he has on his computer, I know that there's practically no chance of me guessing his password. He's not the type of guy to have my birthday as the code to unlock his computer, so I trace my fingers over the edge of it, but then tug on the top drawer of the desk. I'm a little surprised that it slides open so easily at my touch. Part of me fully expected the desk to be locked, especially when I noticed the small keyhole right above the drawer. But maybe my dad figured that you'd have to have a key to get into the garage in the first place, so there wasn't any reason for him to worry about locking his desk. Whatever the reason, I reach inside and pull out a planner, putting it on top of his laptop before sitting down on the edge of his chair. It's comfy, and I could easily be tempted to curl up in it to study what I just found. But I know that I'm running on borrowed time, and I thumb the cover of the planner before flipping it open. He has all of the past days clipped together so the planner falls open to today. Running my finger down the day's activities, I'm a little surprised to see that the only thing listed is my appointment with Dr. Harris. I frown, then reach back to the nape of my neck to tug on my hair there. Mom hates it when I do that, but it helps me think a little bit better. Why would he only have my appointment written down? I never got the feeling that he was too interested in what happened in my sessions with any doctor. Maybe it's because he's the one who found Dr. Harris, and so he wants to make sure that things run smoothly. That's a nice thought. But that doesn't seem like my dad. He doesn't care that much about what I do. Frowning, I flip through the next few pages. The only things marked on his planner are my appointments with Dr. Harris. Panic chokes at me as I flip until I get to the last one. This one has my appointment underlined, and then another note written after my doctor's name. Final appointment. Cassie committed? A cold chill runs through me and my stomach twists. Pushing back from the desk, I stand up from the chair, reaching up and grabbing at my throat. I want to scream, and I almost feel the sound roll out of me, but I hold it back at the last minute. Final appointment. How would he know when my last appointment with Dr. Harris will be? And why in the world would he have it already written down? It doesn't make any sense, and I swallow hard, trying to take deep breaths to calm the way my heart is pounding in my ears. Cassie, committed? I have no idea what that means. No idea what it means to be committed. No idea why in the world that would even be a question. Giving my head a little shake to try to clear my thoughts, I grab the planner and flip through the pages, looking for anything that might pop out at me as an explanation of what's going on. There's nothing. Even though I don't have proof, I think I know what's going on. My dad wants to get rid of me. It's the only thing that makes sense. I slam the planner shut and toss it in the desk drawer, pushing the drawer closed as quickly as possible. Fear pricks the back of my neck when I realize that I lost track of the time. Grabbing the key to the garage, I step away from the desk, shoving his office chair back where it was when I came in. As I back away from the desk towards the door to the house, I glance around. Did I touch anything else? Will my dad know that someone was in here? I think that I'm good, but just as I'm about to reach the door, I hear my name. Cassie? My mom's back from the neighbor. Sweat breaks out on my palms as I shove the key in the lock and slam the door shut, turning the key as quickly as possible to lock the door. I check the handle, giving it a quick twist, and relief floods through my body when it doesn't turn in my hand. Now I just have to get the key back upstairs before my mom sees me. Cassie, what are you doing? Her voice comes from behind me, and I whip around, squeezing the key hard in my hand. The good thing is that I know that she doesn't actually expect me to respond to her. She's just talking, which is something that she'd do anyway. The bad thing is that now I have no idea how I'm going to get the key back up into my dad's side table without her finding out. Or him. A chill runs through me when I think about what I saw written on his calendar. I always thought that he didn't really like me, but it's one thing to think that your dad doesn't care for you, and another thing entirely to see it written out in pen on a piece of paper. He wants to get rid of me, and my mom has no idea. At least, I don't think that she does. Tilting my head a little, I look up at her. Her face is so kind, so caring, that I want to wrap my arms around her and show her the key. If she knew what my dad was planning, then I think that she would help me out. She'd do everything possible to keep him from taking me away from her. But what if I'm wrong? A bit of panic grips my heart when I think about the fact that she could be in on this with him. I don't think that she is, but I have to be careful. You feeling okay, Cassie? One quick nod. That's all she gets right now until I have a chance to sit down and figure everything out on my own. Do you want to help me make dinner, or are you going to go outside and play? Those are my only choices. I point upstairs, and my mom shakes her head. It's so nice out, darling. Why don't you go play outside, or read, or something? If you want to play violin, I'll set it out on the back porch for you. I'm sure that the neighbors would love to hear you. I shake my head. The last thing that I want to do is put the key down somewhere. I have to keep it in my hand so that she doesn't find it. Giving her a small smile, I scoot past her, still holding the key tightly. I'll go outside for now, but I have to get back in before my dad gets home so that I can put the key back where it belongs. I don't know what he'd do to me if I didn't get it there on time, but I don't really want to wait around to find out.
Nathan. The skies open up on me when I'm halfway home, and I swear, turning on my windshield wipers and leaning forward to see through the glass. It's not that rain affects my evening plans, but I still hate the way the sky darkens and everything looks wet and dreary. I'm still going to go into my garage and have something to drink, but instead of counting down the days until Cassie is out of my hair and no longer my problem, I now have to figure out how to get Malachi to get his head out of the clouds and help me commit my daughter. If I thought that I could get away with doing it myself, I would have done it a long time ago. The only problem standing in my way is Vanessa. And I know that there's no way that she'd ever be willing to send Cassie to a home or a hospital. It seems like she actually enjoys spending time with our daughter, which I don't get. There's nothing to enjoy. It's like talking to a rock. When Cassie looks at me with her eyes blank and her face perfectly still, I just want to grab her and scream. It doesn't make any sense to me why people think that she's so great. Sure, she can play the violin, but does that really matter when she won't even speak to you? What's she going to do, grow up to be a musician but have someone else always handling her booking for her? How can she pay her bills, open a bank account, be a productive member of society? I slam my hand into the steering wheel and swear before pulling over to the side of the road and taking a deep breath. My house is just a few blocks ahead, and I'm going to have to sit through another insufferable dinner with my daughter staring at me before I can escape to the garage. Before Cassie, I loved coming home. I loved spending time with Vanessa. We'd get dressed up and go out on the town, staying out way too late, drinking and dancing. Now, though, I'm lucky if my wife isn't already in her pajamas by 8 o'clock. I know that she's tired, but I want my old wife back. And the only way to do that is to get rid of our daughter. I take a deep breath, practically tasting the beer I have in my garage, then nose back onto the road and make my way to the house. When I pull up in the driveway, I sit for a moment, almost hoping that Vanessa will come out to greet me. But she won't. She'll be busy making dinner or helping Cassie with something, or even reading a book. With a groan, I get out of my car and walk up to the house, letting myself in. Whatever she's making smells amazing, and I take a huge whiff before stepping into the house. "Hello," I call out, making sure that the door is locked behind me. "Where's my family?" I can't wait for the day that I can call out looking just for my wife, but there's still some time to go before I can do that. Until then, I'll include Cassie in my call, even though I always hope that she won't come. There's no reason for her to greet me after work when all she does is just stare at me anyway, like she isn't quite sure who I am. "In the kitchen," Vanessa's voice floats back to me, and I follow it, kicking off my shoes as I go. Hopefully dinner tonight will be better than it was on Friday. I'm still leery of anything that she's going to make using canned food, and I relax when I see that she's put together huge salads for the three of us. Grilled chicken rests on a plate waiting to be sliced and put on top, and each plate holds an impressive tower of veggies. "How was work?" Vanessa asks, coming right over to give me a kiss. "Did you have a good one? And aren't you excited to hear about Cassie's appointment with Dr. Harris?" I want to frown at that, but I keep my face still as I look at her. "So excited," I lie. "Hopefully it went well." She nods, slicing up the chicken and putting it on the salads before shaking up a mason jar full of homemade dressing and drizzling it over the tops. "Yeah, he said that he wants to see her twice a week now and thinks that they can definitely make some progress." I force a smile to my face. All I really want to do is scream and find the man who's working so hard to ruin my life. What kind of progress does he think that he can make? This makes Vanessa stop. She puts the jar down on the counter and turns to me, leaning in like she wants what's going to be said between us to be a secret. "Okay," she says, her voice so low that I have to lean in to hear her better. "He thinks that he'll be able to have a breakthrough with her and get her to talk." She looks so excited that I almost want to smile back at her. But then I remember that Malachi is working hard to ruin everything that I wanted him to do. "Really?" I don't have to fake the surprise in my voice. "How does he think he can do that?" Vanessa shrugs. "New types of therapy? Maybe he just had a really good connection with Cassie? I don't know, Nathan, but isn't it amazing? Can you imagine what it would be like if she was talking?" She gives a happy little wiggle and then grabs 2 plates to carry them to the table. I watch her go, dread in the pit of my stomach. Yes, I can imagine what it would be like if Cassie was talking. She'd tell all of my secrets, and I'd never be able to get rid of her. The one thing that I want is to be free from the problem of having a daughter, but if Malachi is able to make headway with her like he thinks he can, then I'll never get rid of Cassie. This simply can't happen. I know that he was faltering earlier on whether or not committing Cassie was the right thing to do, but he has to see that it is. I'm going to need to make him understand just how important this is to me, or I'll be forced to take matters into my own hands. The more people that I involve with Cassie, the harder it will be to get rid of her in the end.
Can you bring that last plate?
Vanessa calls from the living room, and I pick it up automatically before glancing down at the food. It's Cassie's salad, with plenty of tomatoes and carrots, a bit of chicken and lots of grapes and dried cranberries. There aren't any nuts on it because she's deathly allergic to them. Vanessa doesn't even want to keep them in the house at all, but I put my foot down on that one. There's no way that I'm going to agree to keeping snacks out of the house just because Cassie can't handle eating them. It's not my fault that she's weak. We keep the nuts locked up in a cupboard above the sink. Vanessa refuses to buy any for me, but that's fine with me. I can handle buying my own snacks. I stand there looking at the salad for so long that Vanessa leans back at the kitchen door.
Nathan, are you okay?
Giving my head a little shake, I look up at her and smile. Sorry, just got lost in my thoughts. Where is Cassie? She points upstairs.
I'm going to go get her now, okay? See you at the table.
She leaves, and I look back at the salad. It would be so easy to sprinkle little bits of nuts on her food. That would take care of the problem once and for all, wouldn't it? No Cassie, no Malachi, just Vanessa and me living out our best lives forever. There's a little voice in my head screaming at me to go get the tiny pieces of nuts that fall to the bottom of the container and take care of this now. I take a step towards the cupboard, eyeing the padlock on it. How quickly can I get to the cupboard and take care of the Cassie problem on my own? And, more importantly, do I really have the guts to kill my daughter like this? Wouldn't it be a lot easier to let someone else get her out of my life? That's why I offered Malachi so much money, but if he isn't willing to do what needs to be done, then I need to decide if I can take matters into my own hands. Before I can make that decision, though, I hear footsteps at the door and turn to see Cassie looking at me. She glances at the salad in my hand, then looks up at the locked cupboard. My heart beats fast in my chest when her eyes fall back to my face. There's no way that she knows, right? Even as I tell myself that, I try to read her face. It's a mask, perfectly designed to keep me from having any idea of what she's got going on in her mind, and I swallow hard, giving her a smile. You ready for dinner, honey? Looks like Mom made amazing salads. She comes and takes the plate from me, bumping into my bandaged hand when she does. I suck in a breath, and her eyes flick up to meet mine. I swear, the corners of her mouth move up in a tiny little smile before she turns and carries the plate out of the kitchen. Watching her go, I feel rage rise in me. She hit my hand on purpose, and she knew what she was doing. There's no reason for me to believe that she didn't do that to hurt me. My hand throbs, and I pull it close to my body, cradling it to my chest as I follow her to the dining room. Maybe peanuts on her salad would be too good for her.
Vanessa. After dinner, I cleaned up the table and curled up next to Nathan on the sofa, putting my head on his chest. His heart beats slow and steady, the soft thud of it almost enough to lull me to sleep if I were to close my eyes and really relax. Cassie had disappeared up to her room, probably to read, but I'd asked Nathan not to go to the garage right away so that the two of us could talk. It was obvious from his body language that he wasn't happy about having his relaxation time delayed, but I need him. I don't think that he understands how hard it is to be in a house all day long, talking to yourself. He gets to talk to other adults all the time, but I'm here with Cassie trying to carry on a conversation that never goes anywhere. Even so, I felt something today that I haven't felt in a long time, and I want to talk about it with Nathan. Hope. Hope that Cassie can finally get the help that she needs, and that when she starts speaking, that she and Nathan will connect. For a while, they loved to go on hikes together, and that was their thing. Until the time that Nathan was so unkind to her. I remember that day like it was yesterday. It's so seared into my memory. She'd been beyond upset, barely able to look at me or her father, but obviously hadn't talked about it with either of us. What happened? I'd asked Nathan, but he'd just shrugged, looking as confused as I felt.
The bugs were really bad,
he says, obviously trying to figure out what the problem had been.
And when we got to the top overlook, it was a lot hotter than we'd expected it to be, so we went all that way and then didn't really get to enjoy it.
I was confused and frowned. But you guys took enough water, right? Cassie's never really been bothered by the heat on hikes before, has she? He shrugged, like it wasn't really worth his time trying to figure it out.
You know that I have no idea what goes on in her head,
he'd told me, reaching out and giving my hands a little squeeze.
And even though she didn't say anything, it was pretty obvious that she wasn't thrilled with how the hike went. Let's give her some time, and I'll offer in a few weekends to see if she changed her mind.
He was right. Of course he was. So I'd dug her boots out of the kitchen trash and stuck them under my bed to keep them safe. That way they'd be available if Cassie ever wanted to go hiking again, but they wouldn't be in her face, making her feel bad about throwing them away. It wasn't until later, when he'd been drinking, that he finally told me the truth. Of course, that had been forever ago, and Cassie never made any indication that she wanted to go hiking. Nathan never asked her again, as far as I know, so her boots just got dusty under my bed. I still haven't brought myself to throw them out, even though I know that there's basically a 0% chance that she'd want to hike after all this time. But that's in the past, and I want to spend my time looking forward. If Cassie gets help from Dr. Malachi and will open up to us a little bit, then maybe she and Nathan can have a better relationship. I know that they aren't close by any means, and I know that their relationship has driven a bit of a wedge between me and my husband.
What did you want to talk about?
He asks suddenly, his voice rumbling through my body. I sit up and look at him, putting a smile on my face so he knows that I'm not mad. I wanted to thank you for finding Dr. Harris, I begin, but I see the shadow that appears in his eyes when I mention the other man's name. Whatever the problem is with the two of them, I forge ahead. I think that he could be really good for Cassie. And maybe we could get our daughter back.
What do you mean by that? Get her back. She's never been anywhere else, Vanessa. The Cassie that we have is the same Cassie that we're going to have, even if she does learn how to speak.
The anger in his voice takes me by surprise, and I sit up, pulling away from him a little bit. Sure, she'll be the same person, I agree. But we'll be able to connect with her, and that's incredible. He sighs and runs his hand through his hair. I remember doing that myself when we were dating, and then first married, but right now I don't want to touch him. Our thighs touch a little bit, and I pull back enough to put some space between the two of us. If Nathan notices what I'm doing, he doesn't say anything.
Do you really think so?
He finally asks, turning to look at me.
Do you think that it will be incredible to connect with someone who's lived her whole life with us but never made an effort to be our daughter? Do you really think that Cassie wants to be able to connect with us, Vanessa? His questions make my head swim, and I feel like I'm being swept out to sea. Reaching out, I plant my hand on the back of the sofa, my fingers digging into the soft fabric to help me feel like I'm not losing control of the conversation. "Why wouldn't she?" I ask. "She's our daughter, Nathan, in case you've forgotten. She loves us." He stares at me like he honestly can't believe what I'm saying and gives his head a little shake. "No, Vanessa, she doesn't. She loves her violin. She loves not having to answer to anyone or any questions because she's special." The way that he calls our daughter special gives me chills, but I force myself to stay in my seat. Part of me is screaming for me to get up and run away from him, but I know that doing that won't help my cause later. I have to figure out what's causing this anger in Nathan and how I can fix it. "She is special," I say. "You've read the reports and talked to her psychologists. She's brilliant, Nathan. It's just that her mind is locked away right now, but we can free her. I'm sure of it." He scoffs and stands up quickly, stepping away from the sofa before I can reach for him to pull him back to me. I realize with a start that I wasn't going to reach for him anyway. I don't know that I want to stop him from leaving and going to the garage if that's what he really wants right now. "You'll see, Vanessa," he says coldly. "Cassie is a problem, and has been a problem from day one. I know that you think she loves you, but I don't think that she's capable of love. You're her mother, but I'm a professional. Who are you going to believe?" With that, he turns and stalks to the stairs. I know what he's doing. I know that he's getting his key that he keeps hidden somewhere so that he can go into the garage and have something to drink. It's never crossed my mind to look for the key or to try to find out what else he has in there, but I've never felt before like he was hiding something from me. Now, though, I'm not so sure. I watch as he ascends the stairs, then gulp in a breath of air like I just surfaced from under the water. I always thought that I knew my husband but needed to get to know my daughter better. But what if I was wrong? What if I know Cassie, but Nathan doesn't believe me? Would he try to pull us apart from each other? Would my husband do something to make Cassie not love me? I know that she's not great at showing her emotions for other people, but I also know that she loves me. There's no way that she couldn't. We're connected, even if my husband doesn't see that. But what if he really sees something that I don't? Malachi. All week, I've been looking forward to my next session with Cassie. I know that Nathan is upset that I don't want to stop meeting with his daughter, but there's no way that I'm going to let her walk away from me when she could be the one thing that will actually allow me to have a career. There's something to her below the surface, and I feel like I could be the one to crack it. Never mind that she's gone to some of the best psychologists in the area. Never mind the fact that Nathan is her father, and if he can't get her to speak, then there really may be something wrong with her. I want to be the one to figure out how to get Cassie to speak. I can only imagine the papers that I'll be able to write on her. She's my meal ticket, and I know that Nathan wants me to stop working with her so that he can get her out of his life. But there's no way that I can let that happen. I need Cassie. She may not need me nearly as badly as I need her, but that doesn't mean that I'm about to let her go. Not when she could easily change my life.
Dr. Harris, Cassie is here.
My intercom beeps softly, and I take a deep breath before answering. Great, thank you. Please send her on in. I'm ready for her. I don't know if that's true, but I spent all of my free time since our last session reading up on mutism. There has to be a reason why she doesn't speak, and I wonder if it's tied to the fact that she's a prodigy. She may have transcended the need for spoken language because she's so talented with the violin and so able to connect with people through her music. It's a bold claim, but not one that I've seen anyone else make before, so I'm willing to go out on a limb to see if it will hold water in front of my peers. If it does, then I know that I'll have it all made. Cassie may decide to speak one day, that's up to her, but more importantly than that, I'll be taken care of. Vanessa leans in my office to give me a wave, and I stand, buttoning my jacket as I do. "Vanessa," I say, giving her a nod. "Lovely to see you. I've been looking forward to my session with Cassie this morning." She blushes, making her look more attractive than a moment before. Nathan doesn't have any idea how lucky he is to have her, and he's willing to risk throwing it all away just to have his daughter locked up.
Dr. Harris, hi. I just wanted to lean in and let you know that if you or Cassie ever want me to sit in on a session, that I'm right out here. She gestures behind her, and I know that she means she'll be sitting in one of the chairs in the waiting room. I've never sat in one, but they look like the kind of chair that's easy to get into, but almost impossible to get out of. "Thank you," I tell her, resting my hands on the edge of my desk. Every move I make is careful and precise, chosen specifically to ensure that I look as professional as possible. "I don't think that we'll need you today, but Cassie is always welcome to have you come in if she wants." She won't want it. Cassie doesn't strike me as the type of child who needs other people to feel strong. It's obvious that she can handle most everything on her own and probably doesn't want her mom anywhere near her session with me. Cassie?
Vanessa says, taking what I said to heart and turning to speak to her child, who's now standing at her side.
Do you want me to come sit in with you and Dr. Harris?
For a moment, I swear that my heart stops. The last thing that I want is for her to sit in on my session with Cassie. I'm not worried about saying anything inappropriate or her not liking the way I'm dealing with her daughter. It goes deeper than that. She's dealt with so many psychologists when trying to get Cassie help that I'm honestly worried that she'll be able to see right through me. I'm not nearly as great as her husband has built me up to be, and the last thing that I want is for her to figure that out. No, it's much better for everyone involved if Vanessa sits outside in one of the soft chairs and relaxes, thinking that her daughter is in the most capable hands in the area. To my relief, Cassie gives her head a short shake and then pushes past her mother, her eyes scanning my office from the moment she walks in the door. I know what she's doing, looking for anything that might be different or out of place. But everything will be the same. She's my only patient. So after our last session, I shut the door and nothing has been moved. Except for the small box on the desk. That's new, and her eyes lock on it as her mother shuts the door behind her. "Hi, Cassie," I say, sitting back down in my chair. I motion for her to sit too, but she remains standing, her hands resting easily at her sides, her eyes still on the box for a moment. When I don't mention the box, she lifts her eyes and sits across from me, staring over my head like she did the last time. "I have something that I picked up for you," I say casually. I realized after our last appointment that my office isn't really set up for kids, so I wanted to get something that you could use here that would make you feel more comfortable. She doesn't move, and I pause, letting the second hand on the clock behind her make a full revolution around the face before speaking again. "Whenever you're ready, you can open it up." She doesn't move at first, but then slowly leans forward and takes the lid of the box, tugging it straight up before setting it to the side. Her eyes flick to my face once, then she reaches in and pulls out a small round container. Even though I want to explain to her what it is, I wait for her to read the lid and pop it open. She reaches inside and pulls out the putty, stretching it between her hands before balling it up and rolling it into a sphere on my desk. "Thinking putty," I say, unable to help myself. "I thought that you would have something to do with your hands when we're meeting, since you can't really play violin during our sessions." This makes her pause, and she looks up at me before squeezing the putty hard enough that it forces its way out between her fingers. The putty is bright red with sparkles and looks like blood dripping down her hand. "Listen," I say, leaning forward to look at her. "You're a smart girl, Cassie. You know as well as I do that I can't make you speak." My heart pounds in my chest. I might be making a mistake pushing her like this, but the text that I got from her father this morning spurs me on. Make it happen or step aside. I have to figure out how to get the best of both worlds with Cassie. Nathan won't let me take my time with her, which means that I need to move things along. What I'm doing is a risk, but I hope that it will pay off. "You need to know the truth of what's going on here, Cassie," I say. She puts the putty down on the table, pressing it into a flat pancake before looking up at me. I take a deep breath, unsure of what I'm doing. I know that I'm throwing away my chance at greatness right now, but there still may be a way that I can salvage everything if I'm lucky. Her eyes are locked on me, her hand pressed flat on the putty as she waits for me to tell her exactly what's happening. "Your dad wants you to speak," I say, picking my words carefully. "That's why you're here." Her face darkens, and I'm sure that if she did talk, that she'd interrupt me right now, but I continue. "But there's more, Cassie. He hired me, not because he thought that I could get you to speak, but because he thought that I could help him get rid of you." My words hang in the air between us, and I realize that I just made a huge mistake. I thought that her face would change, that she'd cry or get upset, or that she might even speak just out of rage, but Cassie doesn't respond. Her eyes narrow just enough to let me know that she's listening to what I'm saying. Then she rips the putty off of the desk between us and crushes it between her hands before dropping it onto the floor. I hear it land with a thud, but I don't move to look at it. "I can help you," I tell her, standing at the same time that she does. We both have our hands planted on my desk and are leaning over it, staring at each other. "Let me help you, Cassie. You don't have to speak, but you have to help me help you right now. Can you do that?"
Cassie.
I knew it. I knew that my dad hated me. He's hated me from the moment that the doctors couldn't tell him why I wasn't speaking. He's hated me for ruining his perfect little family and for making him out to be a freak. I've never been good enough for him, and this proves it. Shock rips through my body at what Dr. Harris is telling me, but I'm not so surprised at what he's saying, rather at the fact that he's willing to tell me all of this. Most adults wouldn't dream of coming clean with something like this, but here it is, all out in the open between us. My mind feels like there's an angry beehive buzzing around inside. It's impossible for me to think straight, and I really want to get outside so that I can clear my mind. But if I leave this office, then Mom will know that something's up. My mom. Looking at Dr. Harris, I try to judge how much she probably knows about all of this. She's not stupid, but sometimes I think that she is blind to my father and to me. I want to ask him if my mom knows what's going on, but I don't dare speak the words. They flutter in my stomach like angry birds, pecking and clawing at my insides as they try to force their way out, but I don't open my mouth to let them free. It's best to keep them swallowed down where I'm the only one who can feel them. I like knowing that I'm the only one who's aware of their existence. I can let them out and free them into the world if I ever want to, but so far I haven't wanted to. I like having them all to my own, and that isn't about to change with this information.
I know that you're communicating when you play your violin,
Dr. Harris says, and my eyes flick back up to his face. His eyes are locked on mine, and his mouth is slightly parted as he looks at me.
You don't communicate with words, Cassie, but I know that you do when you play your instrument. I could tell when I heard your performance.
He's not as stupid as I thought. Slowly, I sit back down, perching on the edge of my chair. I don't reach down for the putty. I'm sure that by now it's already stuck to the rug and won't come up without a fight. Dr. Harris looks relieved that I sat, and he does the same, leaning forward like he wants to be as close to me as possible.
I'm right, aren't I? You don't speak with words, but you do with music.
For a moment, I consider not answering him. I don't trust this man, especially now that I know why my dad chose him for me to talk to. He's had a change of heart about what he was going to do to me, but that doesn't mean that he's a good man. It just means that he felt bad about hurting me. Finally, though, I give him a tiny nod. It's so small that I think he might miss it, but I hear him suck in a breath, and I flick my eyes from the window behind his head to his face.
I knew it,
he breathed. His hands are splayed on the desk between us, and he flexes his fingers before picking up a pen and tapping it on his planner. Seeing his planner makes me think of the one on my dad's desk, and I feel my stomach clench. Pushing back from the desk, I stand, breathing heavy as I look at the doctor. He's not on my side, no matter what I might want to convince myself. Sure, he gave me some information that will help me survive whatever my father has planned for me, but he was working with him. All I know now is that I can't trust Dr. Harris. I'm glad that he told me that my dad is trying to get rid of me because that will just speed up my personal timeline. I have to get rid of my dad first because I love my mom more. That's what this comes down to. He doesn't love her enough. If he did, then he'd also love me. I love her more, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to keep her safe, even if that means getting rid of him.
Cassie?
Dr. Harris sounds nervous, and he should be. I came in here, and he was supposed to get information from me, but I got a lot more from him. Now I'm done, but if I walk out that door to my mom, then she'll know that something's up. She'll tell my dad, and he might speed things up on his end. I'm not getting taken away from my mother. I love her too much, and I won't let anyone tear us apart, not even my dad.
You can sit back down,
he says. It's obvious that he's trying to keep his voice calm, but I can see that he's nervous in the way he keeps glancing over my shoulder at the door. I wonder if my mom is reading out there or just counting down the minutes until I come back out. It would be so easy to open the door and find out, but instead, I walk past the desk and look out the window. Dr. Harris has a terrible view, but anything is better than looking at his face. We still have a while to go in our appointment, but I'm done listening to him. He can talk at me all he wants to, but I have much better things to do. I have to think about how I'm going to get rid of my dad. The entire ride home, I stare out the window. It's a much better view than the one from Dr. Harris's office, but now I have to try to concentrate while my mom sings along with the radio. She doesn't always talk to me in the car, which is nice because it gives me a bit of a break to think. But she loves to sing along to the radio when it's just the two of us. My dad never lets her sing. He tells her all the time that she should leave it to the professionals. But I love the way she tries to match the notes when driving and how terrible she sometimes sounds. I didn't get my musical talent from her, but I did get my love of music. Absent-mindedly, I tap out the rhythm on my leg, letting the beat flow through me while I think. There has to be some way that I can get rid of my dad once and for all. He's simply not going to be allowed to stay in our house any longer. Glancing up at my mom, I catch her gaze in the rearview mirror. She gives me a huge grin, and I give her a small smile in return. I'm no longer doing this just for me. Dr. Harris made it clear that if my dad has his way, that I'll be taken from my mom and won't ever see her again. I have to do this to help save my mom. My dad doesn't deserve her. He never has. He says that he loves her, but I never see him act like it in person. No, the best thing for all of us will be for one member of the family to leave. But that member isn't going to be me. It's going to be my dad. I just have to finalize my plans. I have some hope that I'll be able to drive him out of the house on his own accord. There's a chance that I can make him so unhappy that he'll just leave on his own. That's my plan. We'll see how it goes. Because if that doesn't work, then I'm more than happy to get rid of him in another way. Anything for my mom. The key to my dad's garage feels light in my hand. I have a pretty good feeling that I could just open the door and let my mom find out everything on her own, but I'm sure that my dad would deny it. He's good at getting in people's brains and making them think things that they might not otherwise. I don't want that to happen to my mom. I just want him gone. There's a satisfying plunk as the key hits the water and then sits at the bottom of the toilet bowl. For a moment, I consider reaching back in and pulling it out, but I flush the handle before I can do something so stupid. Cutting my dad off from his garage is the first step in driving him out of the house.
Nathan. All I want is a beer. Malachi was cagey when I tried to talk to him about Cassie earlier today. For some reason, he has it in his head that Cassie will somehow help him salvage his career. But there's nothing really there for him to try to save. Besides, if he does try to use my daughter to get his life back together, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to nuke it all. He doesn't know that I have recordings of the two of us meeting and talking about getting Cassie committed. I'm sure that if he ever tried to take me down or save his career, that those would be more than enough to stop him. They're tucked away in the bottom drawer of my desk in the garage. Every single night after I eat dinner and shower, I go in there to count down how many more days I'm going to have to live with Cassie in my house. Then I run my fingers over the tapes just to ensure that they're still there. They're my insurance policy, and it feels good to know that nothing's happened to them. Then again, it's not like anyone would be able to get to them. Vanessa is sweet, but has no idea where I store the key to the garage. I thought about keeping it on my key ring, but decided that that would be too dangerous. It would be easy for her to pick it up and let herself in if she ever got curious. No, it's best that she has no idea how to get into my garage and find what's hidden in my desk. That's why I keep the key in a secret drawer in my bedside table. I know that Vanessa doesn't know about the drawer. She has a matching one on her bedside table, and I put a diamond necklace in there for her to find. The fact that she's never thanked me for it or worn it tells me that she's never found the drawers. That and the sheer amount of dust around the bottom of the tables clue me in that my secret hiding place is safe. I pop open the drawer and pull it out, reaching in for the key. But my fingers only brush the smooth wood of the table. What? I mutter, craning my neck to peek into the drawer. I don't see anything, so I yank on it, pulling the whole thing off its track and out into my hand. It's empty, but I still sweep my fingers through it as if I really think that the key has gone invisible. No. A cold sweat breaks out all over my body, and I feel my muscles start to stiffen up. Where is it? Dropping the drawer, I plant my hands on the floor and look under the bed, then around the back of the table. It had to have fallen out onto the floor last night when I was putting it away. I'd been drinking, sure, but not so much that I wouldn't remember to put the key away. My hands sweep across the floor behind the bedside table, but I don't find anything. Panic washes over me, and I stand, grabbing the bedside table and yanking it out from the wall. It makes a terrible scraping sound as it drags across the wood floor, but I don't care about that right now. As soon as I have it angled out from the wall, I look again, my eyes scanning across the floor as I fight to keep the panic rising in me under control. I know better than most people that panicking doesn't do any good. The only thing that it will do is make it that much more difficult for you to think clearly and come up with a good plan. Just because my key is missing doesn't mean that Cassie or Vanessa found it. It doesn't mean that either one of them has been in my garage. If my wife had gotten in and seen what was on my desk, then I'm sure that she would have already brought it up. And Cassie just isn't smart enough to find the key, I'm sorry. I know that my wife says that she tests really well and is bright, but I just don't see it. All I see is a moon-faced kid walking around my house and ruining everything. This means that I must have left the key in my pocket last night when I came upstairs. That's the only solution that makes sense, so I rush to the pile of dirty laundry in the corner of the bedroom and pull out yesterday's pants, digging through the pocket. My fingers fish into the fabric pouches, but come up empty. This is not good. Where is it? I ask nobody in particular, turning slowly around as I look at the room. It's not on my dresser or on either of the bedside tables. Dropping to my knees, I look under the bed, but there's nothing stored under there, and a key would stick out immediately. Not there. Turning, I gasp when I see Cassie standing in the doorway. She's watching me silently, as usual, her eyes big and locked on me. "What are you doing, Cassie?" I ask, but she doesn't move. She doesn't respond either, which is no surprise to me, but it still makes me angry. "Did you take my key?" Slowly, I close the gap between the two of us, keeping my eyes on her. "Vanessa," I call, raising my voice just loud enough for my wife to hear me if she's also upstairs. Nothing. "You stole it," I say, stopping right in front of Cassie. In response, she tilts her head up at me like she's trying to read my mind. Even though I know that she can't, I still feel creeped out. "Where did you put it?" I ask. The stairs are right around the corner and behind her. I have to fight the urge to rush at my daughter in the hopes that she would panic and step back. That would solve all of my problems. Although Vanessa would be inconsolable for a while. I'm sure that she'd want another child, but I had a vasectomy without her knowing. We can try all she wants, but I'm never going down this path again. "I know that you took the key," I say, staring down at Cassie. I hadn't really believed that it was possible until just now, but the more I let myself think it, the more sense it makes. Cassie must have found out about the key and then taken it to punish me. I don't know how, and I don't know where she put it, but I will find out. "Give it back, and you won't be in trouble." She doesn't respond. Her eyes look through me like she's staring at something behind me on the wall. It's incredibly creepy, and I want to turn and see what she's looking at, but I know that there isn't anything there. "Listen, Cassie," I say, getting close to her and dropping my voice so that she's the only one who can hear me. I never get this close to her on purpose, and it's strange. I can smell whatever soap she used to wash her hands after dinner and can see all of the small freckles on her cheeks that don't really have time to pop out since she never spends a lot of time in the sun. "You and I both know that you don't belong here," I tell her. It's stupid and will probably come back to bite me later, but I can't help the words coming out of my mouth. I'm so angry that all I can picture right now is how good it would feel to push her down the stairs. Show me where the key is, and I'll let you stay a little longer. Nothing. She's barely breathing, just tiny wisps of air hitting my cheek with every exhale. I want to scream, but instead I stand, my hands clenched at my sides. Fine, Cassie. You want to play this game? I want you to know that I'm going to win. You don't belong here. You belong locked up somewhere. Nathan! Vanessa stands at the top of the stairs, one hand on the banister, the other over her mouth, like she's trying to hold back more words. Her face is pale, and her eyes are as wide as her daughter's. I look at her for a moment, then back at Cassie, and I swear that I see the corners of her mouth curve up in a smile. She thinks that this is funny. I can't push her down the stairs now, not with my wife standing right there staring at me, so I push past her, reaching for Vanessa's hand. She pulls back, her eyes still locked on my face. Her expression is a mixture of disgust and hate, and it turns my stomach to know that the reason she's looking at me like that is our child. You heard the wrong thing, I say, trying to smooth it over. Did you just tell Cassie that she doesn't belong here? Vanessa spits out the words, her eyes snapping bright. I've never seen her this angry about anything, and it's almost terrifying. What in the hell were you thinking? Better to play this safe. Running my hand through my hair, I give her a small smile. I'm so sorry, I lie. You're right. I'm not thinking. This week has been hard on me, and I've just gotten my hopes up with Dr. Harris. That, and I'm seeing a really difficult patient at work right now, and I took it out on Cassie, and I shouldn't have. Vanessa moves past me and gathers our daughter in her arms, wrapping her tightly against her body like she's willing to physically protect her. You can't sleep in our room tonight, she hisses at me. Downstairs. On the couch. Do you understand? I nod because that's really the only thing that I can do right now. Cassie stares at me, her expression blank. Maybe I imagined her smiling earlier, but I don't think that I did. I think that she's loving this, but holding it all in, just like she holds everything else in. I got it, I say, giving my wife a nod. I refuse to look at my daughter any longer than I have to. She's a problem, and there's only one thing to do about a problem. Deal with it. Get rid of it. Move on. I'm just not able to do that quite yet, but I will be soon enough. I'm sorry, I say, but Vanessa holds up her hand to stop me. Not now, she says. I don't want to hear you talk right now. I can't believe what you just said, Nathan. Just go. Downstairs. Leave us alone. Do you understand? Glancing once at my daughter, I give my head a little shake, then do what my wife is asking. It enrages me to walk away from the two of them and to know that Cassie thinks that she's won. But I'll come back from this. I know that I will. She won right now, just because she's got Vanessa here to keep her safe. But it won't be like that forever. And I'm patient. Cassie.
Mom runs around her bedroom like she can't quite decide what needs to come with her and what she can leave behind. Sitting in the middle of her bed, I watch her, not saying anything, but just noticing how stressed out she is. I want to go with her, and I've made that clear to her many times, but she keeps shaking her head and telling me no. Giving her a little wave to get her attention, I point at myself, then at her suitcase. This is much more communication than I'd normally give her, but I want to make it clear what I want from her. I just don't want her to leave without me. I'm the only one who can make sure that she's going to be happy and safe on the road.
Cassie,
I wish that you could come, but you're going to stay here with your dad, okay? I have to go help my dad after his fall and surgery, and you'll be much happier here. It's just for 2 nights, and I'll be back Sunday." She wraps her arms around me and kisses the top of my head, but I don't hug her back. That's not what I wanted her to say. I wanted her to agree that she needed me. I heard the arguments every night while she and my dad worked things out. I know that he really wants me gone, and I don't understand why my mom would leave me here with him.
"He didn't mean any of it,"
she says, as if she's reading my mind. She pulls back a little bit to look at me, her eyes searching my face.
"I know that he shouldn't have said that, but he really didn't mean it, okay? He's stressed, and that's no excuse, but it will be fine. You'll be fine while I'm gone. He promised me he wouldn't drink while I was away."
I know the real reason that I'm not allowed to go with her. I'd creep my grandfather out. His words, not mine. Shrugging my shoulders to get her to let me go, I pull back and snuggle up by her pillow as I watch her work. This trip was unexpected, but I think that I can make it work for me. Part of me is a little scared about being left in the house with my dad just because I know that he doesn't like me. But that's only a little bit of what I'm feeling. I'm also really excited. I know that he doesn't like me, which means that he'll try to stay away from me as much as possible. That means that I should have plenty of time to try to get him to leave first. I'll do anything for my mom and to get to stay with her. And this weekend is my chance. A text makes my mom's phone buzz, and I grab it before she can, reading what my dad wrote before handing it over. "He's on his way home," she says, like I don't already know. "Why don't you come on downstairs in a minute to say goodbye, okay? I'm going to leave as soon as he gets home so that I can try to get there at a decent time." I don't even bother nodding because she's speaking as she walks to the door. For a moment, I sit on the bed. Then I slip off of it once I hear that she's gone downstairs. I only have a few minutes to act before my dad will be home, and I need to move quickly. I'm sure that once he's here, he's going to keep an eye on me to make sure that nothing happens. This may very well be my only time by myself. Running to my room, I drop to my knees and pull out a small chest that's tucked under my bed. I keep my key hidden in a pair of socks in the back of my underwear drawer, and I dig it out before opening the lid on my trunk. This isn't as safe a hiding spot as my one outside, but it's perfect for hiding larger things that won't fit behind the brick. My fingers quiver with excitement before I pull out the squat yellow and red canister that I took from below the kitchen sink. It's something that my mom has warned me over and over again never to touch so that I don't burn my fingers. Flipping open the lid, I glance inside, excited to see how much is still in the can. Tilting my head to listen, I strain my ears to make sure that I don't hear the front door. So far, nothing, but my dad could get home at any moment, which means that I need to go ahead and move quickly so that I don't get caught. I run back down the hall, throwing caution to the wind as I streak across the open space at the top of the stairs. Once in my parents' bedroom, I rush to my dad's side of the bed and flip back the covers, sprinkling the powder liberally onto the sheets. It looks grainy and obvious, and I panic that my dad will see it before he gets into bed. If he does, then there's no way that this will work. Grabbing his pillow, I rub it across the grains on his bed, being really careful not to touch anything with my bare skin. The grains slowly rub into the sheets, disappearing into the fabric. Holding open the pillowcase with one hand, I pour in more of the cleaner, then give it a shake and put it back before flipping the covers back up over the bed. He'll never know. Rushing back down the hall to my room, I drop to my knees and lock the trunk, putting the key back where it goes. My heart slams in my chest with excitement, and I have to stop for a moment, taking deep breaths to try to calm down. I can't go downstairs looking like this. My parents will know immediately that there's something going on.
Closing my eyes, I practice my deep breathing that other therapists have taught me. I feel the breath flow inside of me, and I calm myself, finally opening my eyes and looking around my room. With my toe, I push the trunk a little farther under my bed. I'm sure that my dad will want to look in it, but there's no way that he'll ever find my key, so I'm not really worried about that. As long as he doesn't see what's in there, he'll just chalk this up to an allergic reaction. Looking in the mirror, I wipe the smile from my face. I can't let either of them know how happy I am right now. Truthfully, though, I'm the happiest that I've been in a long time. Before leaving my room, I click off my light and exhale hard one more time. There. I can feel the blank look on my face, and I know that it's the one that drives my dad crazy. Everything is perfect when I finally walk down the stairs.
Vanessa. My head is in the refrigerator when I feel Nathan put his arms around me and pull me into a hug. Turning, I let him kiss me, surprised at the passion of his kiss. He shuts the refrigerator door, nuzzling his face into the crook of my neck.
"Are you sure that you have to leave?"
he asks, his voice husky.
"I hate the idea of you going all by yourself and leaving me behind. I'd much rather be with you."
Looping my hands up around his neck, I kiss him back. This is the first time we've kissed since I heard what he said to Cassie at the top of the stairs. Never in my life did I think that my marriage would fall apart, but I honestly thought that that was what was happening right then. Nathan explained it all to me, though. The stress, how overwhelmed he's been, how he's trying so hard to get Cassie the help that she needs. It's not fair that the two of us are constantly so stressed out while trying to fix everything for our little girl. Of course, I know that neither one of us would change a thing if it meant that we were able to get her the help that she needed. That doesn't mean that it's not stressful, and I know that Nathan carries a lot more of that stress than I do. I'm able to get to really know Cassie and spend time with her. Having the chance to enjoy her company all day long makes it so much easier for the two of us to really connect. Nathan, on the other hand, has to go to work and deal with really difficult people all day long. I don't blame him for wanting to feel normal when he comes home. Unfortunately, that's not what we have going on here. It's never been normal here, and I have a pretty good feeling that it won't ever be. That doesn't mean it can't be wonderful, but I understand his stress. I just need him to work really hard on making a connection with Cassie, that's all. "You know that I have to go," I tell him, giving him a kiss. "But I honestly think that this time could be really good for the both of you. You'll have a chance to connect and get to know each other better. You won't have to worry about how you're going to connect with each other while I'm here." I pause, trying to gauge his reaction from his face, but he's too close to me and I can't quite tell what he's thinking. Before I can worry, though, he pulls back, a smile on his face. "You're right," he says, giving me a quick kiss on the tip of my nose. "I'm overthinking things. But I'm going to stop. This weekend with Cassie is probably just what the two of us need to bond and really feel connected. Thanks for understanding that I love her. It's just been hard recently." Warmth floods through my body, and I want to kiss him again, but I know that I need to get on the road. "You are the best," I tell him, pulling out of his arms. "I know that this is hard, but trust me, you're going to love the connection that you make with her. She's worth the extra effort, okay?" He smiles again and nods, then reaches out to touch my shoulder. "Just be safe on the road, okay? I don't think that either one of us could handle it if something happened to you." He's so compassionate and thoughtful that I'm at a loss for words. I know plenty of couples who, when the wife goes out of town for a few days, the husband completely falls to pieces. But not Nathan. This won't be easy for him, and I know that, but he also knows that I see how difficult this is going to be. I see that it's going to be difficult, and I appreciate all that he's going to do for me. The fact that I know that he can take care of Cassie without problems is a relief. Sure, he got frustrated, but we all do. Anyone would in our position. I don't want to think about all of the times that I've screamed into my pillow after Cassie's gone outside to play. Being her parent isn't easy, but it's rewarding. It's time for Nathan to see that. I honestly think that the best way for him to make that connection with her is to do it without me around. This will give them the perfect chance to finally connect without me acting as the crutch. I grab my purse from the counter and tuck the bag of food that I put together under one arm. When I turn, I see Cassie standing at the door to the kitchen. She's leaning against the door frame, her big eyes locked on me. She's so beautiful. I know that she's difficult and that she can push Nathan to the edge, but I wouldn't change our daughter for the world. There's so much more to her than just the fact that she's quiet. Her eyes widen as I sweep towards her and then pull her into a hug, wrapping my arms so tightly around her that she can't breathe at first. You be good for Dad, okay? I ask her, pressing my lips onto the top of her head. He needs you to be as good as possible because he's not great at solo parenting. Nathan's still standing behind me, and I'm pretty sure that he can't hear what I'm saying to our daughter. I don't want him to know that I'm asking Cassie to be better than normal just to help him out, because I'm sure that he would hate thinking that he needed any assistance. She gives a single nod and then pulls away from me, her eyes searching my face. I have to go, I tell her, cupping her cheeks in my hands. It's the first time that I've ever left her since she was born, and I feel my stomach twist hard at the thought. But I'll only be gone for 2 nights. It'll be late Sunday when I get back, but I'll still be in to snuggle you before you fall asleep, okay? This time she doesn't nod, but I know that she's heard what I said. Cassie's a watcher and gets most of her information just from observing other people. It drives my husband nuts, but I respect it. I see how she notices everything going on around her and how content she is just to gather all of that information. Okay, I'm out, I say, wiggling my fingers at the two of them. I hope that you two have a wonderful time, okay? I have to leave before I start to cry. I'm not upset about leaving Nathan. It's leaving Cassie that's about to do me in. I hate the fact that I'm not going to be here for her for 2 whole days, and it's not like we can talk on the phone if she gets upset. I thought about asking her to text me on Nathan's phone if she needs anything, but I know that she won't. I'm just going to have to hope that she'll be able to communicate with Nathan if something is wrong. Nathan. Cassie disappeared as soon as Vanessa walked out the door to her car. I stood alone in the front door to wave goodbye to my wife, and when I finally got back into the house, I had no idea where my daughter was. It didn't take me long to find out, though. The sound of her playing the violin sweeps through the house, each note impeccable. Each time she bows the strings so perfect that I'm sure that Vanessa would almost be brought to tears. But not me. I'm just angry. I always feel like my daughter is mocking me when she plays the violin. It feels like she's trying to torment me, like she knows that I can't stand listening to her constantly making music in her room. I want peace and quiet so that I can think undisturbed, but each time she picks up her instrument, she fills the house with so much music that I can't think. Of course, Vanessa would never understand this. She'd tell me that I was being irrational and that music was Cassie's one outlet. There isn't any way that she'd ever side with me if I were to tell Cassie to lay off the instrument for a while. But Vanessa isn't here. I hate the thought of 2 days on my own with Cassie. It doesn't scare me to think that something bad may happen. It just makes me angry to think that I'm going to have to put aside the things that I want to do to make sure that my daughter is comfortable.
Rage courses through me as she holds a particularly long note, then drops down into shorter staccato ones. Each time her bow touches the strings, I feel like she's dragging it across my last nerve. I'm at the bottom of the stairs before I really know what I'm doing. My hand rests on the worn wood banister, and I grip it tightly, trying to decide what to do. I know that I shouldn't go up there, that talking to Cassie will only make me angrier. I can see exactly how she'll turn her little face to me and stare at me. I know that I won't be able to handle the blank stare on her face. If I could find the key to my garage, then I'd simply disappear in there so that I didn't have to hear her. That's how the garage started out, as a place where I could get away from the sound of the house so I didn't have to deal with my daughter. It was my safe haven, but over time it became much more than that. I'm climbing the steps before I even realize what I'm doing. It's not too late to turn back by the time I reach the top. I could turn into my bedroom and look harder for the key. It wouldn't take anything for me to stop my trajectory. But I realize that I don't want to. I want to see my daughter and tell her to stop playing the violin. I'm never allowed to tell her what I really think about her and her music because Vanessa is always here to protect her. But she's not here now. No daughter should need protection from her father, but Cassie isn't a normal daughter. She's not normal at all. There's something wrong with her, and I can't seem to stop myself from walking down the hall to her room. As I do, the music gets louder and louder until it's making my head pound. I stop outside her door for a moment before grabbing the handle and turning it hard to the side. I'm surprised when it turns and I can push the door open. In my mind, I'd imagined that she locked the door and I was going to have to fight with her to open it. She either doesn't hear me when I open the door or doesn't care that I'm there. Her back is to me, and she's standing at the window open, playing as hard as she can. Everyone in the neighborhood will be able to hear her. They'll all know that it's my daughter disturbing the peace. Cassie. My voice is firm and loud enough for her to hear me even over the music, but she doesn't turn around to look at me. She plays harder. I swear it. I swear that she picks up the tempo and drags her bow across the strings harder and faster just to torment me. Cassie! This time I yell, knowing that she won't be able to pretend that she didn't hear me. My heart is beating so hard that I feel my head start to pound. It's partially because of her music, but also because I want to scream at her. Why won't she turn around? Stop playing? Why can't she be normal? Are you trying to ruin everything? I snarl, crossing the room to her and yanking the bow from her fingers. She falters and turns, rage written across her face. Do you know that just by existing, that you ruin everything good in this house? If my words hurt her, she doesn't let on. There's no sadness in her eyes. Instead, bright spots of color appear in her cheeks, and she pulls her lips back in a grimace. I've seen her smile at Vanessa before, but never at me. This is the most emotion that she's ever showed when looking at me. Oh, are you mad? I ask, bringing the bow down on the top of her head. It lands with a hard thunk, but she doesn't flinch. The fact that she can stare at me like that and not be bothered by me trying to hurt her upsets me. I want her to cry out and try to get away from me, but she doesn't seem to care that I'm so upset. It just makes me more angry. You know what? I ask, taking the bow in both of my hands. I'm upset too. I'm upset that your mother and I were perfectly happy until you came along and had so many problems. Why don't you speak, Cassie? Are you just afraid that if you do, that everyone will realize what a waste of space you are? Nothing. No response. Her body is tight like she's a predator about to spring on prey out in the woods, but she doesn't respond to my taunts. I want to see a reaction in her. I want to know for sure that Cassie can feel any emotion, even if it's not the emotion that she wants to feel. I want to know that I have some control over her, because it sure doesn't feel like I do. Even though I know that I'm going to have to come up with a backstory, I squeeze the bow in both hands and bring it down hard on my knee. The snap is so loud in the quiet room that it sounds like a gunshot. Small splinters of wood fly off from the bow in all directions, and the hair is the only thing holding together the two broken pieces. Cassie's hand snaps out like she was going to try to stop me, but she's too late and she withdraws it, her eyes darting from one end of the broken bow to the other. "That's it?" I ask, dropping it on the floor and kicking it closer to her. "No tears, no screaming, no rage? You really are broken, Cassie. Maybe if you felt something, anything, then you could stay here. But do you want to know a secret?" There's only hatred in her eyes. I know that I'm pushing her too far, and that if she does finally decide to speak, that I'm screwed, but I don't think that she will. I think that she's too broken, too far gone. And besides, who would believe her? She's mentally unbalanced, and I'm one of the most respected psychiatrists in the state. Nobody would take the word of a damaged child over me. The secret is that I'm going to get rid of you, I tell her, my voice nice and low. I know that there isn't any chance of my voice carrying outside to a neighbor, but I want Cassie to know that my words are for her alone. What I'm telling her may hurt, but I don't care. I want her to know that everything I'm doing is for her. I'm doing everything to get rid of you, I tell her. Enjoy your time here, Cassie, because I promise you that it's not going to last for much longer. Your mom can't protect you. She's not going to respond, and I think that if I look at her face for one more moment, that I might snap and do something that I regret. So I turn on my heel and march across her room, slamming her door behind me. Once back in the hall, I stand still for a moment to try to calm my breathing. There are plenty of deep breathing techniques that I should be doing right now to try to calm down, but I don't want to. I don't mind the rage and anger tearing through me right now. The emotions make me feel like I'm alive, which is something that I've been missing for a few years. I don't think that I'm going to have to see my daughter again until tomorrow, and that makes me smile. There's no way that she'll want to come out of her room after that. When I've caught my breath, I start to whistle, feeling lighter and happier than I have in a while. I may not have the key to my garage, but I have the tools needed to take the door off its hinges and get in that way. I never would have tried this if Vanessa were around to snoop, but she's not here. It's just me and Cassie. And soon, it will just be me and Vanessa.
Cassie. I don't leave my room for the rest of the afternoon, even though I'm well aware that that's exactly what my dad wants from me. Normally, I wouldn't want to do anything that would make him feel comfortable, but right now I'm so angry that I don't think that I can see him without doing something stupid. He probably has no idea that I have other violin bows, but I haven't pulled one out yet to keep playing. I don't want to clue him into the fact that I can still make music even without my favorite bow. And it was my favorite. Of course, when he finally snapped and was ready to take out his anger on me, he'd pick my favorite bow to do so. I picked it up from the floor and arranged it on my bed, curling up next to it and lightly stroking the wood, before I allowed myself to cry. I'd wanted to cry as soon as I'd heard the wood snap. It had taken all of my self-control not to throw myself at him to try to hurt him, but I need to be smarter than that. My dad is bigger than me. He's stronger. He could easily overpower me if I attacked him. But I'm smarter than him. I'm also better at keeping myself from getting too angry, which is why I'm going to win. My stomach rumbles and I roll over, pulling a box out from under my bed. When nobody's paying attention to me, I like to sneak snacks and bring them up here in case I get hungry. My box is packed with bags of chips and granola bars, and I pull out a handful, spreading them out around me on the bed like a feast. Even though my mom is really observant and does her best to be involved with me, she still doesn't see everything that I do. When you're quiet and just move like you know what you're doing, nobody is going to stop you. I figured that out pretty quickly. It's how I got the food. It's also how I got all of the things that I need to take care of my dad. The games start tonight. I know that my dad is confident that he's going to come out on top of whatever happens between the two of us, but he's wrong. Neither one of us wants to lose Mom. She's the main prize. But if I lose, I get locked up in a house for crazy people. I'm not crazy. And I'm not going to lose.
Nathan. I'm on my 6th beer when my phone buzzes. Vanessa's calling. Her picture on my phone's screen actually making me smile for a moment. Then I remember that she's not calling me because she's going to tell me to come in for dinner or because she's just about home from an errand. She left me here with Cassie. "Hey," I say, slapping a smile on my face and trying to keep from sounding nearly as drunk as I am. "What are you up to, my love?" She pauses, and I'm sure that she's a bit surprised by what I just said. One thing that she's always telling me is that I need to work more on being affectionate. It's just hard to be affectionate to someone when you know that your child is a freak. But now there's a light at the end of the tunnel for me, and I want to reach it.
"Hi, Nathan,"
she says, and her voice is so happy and light that I actually put my beer down on the desk so that I can listen to her.
"How's it going there?"
I look around my garage. The door is off, leaning against the kitchen wall, and I have a small army of dead soldiers in front of me. I have to remember to take the recycling out before she gets home, so that she doesn't know just how much I had to drink while she was gone. The best part of the night, though, is that I haven't seen or heard Cassie since I broke her bow. If I'd have known that that was all it took to get her to stop making so much noise, I would have done that a long time ago. Who knew that it would be so easy to get peace and quiet around here? "Things are great," I tell her honestly. I think that this was exactly what Cassie and I needed to bond.
"That's wonderful."
I hear her exhale with relief, and I feel some resentment. Did she honestly not think that I could handle this? She sounds almost surprised that I'd be able to deal with Cassie on my own. "I just want you two to have a good time while I'm gone, and then I'll be back before you know it." Take your time. That's something that a devoted father would say, right? He'd tell his wife to take her time and really enjoy herself because he had everything under control.
"Really? You have no idea how much that means to me, Nathan. I know that it's not really easy for you to connect with Cassie, but maybe me being out of the house for the weekend is exactly what the two of you need."
I was just thinking the same thing, I tell her, picking up my beer and taking a swig. Seriously, Vanessa, maybe you being gone will give the two of us the time we need to really connect.
"I love you,"
she says, and I feel my heart beat faster.
"You have no idea. I know that she's not easy, but she's worth it. Tell her that I said hi, okay? And that I love her. I'll call you 2 in the morning."
"Love you," I tell her, punching off my phone and putting it down on my desk. My fingers brush against my planner and I pull it towards me, glancing at the date circled on it. It's supposed to be the day that I finally get rid of Cassie for good. Now that Malachi has cold feet, though, I need to handle everything on my own. It's not what I wanted, which is why I hired him in the first place, but I'm not sure that I have much of a choice. What am I going to do about you, Cassie? I ask, lightly tapping the planner. There isn't any answer, of course, so after a while I push myself up from my desk. I'll get some sleep tonight, and then in the morning maybe I'll have a better idea of what I'm going to do. As long as she spends most of the weekend in her room, then I feel like I can think straight. Just having her out of the way this weekend won't be enough for the long term, but it's a nice start. The lovely day at the beach has turned horrible. I roll over, scratching at my skin and trying to stop the small insects that are biting me all over my body. Each time I roll over, though, it's like I find a fresh patch of them. They dig into me with their mouth parts, biting so hard that it doesn't matter how hard I slap them. I can't get them to let go. Slowly, I wake up, realizing with a start that I'm not stretched out on a hot beach. I'm not watching Vanessa frolic in her bikini while I drink something from a coconut. I'm in bed, and the burning that's all over my body isn't tiny little biting insects. That sounds like a good thing, but it doesn't mean that I know what's causing the pain. Ah! I scream, throwing back my covers and jumping out of bed. I sleep in just boxers, and my bare skin has been exposed to whatever it is in my bed causing me so much pain. Keeping my palms flat, I rub them against my skin, trying to brush off whatever it is. But now my palms burn. It's in my hair, making my scalp feel like someone has lit it on fire. One of my cheeks burns from where I had it pressed into the pillow. The other is mercifully pain-free. Without thinking about what I'm doing, I run across the bedroom towards the bathroom, throwing open the shower door and leaning in to turn on the water. I turn the knob hard to the left and step back, waiting for the water to start flowing. Nothing. There's nothing. Not a single drip falls from the shower head. Frantic, I turn it back to the right, then twist it hard again to the left, blinking against the pain as I wait for the shower to turn on. Still, though, there's nothing. Something's wrong with the water. I grab the sink knob and turn it, but nothing comes out. Right now, I don't know why we don't have water in the house, but I know that I have to do something before my skin burns off of my body. It no longer feels like I'm being bitten all over. The pain has progressed to something more severe, like I'm touching a hot iron with every inch of my skin. I feel like my skin is going to cook off of my body, and there isn't anything that I can do to stop it. Turning on my heel, I run from the bathroom and down the hall to Cassie's bathroom. The door is unlocked, and I push it open, rushing to her tub to try to turn on the water. It's the same thing. Someone has cut off the water to the house. No. Cassie cut off the water to the house. I have no idea how she did it, but it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters right now is stopping the burning feeling on my skin. Frantic, I glance around the small bathroom. The counter is littered with stuff that she's snuck inside in her pockets, loose earrings, and even a few coins. I want to flush them all down the toilet so that she never sees her little treasures again. I want to punish her. I need her out of the house sooner than I thought before. I want... the toilet. There's no way, but I don't have a choice. I move quickly, lifting the lid off of the back tank and plunging my hands into the cool water.
Cassie. Even if I had been able to fall asleep, I don't think that I would have been able to stay asleep. Not with my dad screaming. 11 p.m. comes, and I'm still awake, staring at the ceiling, waiting to see what's going to happen next. Rolling over, I grin at the ceiling, then stretch, wiggling my fingers high above my head. It's early, or late, but that doesn't matter. I don't even care that I'm going to be exhausted all day tomorrow when the sun does finally decide to come up. It doesn't matter to me that I'm going to have to fight to stay awake. My dad deserved to be punished for what he did to me. That's why I put the cleaning supplies in his bed. Lye is great for cleaning, but terrible on the skin. That was going to be enough for me, but I changed my mind at the last minute. I changed my mind after he broke my bow. That's why I turned off the water. The two of us don't need to talk for me to know exactly how happy he was about what he'd done. If my mom had been here, then he never would have dared to break my bow. He would have left me alone and let me play my music without bothering me, but she had to leave, and she left me here with him. I don't want to forgive her for that, but I know that I will eventually. I just won't forgive her until he's gone. He wants me gone, which is something that I already knew. I wanted to scream in his face that I'd seen his planner and that I knew what he and Dr. Harris were planning together. But I didn't. He doesn't deserve to know that I've figured him out. My dad doesn't deserve anything. Most of all, my mom. That's why I'm going to make sure that he leaves our family forever, and that it's only going to be the two of us going forward. My mom understands me, and I'm the only one who can really make her happy. I know that she thinks that my dad makes her happy, but she's wrong. I'm not only doing this for me, but also for her. It's the right thing to do for someone you love. Finally, when the screaming has stopped, I get out of bed. I'm already fully dressed since I went to bed in a fresh set of clothes. It's not like they're going to make me any braver or stronger than my pajamas would, but I feel like I can better handle my dad. I need to be at the top of my game when dealing with him. Sitting on the edge of my bed, I lean down and tie my shoes, making sure that they're snug on my feet. Even though I don't plan on doing any running today, it's still smart to be prepared. There's no way that I trust my dad right now. Slowly, I walk down the hall, making sure to make as little noise as possible. I want to get to see my dad before he sees me. The thought of him trying to get enough water from the toilet to wash off his body makes me giddy. But I wipe the smile off my face before I turn the corner to the bathroom. He's soaking. Water drips down his body, which is bright red and splotchy from him slapping himself and trying to stop the pain. There's a look of pure hatred on his face when he sees me standing there, but I don't cower from him. He may want to kill me, but he won't. If he does something that stupid, then he'll never see my mom again. That's my end goal, but I'm going to be alive to enjoy my success.
You.
He levels a finger at me and stares at me.
You did this.
I don't say anything. I don't lift my chin or even acknowledge that he's speaking to me. I feel brave and strong and ready to handle whatever he's going to do. But he looks terrible.
What did you put in my bed?
He closes the space between us in 2 large steps, reaching out and grabbing my shoulders to give me a little shake. My teeth slam together as he shakes me back and forth, and I close my eyes to keep from feeling sick. Even though I want to scream, there's no way that I'm going to give him that satisfaction. He wants to break me. I know that he wants to make me so upset that I lose control, but there's no way in hell that I'm going to do that.
You did something. What is it?
His skin looks red and raw, not only from the chemicals, but also from where he's been scratching at it. Deep red marks line his arms and his legs, and his face is puffy and irritated. One eye looks partially closed, and I swallow hard in spite of myself. I don't feel bad for him, not at all. I'm just really glad that I'm not the one who looks the way that he does.
Answer me. What did you put in my bed? What did you do to the water?
He shakes me again, and I feel my teeth rattle together. Closing my eyes, I do my best not to throw up. It's not that I wouldn't love to throw up on him, but I know better than to give him the satisfaction of knowing that he made me sick. When I don't answer him, he speaks again.
I don't want to see you again this weekend, do you understand me? I don't want to know that you exist. Don't come downstairs when I'm home. Don't let me catch you out of your room. Got it?
My chin tips up a little bit when I look at him so that he knows that I understand what he's saying, but that I'm not going to agree to anything. I hear him. I understand his words, but he means nothing to me. With a scream of frustration, he pushes me back against the wall. My back hurts where I slam into it, but I don't cry out. When he sees that I'm not going to move, he stalks from my hall and into his room, slamming the door behind me. I wait until I hear him go all the way down the hall before I slip away from the wall, a grin splitting my face. That worked perfectly. It was exactly what I wanted to happen. To see him lose control like that tells me that I'm under his skin. It tells me that he's not going to be able to handle this time with me, and that he doesn't know what to do to punish me. I'm on my knees, getting ready to pull something out from under my bed when I hear his footsteps in the hall. Freezing, I slowly turn to look over my shoulder. I don't want him to open the door and see what I'm doing. I don't want him to know that I have more things under the bed to help me get rid of him. But the door doesn't open. Curious, I stand and walk across the room, pressing my ear up against the door to see what I can hear. At first, there's nothing. The silence is so oppressive that it hurts my ear, and I shake my head, about to go back to my bed. But then, I hear something. And I know that it's my dad. He's standing right on the other side of my door, breathing so heavily that I can hear him. He obviously doesn't care if I know that he's there, and the thought gives me chills. He wants me to know that he's right outside my door. He wants me to know that he's trying to decide what to do about me. I probably should be scared, but I'm not. I'm thrilled. Reaching out, I run my hands down my door. There's only a few inches of wood between the two of us. He may think that it's protecting me, but he's wrong. Those few inches of wood are the only thing protecting him right now. I'm winning. I'm ahead. I want this more than he does. He may think that he loves my mom more than I do, but he's wrong. She's my mom, and he doesn't deserve her. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure that she sees that.
Nathan. It takes 10 minutes to figure out where Cassie turned off the water and get it turned back on. By that time, my skin feels like it's about to peel off of me in sheets. I have no idea what she put in my bed to make me feel this way, but I do know that I need to get it off. That didn't stop me from going back to her room to stand outside her door. She's in there, plotting something, but I have no idea what it is. Vanessa hasn't ever listened to me when I've told her that there's something wrong with our daughter. I wish that she were here now to see what she'd done. But she'd probably still take Cassie's side. She'd pretend it was an accident, that Cassie somehow got confused. It's a load of crap, and we both know it. Cassie isn't confused. She's evil. She's determined to make my life a living hell, and I have to come out on top by getting her out of my house before she can do something deadly. Toweling off after my shower, I think about my options. None of them sound particularly great, because I know that Vanessa is going to fight me every step of the way when she gets back. The only advantage that I have right now is that fact that Vanessa isn't here. If she were, then there wouldn't be any way that I could get rid of Cassie. I have to have her out of here before my wife comes home on Sunday, or it's going to be an uphill battle. And since I can't rely on Malachi for help any longer, I have to figure out how to do it myself. I'm not going to kill my daughter. I'll admit that the thought ran through my head a few times while I was in the shower, but I'm not that messed up. Not only would Vanessa never speak to me again, but I know that I'd never see the light of day out of prison. I don't intend on throwing away my life just to get rid of Cassie. That kind of defeats the point. If only she'd never been born, then this wouldn't be a problem. But she's here now, and I have to be the one to get rid of her. Wrapping my towel around my waist, I step out of the bathroom and eyeball my dresser. The last thing that I want is to put on something that Cassie will have sprinkled more powder into, but I can't exactly walk around naked all the time. With a sigh, I go to my closet and pull down my suitcase from my last trip. I never got it unpacked, which I know drove Vanessa crazy, but right now that seems to be working out to my benefit. Inside there's a pair of boxers and jeans, along with a hoodie, and I pull all of that on. No socks, but I'm not putting any on from my dresser. I can't trust what Cassie did. Now I have to think about how to get rid of her. I go back downstairs and straight into my garage, cracking open a beer to help take the edge off while I think. There has to be some way that I can get her committed without proof of her being crazy. My beer is cool on my tongue and almost seems to take away some of the burning pain from the rest of my body. Even though I'm sure that it's not a good idea, I pull another from the fridge and drink it while I pace. I could offer Malachi more money. That's a good move and might be what it takes to get him back on board. He jumped at the original offer of $500,000. I have to decide how much a life without Cassie in it is worth. 1 million? More? Throwing my beer can, I don't even watch when I hear it hit the side of the trash can and then bounce onto the floor. A third one goes down just as easily as the first two did, and I finally pick up my phone, turning it over and over in my hand. There has to be something that I can do to get Malachi on my side. No matter if he likes it or not, he's involved, and that means that he has to help me get out of this mess. I need Cassie gone, and if I'm going to do that, then I need his help. A thought hits me, and I rush to my desk, turning on my computer. Come on, hurry up, I say, tapping the mouse impatiently. It takes a moment for my computer to warm up, but then it finally does, the screen casting a bright glow on my face. Email. I only talk to myself when I've been drinking, but I'm not worried about that right now. All that worries me is figuring out how to get rid of Cassie. Earlier, when Malachi and I started talking about the plan to get rid of Cassie, we conversed through email. He got squirrely about it, though, saying that he was worried that someone would find out what we were talking about and made me promise to delete all of his emails. I said that I would, but I didn't. There wasn't any way that I was going to give up this proof, not when it was the only thing that could cover me if something went wrong with the plan. I type furiously into the email search, and then my eyes widen when I see what pops up. All of the panic that had been coursing through me a moment ago disappears. Even though I know that I should probably stop, I get up and get another beer from the refrigerator to celebrate. All of the emails are here. The only thing that might inspire Malachi to action more than $1 million is the threat of him going to jail over his part in the plan to lock my daughter up. He'd be ruined before he even got started. I scanned the emails, trying to see how much in them could incriminate me. Sure, it's not a good look for me that I kept talking to him after he suggested what he did, but I never mentioned the money. That was only done in person. As long as someone doesn't look too closely at the emails, I don't see how they could think that I was really involved. This may be just what I need to make sure that he's willing to help me get rid of Cassie without too much complaining. Grinning to myself, I grab my phone and tap at it until his name is on the screen. Then I glance at the time. It's getting late, but I have a pretty good feeling that my dear friend Malachi will be willing to take any phone call from me, no matter the time of day. It's really in his best interest. And everyone knows that I only have other people's best interests at heart. Malachi. When my phone starts to ring, I stare at it like it might bite me. It's on the bar in front of me, probably sitting in something sticky and wet, but I don't exactly leap to action to grab it and answer it. Nathan's name shines on the screen, backlit by glowing colors that change slowly as the phone continues to ring. He's insistent, and I know full well that if I don't pick up right now, that he'll just call back. Over and over. He's like a dog with a bone, and if I want to get him to leave me alone, then I'm going to have to face him eventually. I know that he's not happy with the fact that I told him that I don't want any part in having Cassie committed. She could save my career. She's smart and driven, more focused than most adults that I know, and unafraid of anything that may stand in her way. I want to study her and introduce her to the world. I want to be the one to show the entire world how this silent child is able to communicate through her music. And that's where I'm at odds with her father.
Aren't you going to get that?
The bartender asks, glancing down at the phone like it's a bit of a nuisance. She's been paying attention to me all night, leaning over the bar so that I can get a good look at her cleavage. As soon as she found out that I'm a doctor, her whole attitude towards me changed. I can only imagine how quickly it would change back if she knew that I had the degrees, but not any of the money. She'd be gone before I knew it, which is why I'm not exactly keen on her finding out that I have almost nothing to my name. I've been trying to ensure that I'll have her to go home with here in a bit after last call, but Nathan calling is sure to ruin that. It's my brother, I lie. He's probably calling because he needs money. Giving her a smile, I pick up the phone, pressing it hard against my ear, like that's going to help keep her from hearing anything that's being said. Hello? I need to talk to you. Nathan sounds urgent, like something terrible has happened, and I stand up from my seat at the bar without even realizing that I moved. What is it? Are you okay? There's silence, and then he lets out a low, dangerous chuckle. The hair on the back of my neck stands straight up, and I know right away that he's been drinking. I'm okay, but I need a huge favor from you. I need you to come through for me, Malachi. You know that I can't do this. I glance over at the bartender, surprised to see that she's staring at me, snapping her gum. Her eyes are open wide, like she's watching some daytime soap opera, and I turn away from her to try to get a little more privacy. I told you that I couldn't help you anymore. You're on your own. We both want something different. I knew you'd say that. There's a squeaking noise as he settles himself into whatever chair he's sitting in. I've never been inside his house, so I have no idea where he is, but I can imagine. Someone like Nathan would have a huge desk that he could sit behind and feel powerful even at home. Then you know that there wasn't any reason to call me. Good night, Nathan. I'm about to pull the phone from my ear and tap on the screen to make the problem go away when he speaks again, freezing me in place. I didn't delete the emails. 5 words. He speaks 5 simple words to me, and I feel a cold chill run up my spine. All of the blood in my body slows down and feels like it turns to sludge. I gasp for air and hang on to the back of my bar stool for support to keep from falling over as the full gravity of what he just said hits me. You promised me that you did. Closing my eyes, I can see him right now. He's got a terrible grin on his face, and I know that he's shrugging like whatever I'm saying to him doesn't matter. Nathan has his sights set on something, and he's not going to stop fighting until he gets it, no matter who gets in his way. No matter that I'm in his way. No matter that his daughter is in his way. I held on to them as insurance just in case you and I had a disagreement. As you can probably imagine right now, I'm really glad that I did. A slight pause, and I feel the air heavy with anticipation as I wait to hear what he's going to say next. So, Malachi, The move is yours. I need this done before Sunday afternoon." "What happens Sunday afternoon?" I'm almost afraid to ask, but I also know that I have to find out. If he has a hard deadline like this, then there has to be a reason. Nathan is evil, sure, but he's also brilliant. He doesn't do anything without a plan, and telling me that I have just a few hours to get the job done is no different. Vanessa's out of town, and she'll be back then. I want her to come home to the quiet house that she's deserved all this time. I want to make sure that Cassie isn't here to ruin our reunion. It'll be just me and Vanessa, the way that it always has been. I can't come up with any words to respond to him. Horror wraps itself around me like a thick blanket, making it difficult for me to breathe. When we were both drunk at this very bar and trying to think of a way that Nathan could get his life back, it was one thing to talk about committing Cassie. I didn't know her then, hadn't seen her play the violin. From what Nathan had told me, she was a shell of a human, barely registering any stimulus around her. I honestly thought that being committed would be the best thing for her. Sure, the $500,000 that he promised to pay me to help me get back on my feet didn't hurt, but when he talked about Cassie, it made sense to help him out. It made sense to have her committed. But now, it doesn't. Now that I know Cassie and I've spent time with her, I don't want to be part of hurting her. Regret stirs in my stomach, and I turn back to the bar, sitting down on my stool so that I don't fall over. "Malachi, are you there?" "I'm here," I managed to choke out. "But I don't think that I can do this." "I know. That's why you're a washed-up hack and I'm not. Listen, buddy, you figure out how you can do this before my wife gets home, or I'm more than happy to share the emails with the news. I don't know if you remember this or not, but they make you look pretty bad." I know that they do. He doesn't need to tell me how horrible the emails are. I feel like I have them memorized, like when I close my eyes I can see the words floating in front of my face. "You have until Sunday afternoon to get her out of my house. She's a menace, Malachi. Don't make me ruin whatever pathetic excuse of a life you have left." Before I can try to think up a retort, he hangs up on me. I hold the phone to my ear for a bit longer anyway, trying to breathe as I do. This wasn't supposed to happen. When I know that he's really gone and not coming back, I put the phone down on the bar, doing my best to avoid a wet spot, but the entire thing is covered with wet spots. The bartender leans over to look at me, her face excited. She wants the gossip, but the thought of being here for much longer is enough to make me sick. I thought that I was in the clear, that Nathan could understand why I didn't want to hurt his daughter. I never thought that he would disagree with me like this, and I certainly never thought that he'd threaten me.
"All good, darling?"
the bartender asks, snapping her gum at me. When I'd first sat down, I could smell her gum. It smelled good, fresh and minty, but not anymore. It's old now, but she keeps snapping it, keeps staring at me like she's waiting on me to entertain her. I push back from the bar again, pulling out my wallet and tossing a couple bills at her. I never should have come. I never should have assumed that things would work out for me the way that I wanted them to, because that was the last of my cash. I have nothing now, but Nathan isn't content with that. He's going to ruin me. I'm already in the dirt, but he's not afraid to kick me while I'm down. I have to stop him. I don't know how yet, but I do know that I don't have a choice if I'm going to walk away from this in one piece.
Cassie.
It's been quiet since my dad took his shower and then went back downstairs. That doesn't mean that I've been sitting and waiting patiently to see what he's going to do next, though. Not a chance. He's an injured animal now, and I have every reason to think that he's going to lash out and try to protect himself. It's what I would do if I were in his position. Scratch that. It's what I am doing. I am in his position. He wants me gone, and I want to stay. I want him gone, and he wants to stay. I'm sure that he thinks that just because he's bigger that he'll be able to be the one to come out on top, but I don't have any desire to let that happen. He can think that he's bigger and tougher all that he wants, but I've been planning for this day a lot longer than he has. Ever since he took me hiking and refused to give me water, I've been waiting for my chance to get rid of him. It took this long for my mom to leave the two of us on our own for a few days. It also took this long for me to come up with all of the ways that I was going to torture him and get him out of the house. He can't stay. I can. And it's that simple. Carefully, so that my door doesn't squeak on its old hinges, I push it open and peer out into the hall. Part of me fully expects there to be something out here waiting for me, but he hasn't set a booby trap. He's simply disappeared to his cave to lick his wounds. I'm sure that he's in the garage, and if he's in there, then he's drinking. That's all he does anymore, drink and work. It's no life for him. But I don't care about that. The real problem is that it isn't any life for my mom. She deserves better, and I'm going to make sure that she gets it. Padding silently down the hall, I slip carefully down the stairs, making sure that I avoid any steps that might squeak. I've gotten really good at moving through the house without anyone hearing me, and in just a moment, I'm standing at the door to the garage, peering in. It gives me no small amount of pleasure that he had to take the door off of the hinges to get into his garage. It was ridiculous of him to lock the door with a key that doesn't have a copy, but that sums up who my dad is. He's the type of guy to think that things will always go his way. And they have. Until now. Until I'm finally big enough and ready to take him on and stop him from hurting not only me, but also my mom. One day, if she ever finds out what happened this weekend when she was gone, I hope that she understands that I did it all for her. Even though I would love to stop and think about my mom, I push her from my mind. I need to focus on my dad and what he's doing so that I don't miss any clue of what he's up to. He's evil. I know that. And I have to be on my game to stop him from trying to hurt me. Carefully, I peer into the garage. Just as I thought, he's at his desk. The light from his computer shines on his face, but he's not looking at it. He's scowling at his phone, one thumb flicking across the screen angrily, the other hand wrapped around a beer. Of course he wouldn't be able to make it through this weekend without drinking. That's not who he is. And I look a little harder, trying to figure out how many beers he's had. There's some of them on the floor by the trash can, but 2 more empty ones on his desk. He's been drinking and plotting. But that's no matter. I know what always happens, and he should be out cold in no time, giving me all of the time that I need to set up my new surprise for him. This one is one that I'm particularly proud of. Now that he knows that I have access to something that can burn his skin, he's going to be really careful with whatever clothes he puts on. I noticed right away that he's wearing a hoodie, which is something that he only does when he's on work trips, because he thinks it makes him look young and cool again. So he's not going to put on any clothes that might burn him. He's also going to be careful with his food, since I was able to get some glass into his dinner the other night. That failure still burns at me. I'd thought for sure that he'd be out of commission for a long time after swallowing glass, but I never got to find out. The most I've gotten rid of him was when he burned his hand on the iron. Glee shoots through me as I think about the horror on his face when he'd realized that the iron was still on. Of course, I hate that my mom was the one blamed for it. I'll never forgive him for yelling at her about it and making her feel bad. But that's just a distant memory now. I've moved on, and I bet that he has too. Still moving quietly, I walk confidently into the kitchen before pulling open the refrigerator door. My dad doesn't drink tap water. He only uses a filter pitcher that he refills every morning so that by dinner all of the water in it is filtered and pure. It doesn't look like he's touched it yet, and I pull it from the shelf, glancing over my shoulder to make sure that he hasn't heard me. Nothing. I know for a fact that when he wakes up from his drunken stupor that he's going to stumble in here and pour himself a nice big glass of water to chase away the headache. The sink is closer, but he won't drink from the tap. He could keep the pitcher in his garage refrigerator, but that would take space away from his beer. So the entire thing sits in our main refrigerator, taking up half of a shelf. Carefully, I lower it to the floor, then pop open the lid. In my pocket, I have a bottle that I took from my mom's medicine cabinet. It's old and never been used, but I'm sure about how it works. And I'm pretty confident that something like this doesn't lose its potency. I crack open the seal when I twist the lid and then start to pour in the ipecac. I'm not sure how much to put in because I don't want to make it obvious that there's something in the water. At the same time, I have to make sure that there's enough of it to work. Finally, I decide on half of the bottle. Once that's in, I pick up the pitcher and swish it around a little before putting the lid back on and sticking it back in the fridge. The ipecac bottle gets capped and put in my pocket, then I hurry to the stairs and back up them without peeking in on my dad. He's still in there, probably drinking a fresh beer. I may have to wait until morning to get the reaction from him that I want, but I'm sure that it will be worth it. He'll figure out soon enough that he's really not welcome here. Until then, I'm just going to have to keep reminding him.
Nathan. I wrinkle my nose before taking another drink of my water. Something doesn't smell right. But it's cool and clear, and I gulp it down, finishing off my glass before pouring myself another one. I know that Vanessa hates my huge filter right here in the fridge, but a man needs to have some pleasures in life. And I love fresh water. I also know that really cold water like this one is one of the only things that will help to stop my headache from becoming unbearable. Closing the refrigerator, I lean against it, pressing my forehead up against its cool exterior. My entire body feels hot and dehydrated from drinking last night, and my skin still feels like it was burned all over my body. Grimacing, I check my phone, hoping that I might have missed a call or a text from Malachi. Nothing. He's playing it coy, but he has to know how serious I am right now. There's no way that he's going to back out of this one. Not when I need him to help save me from my life. I'm sure that he spent most of the night trying to come up with a way to get out of the emails, but what he said is right there in black and white. I'll get rid of her for you. Nobody will question that she's a danger to herself if she won't talk. How much are you willing to pay? That was in the last email, right before he panicked and deleted all that he'd sent, and I moved mine to a folder to keep them all safe and easily accessible. Once I clear my headache, I'm going to read them again just to make sure that there isn't anything that can incriminate me. But first, I need something to calm my stomach. There's nothing like some bacon, eggs, and toast to make you feel a bit better after drinking so many beers. Unfortunately, Vanessa isn't here to make me a full breakfast, which means that I'm going to have to come up with something on my own. It won't be cereal, that's for sure. Not with the way my stomach is rumbling. Toast and eggs it is. I have 2 pieces of toast in the toaster and am heating up the stove when I suddenly remember Cassie. I meant to go back up last night and check on her to make sure that she was still in her room, but I totally forgot. I was much more intent on talking to Malachi. Then one beer turned into 2, and that turned into 8. 10. Whatever. Does it really matter? The only thing that matters is that I told her to stay in her room, but I'm not sure if she did what I asked. If she didn't, then I have no idea where she could be. Clicking off the stove, I turn around slowly, my eyes scanning the kitchen. Nothing seems out of place, so if she did leave her room, I don't think that she came down here. I make my way to the hall and peek into my garage. I'd been sitting in there, and I don't think that she's stupid or brave enough to come up to me when I've been drinking, so I keep walking, resting my hand on the banister as I look up the stairs. It's silent up there, and I can almost convince myself that she's not home. It's a wonderful feeling, and I close my eyes for a moment, enjoying the way it will feel to know that she's no longer my problem. Someone else will have to deal with her, and I'll have to pay for her treatment, but it doesn't matter how much it costs. The only thing that matters is the fact that she won't be in my house any longer. She won't be living here, staring at me, hating me. I won't have to try to talk to her, even though I know that she won't ever answer, and Vanessa will finally be able to give me the attention that I deserve. I take the first step, and then pause, my stomach twisting harder than ever before. Sure, I've gotten sick after a night of drinking, but that hasn't happened in a while. I know my limit. Even if I forget how many beers that is, my body always stops me before I do anything stupid. So this shouldn't be any different. Pushing away the pain that's shooting from my stomach, I take another step, then another. By the time I'm halfway up the stairs, my stomach feels like it's trying to turn inside out on itself. I fall to my knees, gripping the stair in front of me like holding on to it is going to be enough to save me. Help, I call, but my voice is quiet, and I don't know who I think is going to come anyway. Cassie? Not likely. Even if she did come to try to help me, I don't want her here. I don't want her seeing me when I'm weak. She has to be afraid of me and know that I'm the one who's going to get rid of her. If she sees me struggling at all, then she might have doubts, and I can't have that. I'm perched on the stairs, trying to figure out what to do. Sweat breaks out on my brow, and I clamp my hand to my mouth, trying to stop the feeling welling up in me. Even as I do, though, my stomach twists again. It's determined to get whatever is in me out, and I turn my head, horrified at what's happening. My vomit tears through me, and my entire body feels like it's on fire. Painful convulsions rack my body, and I close my eyes, trying not to believe what's happening to me. In my pocket, I feel my phone vibrate, but I can't let go of the step long enough to pick it up. Each breath I take is more painful than the last. There isn't much in my stomach for me to throw up, but that doesn't change the fact that that's exactly what's happening. I can't stop the way my stomach is squeezing, or the hot rivers of vomit pouring out of my mouth. It hurts, and I cry out. But it's not like I really think that anyone is going to come to me. Even if Cassie hears me, it's insane to think that she would want to come to my aid. She doesn't care what happens to me, I know that. She'd probably be happy if she knew what was happening to me. That thought makes my stomach twist harder, and I convulse on the stairs, letting go of the stair by my face so that I can grip my stomach. There's nothing that I can do to take away the pain that I'm feeling right now, but just squeezing my arm around myself feels better than not. The pressure gives me some relief, but not enough. Cassie! I scream out her name and then throw up again. There's nothing for me to get rid of in my stomach, but that doesn't stop the pain, and the way my body is intent on emptying itself. She doesn't come. Cassie! Help me! I have to get to the hospital. There's no way that what's happening to me is normal or okay, and I have no doubt in my mind that I might not survive it. Slowly, I let go of my stomach and reach up to the stair above my head, pulling myself up a bit. Just a few more stairs, and I'll be able to look to the side and see down the hall to her room. I make it another stair before I have to stop and be sick again. My stomach hurts so badly that I want to scream, but I know full well that won't do me any good right now. She's not coming. Even if she were, what good would she do? It's foolish of me to think that she'd bother to call 911 for me. There's no way that she'd be willing to talk to a complete stranger to get me any help. My stomach twists again, and I groan, fighting back the bile as it fills my throat. My whole body feels like it's coming apart at the seams, and I rest my head on the stair in front of me just for a moment, just to try to catch my breath. I ignore that I'm resting in my own sick. It smells terrible and feels worse, but there's not a thing that I can do about it right now, so I let myself relax and try to fight back the constant pain in my stomach.
Vanessa. I frown, hanging up my phone and turning around in the living room. This isn't my house, but I keep telling myself that it's where I need to be right now. Nathan and Cassie are fine, and it doesn't matter that I can't get through to him right now. I'm sure that he's probably just watching TV or reading. Or he's getting drunk in the garage. That thought grips me, and I give a little shiver to try to shake it off. I'm sure that he doesn't know that I'm fully aware of what he's doing in the garage every night, but I'm not stupid. I'd have to be to not know what he was up to. He goes in there to get drunk and watch TV by himself. At first, I thought that it was a good thing. I understand being so tired from work that you just need some time to yourself. But what started out as one beer a few times a week before he'd come back out has escalated. I thought that I was enough for him. No, scratch that. I thought that Cassie and I were enough for him. But I was wrong. He loves his beer, and there really isn't anything that I can do about it. Not that I think he's having an affair. Even so, I reach down and lightly run my fingers across my phone's screen. I don't think that he has the time or energy to have an affair, but it still makes me wonder sometimes, when he locks himself away and doesn't want to come out. Turning, I finish folding the laundry I was working on and then carry it through the house, putting it away as quickly and quietly as possible. Coming home to help my dad was the right thing to do, even though it meant leaving behind my family, which is enough to make me sick. I know that Cassie is safe with Nathan. She has to be. He's just stressed out with work and dealing with everything that comes with being the parent of a really difficult child. Right? I pause, hand towels gripped tightly in my fist, then turn and look out the window. It's rainy today, and I watch as the drops streak down the glass. I fully expected to hear from Nathan this morning. But Saturday is flying by, and he hasn't called. If he's fine, and she's going to be okay while I'm gone, then why isn't he picking up his phone? Dropping the towels to the counter, I rush out of my dad's kitchen and back into the living room, scooping up my phone from where I'd dropped it. This time, when I call Nathan, I don't have a zen-like calm that descends and rests on me. Pick up, pick up, pick up, I mutter, pacing back and forth behind the sofa. Where the hell are you, Nathan? Nothing. I glance down at my phone, stunned as it goes to voicemail. Even though I know that I shouldn't be too surprised, hearing my husband asking me to leave a message is almost too much for me to handle right now. No. Reaching up, I run my hand through my hair, pushing it back from my face. I need to figure out how to get in touch with Nathan. The thought of turning around and driving back home right now when I could still help my dad is enough to make me sick, but if it comes down to him or my daughter, I know which one I'll choose. It's Cassie, and will always be Cassie. My fingers fumble against the screen as I dial our nosy neighbor. Sharon picks up on the second ring, sounding bright and happy, and I feel a bit of the panic lift off of my shoulders.
Vanessa, what can I do for you today?
Her voice is bubbly and bright, and I can just picture her sitting down in her favorite chair to wait for the gossip. Hey, Sharon, I say, pacing again. I'm going to wear a path in my dad's carpet if I'm not careful, but I can't worry about that right now. I hope you're well. I'm out of town for the weekend and can't get in touch with Nathan. Do you mind peeking out your window and just checking to see if his car is in the driveway?
Oh, you know I'm happy to do that for you,
she says. Her chair squeaks loudly as she pushes herself up from it.
Now, what you two do in that garage instead of parking your cars, I have no idea. It's pretty out right now, but there's going to be a terrible storm moving in tonight, and I bet that having your car protected would be much nicer.
I bite my tongue, unwilling to get into it with Sharon. If she only knew that my husband spent all his free time in the garage drinking, then I'm sure that she'd have a fit and wouldn't ever leave the window with her binoculars and snacks so that she could keep an eye on us. Is his car there? I ask, unable to help myself.
Sure is. You know, Vanessa, they might have gone for a walk around outside. I can't see the back of the house from here, but that doesn't mean that they're not out there. Do you want me to go over there and call around for the two of them?
No, that's not necessary. I switch the phone to my other hand, wiping sweat onto my jeans. I really appreciate you looking, Sharon. I'll try him again, but I bet that you're right. The two of them are on a hike or something in the woods. Even though it's rude, I hang up before she can respond. The last thing that I want is to get sucked into an hour-long conversation with her when I need to try to decide what I'm going to do about Nathan and Cassie. Spinning on my heels, I run through the house to the stairs, then take them two at a time up to my dad's room. He's sitting up in bed, leaning against the pillows that I shoved behind his back earlier this morning, and puts down the book he's reading when I appear in the doorway.
Vanessa, I thought that you were going to run errands this morning. What can I do for you?
I hesitate, unsure of how to handle this. My dad and I have never been close, not only because he worked all the time when I was a little kid, but because he held me to impossibly high standards that I just couldn't reach. No matter how hard I tried, I wasn't ever good enough for him. That may be part of the reason why I want Cassie to always know that she's perfect. She never has to do anything special to get me to love her, because I love her just for being her. I never felt that growing up, and strangely still feel the same way, even though I'm an adult now. Hey, I say, standing at the side of the bed. There's plenty of room for me to sit down next to him and get closer to him, but there's no way that I want to do that. Energy courses through my body, and I know that I need to go to my daughter as quickly as possible, or I'm not going to be able to handle myself. I know that I said that I'd be here with you until tomorrow, but something came up at home. There. It's not a lie, not really. Something has come up, even though all it is my husband not picking up the phone and me having a terrible feeling in my stomach about it. I don't want to tell him that because I know full well that he'd never understand. My dad frowns, reaching out and patting the bed next to him, but I ignore it and stay standing.
I can't say that I'm not disappointed,
he begins, and I have to fight not to roll my eyes.
Are you sure that you can't stay another day? I could really use your help around here until I get back on my feet.
I eyeball him, pretty sure that if he used his walker correctly that he'd be up and around without any problems. The only issue is that he didn't want to move down onto the first floor after his knee replacement. He said that he'd never slept anywhere in the house but in his own bed, and he wasn't about to start that now. I should have put my foot down and made him a bed on the sofa, and that's what I'm going to do right now. There's not an option, I say, shaking my head. The longer I'm with my dad, the longer that I have to wait to find out where Nathan and Cassie are, and I don't think that I can handle that. I never should have left the two of them alone together, but I did, and now I need to figure out how to fix it. I'm making you a bed on the sofa and helping you downstairs right now, I tell him, pulling back his covers so that he'll be forced to get up. You don't have a choice, Dad, so get a move on. He glares at me, but I shrug, unconcerned by the anger written across his face. My little girl needs me. I never should have left her, but I'm going to try to fix it by getting back to her as soon as possible.
You're a terrible daughter,
he snaps, staring at me. There's anger written all over his face, and I'm honestly not sure if he's even going to get up. He might fight me, and then I don't have a chance of winning against him. Although, to be fair, if he does fight me, I'm just walking away. He may think that I'm a terrible daughter. Maybe he's right. Maybe I should stay and take care of him, but that's not going to happen right now. I might be a terrible daughter, but I have a chance to become a wonderful mom. And I'm not going to let that slide. Cassie needs me. I don't know how I know it, but I do. And there isn't anything that can keep me from getting to her. Cassie.
I think that I killed him. Perched at the top of the stairs, I stare down at my father. He's still stretched out on the stairs, reaching up like he's on his way to come and get me, but he's not moving. He hasn't moved for hours. I know this because I've sat here and watched him. I don't mind sitting still in one place and letting my mind wander, and that's exactly what I've been doing while I wait for him to move. But he hasn't. The best thing would be to go down to him and take his wrist to see if I can feel his pulse, but that's honestly the last thing that I want to do. What if he isn't dead and I wake him up? Right now is the best that he's ever been. He's not angry, not drunk, not staring at me across the dinner table. He's finally quiet, and I don't have to hear him talk about how stupid I am. I'm not stupid, no matter what he tells himself. I know exactly what he wants now, and I'm doing everything in my power to keep it from happening. He didn't see this coming. Now who's stupid? The only problem is that I'm starting to get hungry. I had snacks in my room, and they were delicious, but my stomach keeps rumbling for more. It's the weekend, which means that if my mom were home, that she'd be frying bacon and making pancakes and cheesy eggs. My stomach twists as I think about how good all of that would be. I can work the stove, even though I'm not supposed to when she's gone, and I know that I could easily make myself something delicious to eat. The only problem is getting down the stairs past my dad. It's not just that I don't really want to walk past him, but I also don't want to slip in his vomit. I had no idea that a person could have that much liquid in them. It's pooled around him, dripping down the stairs, and smells terrible. Wrinkling my nose, I imagine what my mom is going to say when she sees it. She'll never think that there was ipecac in the water, because I'll dump the pitcher before then. All she'll see is that her husband is a useless drunk, and maybe she'll get rid of him for me. Before he gets rid of me. Shifting position, I finally stand up, one hand gripping the banister tightly. My muscles all scream, and pins and needles shoot through my legs as blood gets to flow freely again. But I don't care about that. That's a minor inconvenience in comparison to what comes next. Getting past my dad. Slowly, I put my foot on the first step and then wait, watching him closely to see if he's going to move. He doesn't, but I'm still not close enough to tell if he's breathing. If I just knew that, then I wouldn't be so worried about walking past him. Maybe 3 more steps and I'll be able to tell. The smell gets worse the closer I get to him, and I try to breathe through my mouth because the smell burns my nose so badly. My mom will be horrified when she sees all of this. I wish that she were coming home so that she could really see my dad in his full glory. But if he survives this, then I'm sure that he won't be able to clean it all up. Already, the wood stairs look stained. It's soaking in, and that makes me smile. Closer now. I'm within arm's reach of him if he were to suddenly wake up and snap his arm out to catch me. There's a small voice in the back of my mind screaming at me to make a run for it, either past him to the kitchen or back up to my room where I can lock my door. But I know that I need to move slowly. Moving quickly feels too dangerous. I could wake him. I could slip. I have to keep my footsteps careful and slow so that neither of those terrible things happen to me. Another step, and I'm standing right by his open hand. Tearing my eyes away from his face, I force myself to look at his hand. His fingers are gently curled in towards his palm, and I stare at them, trying to see if they move. My heart slams in my chest, and my palms grow sweaty as I stare at him. I need to move, need to get downstairs before I wake him up. But I feel rooted to the spot. I have to know if he's alive. There. Was that a twitch in his hand? Fear bubbles up in me like a fountain, and I take another step, wanting to get away from him as quickly as possible. Even as I move, though, I keep my eyes on him. My foot lands in a puddle of vomit, and I recoil, lifting it up and looking at my shoe. Thank goodness I'm wearing shoes, because if I stepped in vomit with bare feet, then I might be sick. The smell is overwhelming, and I have to lean over my dad's body to hang onto the banister. I'm stretched out like this, like a bridge across him, disgust curling my lip, when I hear something. Panic chokes me, and I turn and look back down at him. His fingers curl against the stairs, the wood scraping under his nails. Slowly, he moves his fingers, then stretches them back out before planting his hand against the wood and bracing himself to push up. I know that I should try to be quiet and move quickly so that he doesn't hear me or know that I'm here, but I can't seem to stop the terror coursing through my body. Moving quickly right now is stupid, but that's exactly what I do, throwing caution to the wind. I'm still leaning over him, looking down at his body as I feel with my feet for the next step, making sure that I'm fully on it before I put my weight on it. He breathes hard, the sound impossibly loud in my ears. Even though my heart is beating so hard that I can hardly stand it, I hear his voice over the pounding like he's whispering right by my shoulder.
Cassie.
My name chills me when it leaves his lips, and I stand, horrified, looking down at him. No. He can't still be alive. Last night had to have killed him, and this is a nightmare for me. I want to kick his body to see if he moves when I touch him, but I can't seem to lift my foot to do that.
Cassie.
He breathes again. This time his voice sounding stronger than it did a moment ago. He moves his head, his eyes bloodshot, his lips dry with vomit, turning it so that he can look at me. I have to tear my eyes away from the claw that his hand has turned into and force myself to look at his face. There's nothing attractive about my dad now. I've seen wedding pictures and thought that he was handsome, but now he spent hours passed out on the stairs in a puddle of his own vomit. Slowly, I take another step away from him. I have to concentrate to convince my feet to even move. I'm so terrified. Goosebumps have broken out all over my skin, and I suck in a breath as I step away from him.
This short intermission is just for you, a quiet moment to breathe, relax, and find comfort in peaceful sound. Thank you for listening and supporting this free audiobook channel.
I'll kill you,
he breathes. At first, I don't think that I hear the words correctly. I think that maybe there's something wrong with my hearing and that somehow I totally missed what he just said to me. But then he starts to move. It's slow at first, like someone pushing a boulder up a hill, but then he gets his momentum, shifting his weight first to his knees and then pushing himself back so that he's on all fours on the stairs. He looks like a wild animal. His hair is disheveled and he reeks. I keep backing up, moving faster now that I'm no longer leaning over his body, but I keep my eyes locked on him in case he moves faster than I'm expecting. Rage flashes across his face and he gets up to his knees. He's unsteady, and at first I think that he's going to fall backwards and roll down the stairs. He'll take me down like a bowling pin, knocking us both to the floor and killing me immediately. But he doesn't do that. Steadying himself on the banister, he drags himself up to a stand and turns to look at me. His knees are weak and wobbly, but I hardly notice that. I'm too busy staring at the rest of him. His shirt is soaked and clings to his chest. One hand grips the banister like it's a lifeline, the other curls into a fist at his side. He turns, spitting the bad taste from his mouth, then stares back at me.
You should have killed me,
he says, taking a step towards me.
That was your goal, right, Cassie? You should have actually gone through with it.
I turn, unable to think straight any longer, and run down the rest of the stairs. His footsteps are loud in my ears, but at least he's moving slower than I am. He's faster than me if we were to race. I know that there isn't any way that I can outrun him, which means that I need to be smarter if I'm going to survive. I hit the back door at a sprint, grateful that he got so drunk last night that he forgot to lock it. Across our perfectly manicured lawn are the woods, the one place that my mom has forbidden me from ever going. Without looking over my shoulder to see where he is, I start sprinting, pumping my arms as fast and hard as I can. I don't know what I'm going to do when I get into the woods, but I have to try to do something.
Nathan. My body feels like it's had all of the moisture sucked out of it. Each step I take after my daughter sends a massive shockwave shooting up through my legs and core and rattles my teeth in my skull. I've never known pain like this before. I'm still not sure what she did to me to make me so sick, but I know that this isn't from my drinking. Sure, I've thrown up before in the past, but that was a long time ago. That was when I didn't know how to handle my alcohol. I do now. Even last night, when I drank more than I would normally just because Vanessa wasn't around to judge me, I still shouldn't have been as sick as I was. Something happened to me, and I know what it was. Cassie. Cassie happened. She's been nothing but trouble from the moment that she was born. I know that having a baby sounded like an incredible idea at the time. It was supposed to make me look more legit. Give me some credit with patients who want to work with a family man. It was also supposed to fulfill Vanessa, since I know that women need that kind of thing. But having Cassie backfired terribly. All it has done is make my life terrible. Gone are the wonderful trips that Vanessa and I used to go on all the time. Gone are the lazy breakfasts in bed. She's always helping Cassie. Doing something for Cassie, or too tired after spending all day with Cassie. And since my daughter doesn't speak, that means that I have to listen to my wife talk all evening when I get home. That's why I made the garage. It's so that I can stay sane and work as much as my family needs me to. Sure, Vanessa may hate the fact that I'm in there every single night, but it's only because of her and our daughter. If it weren't for the two of them, then I wouldn't need to drink as much as I do. I stumble, grabbing the wall to keep from falling, and my head pounds even more as I try to think through what I mean to say. No, that's not true. If it weren't for Cassie, then I wouldn't drink as much as I do. Shoving away from the wall, I stumble to the back door and grab the doorframe, taking a huge breath of the fresh air. It's going to be a gorgeous day, although I can see storm clouds forming off to the east. The fresh air seems to energize me, and I take another deep breath, really filling up my lungs with it, as I watch my daughter run across the yard. She's so slow. Sure, she can play the violin, and she's good at math, but those things aren't going to help her right now. I'm going to do the thing that I should have done years ago, when we figured out that there was something wrong with her. Vanessa will be sad at first, but she'll understand. My wife will see that getting rid of our daughter was the only way to get back the life that the two of us want so badly. When I push away from the house, I'm worried at first that my legs aren't going to support me. They're still weak and wobbly, like I'm a newborn fawn. I hate it, and I scream, throwing my head back and yelling at the sky. Ahead of me, Cassie slows for a moment and turns to look at me. She's almost the entire way across the yard and running for the woods. It's a terrible idea on her part, since she's never allowed to play in them. She has no idea how dangerous they are, how thick the briars are across the path. She doesn't know about the ravine. Her face is white with terror, and she looks at me for just a moment before turning and pushing herself on. I watch her for a moment as she runs, then take off after her, breathing hard. Every movement makes it feel like my skin is going to split open at any second. It hurts to run, hurts to breathe in. My stomach is painfully empty, and I feel it twist and constrict as I chase after my daughter. No, she's not my daughter. She's the person who ruined my life. A real daughter wouldn't do this to me, wouldn't push me to the point where I don't have a choice but to get rid of her. Even though I'm not able to run as fast as normal, I still eat up the space between the two of us. My strides are longer and more purposeful, and I tear after her, unwilling to let her get away. At the edge of the woods, she pauses for just a moment before plunging in, using her hands to sweep away the branches that claw at her face. I barrel through the same spot a moment later, not concerned about getting scratched up. I just have to get her. "Cassie!" I bellow, stopping to rest by a tree for a moment. The bark is rough under my hand, and I try to focus on how it feels, rather than on the fact that I want to throw up. "Cassie! Come here right now!" All I hear in response is the sound of twigs breaking under her feet. She's running scared now, which means that she's going to make a mistake. Grinning to myself, I push away from the tree and run after her, following the sound of her crashing through the woods. For a while, I'm right on her trail, but then she disappears. She must be scared that I'm close, if she would rather hide and hope that I'm going to pass her by. I slow down, taking my time to look around every tree as I walk. The ground is littered with pine needles, and my footsteps are soundless as soon as I start to take my time. Briars grab at my pants, ripping them to shreds, but I don't care about that right now. I'll buy myself a new custom suit when this is all done, as a gift to myself for all of my hard work in changing my life. A lot of people go to counseling to try to improve their lives. I just have to get rid of my daughter. "Cassie, come on out, and the two of us can talk about this," I call, my voice bouncing back at me from the trees. There's no movement around me, not even squirrels or birds in the trees, and I try again. "I love you," I say, trying not to choke on the words as I lie. "You haven't done anything wrong, okay? I just want to talk to you." Nothing. Slowly, I walk forward. The trees seem to thin out around me as I move, making it easier for me to look for her. My head is still on a swivel as I walk, trying to take in everything as I look for a clue about where my daughter is hiding. She's not behind the huge boulders that I encounter, and I circle them more than once just to make sure. I don't see any footprints or broken branches that would have snagged her as she ran by me, and I start to get frustrated. She couldn't have just disappeared. I refuse to believe that Cassie is bright enough to have outsmarted me here in the woods. No, she's in here somewhere, just watching me and laughing at me as I stumble around for her. That thought fills me with rage. "Cassie!" I scream, my voice echoing back at me. "Get out here right now so that the two of us can talk about this. You can't hide from me forever." I turn in a circle, rage making it difficult for me to see straight. I know that she's here. I can practically see her crouched by a tree. She's watching me, laughing. I'm close to the edge of the ravine now, and the pressure to find her is almost too much for me to bear. If I'm going to get rid of her here and now, the way that I want to, then I need to find her so that I can do what needs to be done. It will be tragic, of course. Our little girl dead at the bottom of the ravine. Vanessa will struggle with it. I can picture the rescue crew now as they carefully lower themselves over the edge to collect her broken body. The news will want to interview us about the tragedy. Everyone wants a piece of the action when a little kid dies. I'll play the grieving father perfectly. I know that I can cry on command and can make it seem like I actually miss our daughter, when the truth couldn't be any more different. Something moves behind me and I whip around, adrenaline pumping through my veins. There's the crack of a small twig as a foot lands on it, and excitement shoots through me. I never once thought that she'd actually come to me. I thought for sure that I'd have to hunt her down and drag her kicking to the edge of the ravine before pushing her over. She'd never scream, of course, which would be the most satisfying thing of all. But I didn't imagine that she'd ever be stupid enough to walk right up to me. There's a huge grin on my face as I turn to look at my daughter. But it's not my daughter I see. When hands plant against my chest and push. The ground is softer than I thought this close to the edge of the ravine. I feel it start to give way under my shoe, and I windmill my arms, reaching out for something, anything to hold on to. But there's nothing there. I scream, the sound tearing out of me as I fall. It's so loud that it surprises me. For just a moment, that's all I can hear. Then, there's nothing. Malachi. For a long time, I stand with my hands outstretched in front of me. I look at them, at the backs of them, at how they've aged. I've done a lot of things with these hands, but never killed someone. Not before now, anyway. Nathan screamed the entire way down until the sound pouring out of him was cut short. There had been a sickening thud, and I have to fight the urge to go look over the edge and down at him. He's dead, I'm sure of it. There's no way that he survived that fall. And to think that he was going to do that to Cassie. Cassie. With a start, I remember why I'm here, and I spin around, my eyes searching the woods around me for the girl. She's nowhere to be seen, and I panic, wondering if I got here too late. Was it possible that Nathan had already hurt her? Did he kill her and I just didn't see it? No, that doesn't make sense. I try to calm myself by thinking rationally about what just happened. If he had already killed his daughter, then there isn't any reason for him to be wandering around the woods, still looking for her. She's alive. She's just hiding. Cassie! I call her name, not even caring if anyone hears me. All that matters is that I find her. She's everything. I murdered for her, and I just have to hope that she's okay and that she'll come to me when she hears me calling for her. Cassie? Come out. You're safe. Nothing. A bird takes flight from the tree next to me, and I jump when the huge wings beat against the sky. Wiping my hand across my brow, I flick sweat away from me. It's too hot to be outside, but not only that, there's a storm coming. I can feel the heaviness in the air, the way that the water seems to already be sitting on my skin. I need to find her and get her back to her house. Once I have her safe there, then I can think about what I'm going to do. "Cassie!" My voice echoes around the woods and bounces back to me, but I don't hear her move. "Hello?" A voice floats to me through the woods, and I feel my stomach churn. Is Cassie talking? I saved her so that she can save my career, but if she's suddenly decided to talk, then what does that mean for me? Spinning around, I look towards the voice. "Over here, Cassie!" I call, waving my arms so that she'll be able to see me against the woods. "Come on over here!" "Dr. Harris?" The voice calls again, and I squint, shielding my eyes as I try to peer through the trees. That didn't sound like Cassie, but the only other person who would be here and calling my name is... Vanessa? My jaw drops open as the woman steps from around a tree. Her long hair has come loose from her ponytail, and she looks exhausted, like she's been running on empty for days. "What are you doing here?" "Where's Cassie?" Ignoring my question, she runs up to me and grabs me by the shoulders, shaking me so hard that I bite my tongue. Blood pools in my mouth, the metallic taste making me gag. "I don't know!" I scream, shoving her back. "That's who I'm looking for!" Her eyes glance past me to the ravine, and she takes a step to move around me. "No, wait!" I say, reaching for her, but she moves too quickly. Before I can grab her and stop her, she's looking down over the edge. I feel like I'm frozen in time as I watch her. I know that she's looking for her daughter, hoping and praying that she won't see her small body down there, broken on the rocks. She'll see a body, but it won't be Cassie.
Vanessa. The woods have never been my favorite place. Hiking was always something that Cassie and Nathan did together without me, because I don't like the strange shadows that trees cast. I hate the way that things move just out of sight like they're watching you. Even now, I'm unsettled, but I don't think that it's entirely the fault of the woods. The animals are all perfectly still. So still, in fact, that if I didn't know that they lived here, I wouldn't believe it. We feel alone, Dr. Harris and I, and the only person I want to see, Cassie, isn't here. Dirt falls away from under my feet as I get close to the edge of the ravine. It scares me, opening up before me like a giant mouth slashed through the earth. This is the reason that I never wanted Cassie playing out here by herself. It's so easy to fall and get hurt, or die down there. I remember Nathan telling me that I shouldn't be afraid, that the ravine wasn't that scary. It was an argument that the two of us had time and time again, whether or not Cassie should be allowed to play out here. Eventually, I won. After all, I'd argued, she wouldn't be able to call for help if something happened to her. How would we know that she'd fallen and gotten hurt? The thought of her little body, broken at the bottom of the ravine, has tormented me since she was born. When she was younger, I'd get up during the night and check on her, putting my hand on her chest to make sure that she was still breathing. I wasn't just making sure that she was okay, though. I was also checking to be sure that she was still in her bed. If she ever did decide to leave the house and play out here, then there wouldn't be any way that I'd ever know. Not only that, but I know that people love to camp back here in the summer. They come with their little tents and set up in the woods, leaving behind campfire rings when they go. How am I going to keep her safe with so many people around if she ventures into the woods? My heart pounds so loudly that it's the only sound I can hear as I edge closer to the gaping hole of the ravine and then finally look down.
Even though it doesn't help me grip the loose dirt, my toes still curl in my shoes, trying to make sure that I can really hold on. Guilt tears through me. I never should have left her here, not when I knew that Nathan was so upset with her. But he's her father, for goodness sake. I should be able to trust him. My thoughts end as abruptly as if someone had hit me with a car. It feels like a punch to the gut, and I exhale hard, sinking down to the ground when I see something on the bottom of the ravine. No, not something. Someone. "Cassie!" I scream, digging my fingers into the dirt at my sides. It jams up under my fingernails, but I don't care about the pain. "Cassie! No!" Her name whips around me and I feel panic starting to overtake me. I'm going to be sick, my stomach twisting hard as I try to keep from throwing up.
"No, Vanessa!"
Dr. Harris's voice is behind me, but I can't force myself to turn around.
"You're wrong. It's not Cassie."
Like gentle waves at the beach, his words wash over me and I still. Cold adrenaline running through my body. For the first time since noticing that there was someone at the bottom of the ravine, I take a closer look. It's not Cassie. He's right. The body is too big, the hair too dark. It takes me a moment after relief washes over me for me to realize that it's not my daughter. It's Nathan. Icy fingers of fear grip the back of my neck, and I stand up, whipping around to look at the doctor. He's 5 feet away from me, his hands up in front of his body, like I'm a wild animal that he's trying to calm. Those are the hands that pushed Nathan over the edge of the ravine. I should be horrified at that realization, but when I look at Dr. Harris, I'm not. I still don't quite believe what happened here, but Dr. Harris doesn't scare me. Then again, neither did Nathan. "What happened?" I hiss. "Is he alive?" There's no way that I can define the feelings washing over me right now. I'm horrified at the sight of my husband on the ravine floor, but there's something else lapping at the back of my mind that I don't want to pay attention to. Relief. Not only that it's not Cassie, because if it were my daughter, I think that I'd throw myself down there with him. But also relief that Nathan can't hate Cassie any longer. There's always been this fear in the back of my mind that he was going to do something to her. He never connected with her the way that I did, but he's still my husband. So why do I feel so glad that he's gone?
"He's dead."
Dr. Harris still has his hands up between the two of us like a shield.
"He was going to kill Cassie, but I pushed him over the edge first."
His words make me suck in a breath. It's my worst fear, that Nathan would get tired of Cassie and not want her around. The thought of him wanting to actually hurt our child, though, that's something that I can't quite wrap my mind around. At the same time, I feel like I should have known this. Did Dr. Harris just save my child? And what does that mean for me?
"Vanessa?"
Dr. Harris clears his throat when I look at him.
"Are you okay?"
Before answering, I take a moment to look at his face. He looks pale, like he's horrified about what just happened, and there isn't any laughter in his eyes. No matter what the truth is, Dr. Harris looks like he's going to be sick. "Where's my daughter?" I take a step towards him and he backs up.
"I can't find her."
He locks eyes with me like that's going to convince me that he's telling the truth. I don't know why I believe him, but I do. Maybe it's because he told me about Nathan. Maybe it's because he knew the one thing that I suspected, but couldn't ever admit to myself. That doesn't explain what he's doing here, but that may have to wait for later. If he saved my daughter, then do I really care? "Cassie, it's Mom. Come here." Tears pour down my cheeks as I call for my daughter. For a moment, I think that she's going to pop out from behind a tree and come running to me. But she doesn't. My legs feel weak, like I could sink back down to the ground, but I fight the urge to rest. I won't be able to rest until I know for sure where my daughter is and what happened to her. "You better help me find her," I say to Dr. Harris. The man gives me a single nod and turns away, his jaw set tight. He better help me find my daughter alive. Or so help me, there will be 2 bodies at the bottom of the ravine. Cassie.
I hear my mom calling me, but I'm too afraid to go to her. I'm not supposed to be in the woods, but I didn't have a choice. I had to get away from my dad. Terror sweeps through me when I think about what it was like to look back and see that he was still chasing me. His face had been twisted, his eyes so dark that it was like looking into pools of midnight. Shivering, I run my hands up my bare arms to try to warm up a little bit. It doesn't work, and I wrap them around my knees, pulling them closer to my chest. Right now, I just want to be at home. I want to be in my bed, hiding under all of my covers. Mom got me a weighted blanket for my birthday last year, and I want to be under it, feeling it press me flat to the mattress. That's the only place that I'm going to feel safe right now. But then I'll be in the house, and I won't be safe. Sighing, I drop my forehead down to my knees and give a little shiver. He'll always be there. Always right down the hall from me, no matter what my mom tries to do. With him around, I don't think that I'll ever be safe. Him and Dr. Harris. My mom's with him. I heard their 2 voices together as they talked about finding me. I know that Dr. Harris is working with my dad, and if he's out here looking for me, then I really can't go to my mom. Not without making sure that he doesn't find me first. "You better help me find her." That's my mom's voice, and the words make me shiver. She has no idea that Dr. Harris was working with my dad, that he wants to get rid of me just as badly as my dad does. If he finds me first, then I have no reason to think that I'm going to be safe.
"I'll look over here. You head back towards the house, Vanessa, in case she went that way."
His words make me shiver, but I force myself to stand up. If my mom's going back to the house, then I could run that way and meet her. But there's no way to convince her that Dr. Harris is really evil. She likes him. I've heard her on the phone with her friends telling them how glad she is that I have him to talk to. No, if I'm going to survive this, then I have to make sure that he can't ever hurt me. There's the sound of loud crashing as my mom runs back to the house. She keeps calling my name, her voice panicked and loud, and I want to go to her. My feet turn towards her, and I have to force myself to stop. I could follow her, but that won't fix anything. I'll be back in Dr. Harris's office this week, and I'll have to look at him, knowing that he's working with my dad. As quietly as possible, I turn the other way. Dr. Harris is calling for me, too. His voice is softer, like he's coaxing out a stray animal, and I follow the sound.
"Cassie, come on out, honey. You were scared, and I get that, but there isn't anything to be scared of any longer. Nobody can hurt you, Cassie."
Yeah, right. He thinks that I'm stupid. From behind a tree, I watch him as he slowly walks along the edge of the ravine. With a start, I realize what he's doing. He probably thinks that I fell down there. I bet that he sent my mom away from here so that if he found my body, she wouldn't have to be around for it. After a moment, he stops, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket and wiping his forehead with it. I watch him, my fingers digging into the tree like holding on to it is going to give me strength. He turns, looking down over the ravine, and I step out from behind the tree. My heart slams in my chest as I walk towards him, carefully stepping on leaves and pine needles and avoiding any twigs.
"Oh, Cassie,"
he says, turning around suddenly. Relief is splashed all over his face when he sees me standing in front of him.
"I thought that something terrible happened to you before I got here. Your mom will be thrilled to know that you're okay. Come on, let's go home."
He reaches out for me, his fingers extended, and I look at it for a moment before taking a step closer to him. Instead of taking his hand, I put my palms on his chest as high as I can reach. The relief on his face changes to panic, and I push hard, putting all of my weight behind the movement to force him over the edge.
"What? No!"
Dirt and pebbles shift under his feet, and he throws out his arms, reaching for me as he starts to tip backwards. As quickly as possible, I step back, ducking out of the way, so that he can't get his hands on me.
"Cassie!"
The sound of my name fills the ravine and pours out of it before there's a loud thud, and he stops making any noise. Leaning over the edge, I look at him. Then I pull back, wiping my hands on my jeans. My palms are sweaty, and I take a few deep breaths to calm myself. It's going to be okay. Now I just have to find my mom. Turning from the ravine, I start back through the woods. Without my dad around, it can be just the two of us. That's the way it's always supposed to have been. Just the two of us, without anyone else around to tell me that I'm stupid or dumb, or try to take my mom from me. She'll be so happy when she realizes that everything is fixed. She's always wanted to travel, I know that much. She's talked about moving to another country. Dad always told her that we couldn't, but I know that she wanted to. Now's the perfect time.
"Half-calf iced vanilla latte with sweet cream cold foam?" The barista holds up my drink, and I have to shoulder my way through the crowd to get to the counter. When I reach for my drink, I feel his gaze fall on me, and his eyebrows fly up in amazement. "This is yours, sir?" The surprise in his voice is evident, and I nod, taking it from him. "Yep, it's mine," I confirm, my mouth already watering in anticipation. All around me there's so much movement and noise that I know the only way I'm going to enjoy my drink in peace is if I get out of here. So I turn and push my way back through the crowd, exhaling as I leave the hustle and bustle of the cafe behind me. I have to admit, when this old building on Main Street was sold and we heard that a new hip coffee place called Cool Beans would be going in, I was skeptical. For my entire adult life, I'd lived off of nothing but black drip coffee and made it this far in my career without any problems, but one taste of this sweet concoction and I was sold. The only problem is that they don't have a dedicated parking lot, which means that the morning rush of people trying to get their coffee fix before heading in to start work can almost completely shut down Main Street. I nimbly dodge a mother with a crying child and look both ways before darting across the street. Luckily for me, the hospital is just 2 blocks away. I can stretch my legs and mentally prepare for the day while drinking my coffee without anyone bothering me. My steps eat up the sidewalk, and I barely look around at my surroundings as I walk. This morning I have an ablation planned on a young girl. She's just 16. Far too young to be dealing with tachycardia, but I'm confident that I can fix her. After lunch, I'm putting a stent into an older man. At our last appointment, he was telling me about how he's finally a grandfather after years of waiting. The fact that he wanted nothing more than to live long enough to see his grandchildren grow up touched me. I'd like to think he's in the best hands.
Dr. Bennett!
A loud voice cuts over the noise of the hospital parking lot, and I pause, turning to look at the doctor walking over to meet me. Dr. Cherry Davies has long red hair that matches her name, a pert little nose, and a smile so big that all of the patients in the ER suddenly forget that their lives are in shambles if she's in the room. She greets me and plucks the coffee from my hand, taking an experimental sip and then immediately wrinkling her nose.
"That,"
she says, handing my cup back to me,
"is a crime against humanity. Are you sure that's even legal for them to be in business selling an abomination like that and calling it coffee?"
It is sweet, I agree, enjoying another sip. But I love it.
Because you've been a bachelor for too long. Remind me again why you aren't dating?
She falls into place next to me, and the two of us walk up to the hospital entrance together. Most people who didn't know Cherry well would think that she was flirting with me, but I know better. On the day that I met her, she told me that she was in a long-term monogamous relationship with her cat, Felix, and no man could ever compare. I've offered to set her up on dates before, but she's just laughed at me and asked me if I really knew a man who could keep up. She's right. When she's not saving lives in the ER, she's busy hang gliding or traveling halfway across the world to try some cuisine she saw on the Travel Channel. She might look like she would be snapped up in a moment by any eligible bachelor, but the truth is, I don't know a single person who could keep pace with her without having a heart attack. I don't date, I tell her, for the same reason that you don't. This makes her laugh, and she grabs the large handle of the front door, pulling it open and gesturing me through.
You don't date because there isn't anyone in this world crazy enough to put up with you?
I grin. Something like that. The antiseptic smell of the hospital always assaults my nostrils when it first hits me every day, but that's how you can tell that everything is clean and ready to go. Our hospital may be small, but we have wonderful stats of keeping people alive and making sure that they make it home to their loved ones. I feel as if I have the best of both worlds. Working in a small mountain hospital means all of the fun of a larger city without the stress. I love it here. But I didn't move here just for my mental health.
I know. You have to make sure that you choose the right person for Lila,
she says, and I nod.
I get that. You're a good dad, Gray, no matter what people say about you.
She grins again and smacks me playfully on the arm before turning in the direction of the ER and announcing her arrival.
I'm here to save lives and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum.
Her ensuing laughter is cut off when the double doors to the ER slam shut behind her. Turning, I shake my head, then drain my coffee on the way to my office. Cherry is a hot mess, that's for sure, but she makes working here fun. Most of the doctors here are on good terms, and I know that some of them go out for drinks once in a while. If I didn't need to go straight home to Lila, I might consider that. But my daughter takes, and always will take, top priority. Sitting behind my desk, I pick up a framed picture and lightly touch it with my finger. It's hard to look at a photo of my dead wife every single day, but I don't ever want to forget what she looked like. The older Lila gets, the more she looks like Sarah. They have the same soft brown eyes and blonde hair. Lila likes to sniff bites of new food before trying them, just like her mother did. When she laughs, and I'm not looking at her, the sound, I'd swear that her mother was still alive. My stomach turns, and I set the picture back down on my desk. I'll always miss her, no matter how long she's been gone. 6 years later, and I still want her here with me. We had no idea that she was sick until the ovarian cancer was so advanced that all we could do was keep her comfortable at the end. I still regret it. Regret not pushing her harder for more or better treatments. Regret not trying everything in my power to keep her alive. But she was ready and didn't want her last few months to be lost to the drugs. She wanted to enjoy Lila. Our daughter is 15 now, and I wish more than anything that she had her mother back. The best I can do is promise her that I'll keep her safe. I'll keep anything bad from ever happening to her.
This concludes The Silent Prodigy by Emily Shiner. Narrated by Karen Peaks. Copyright 2021 by Emily Shiner. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Emily Shiner and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.